Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Anna. The key clicks in the lock and I push open the gallery door, breathing in the familiar scent of paint and possibility. The afternoon sunlight streams through the windows, casting long shadows across my canvases. Leo darts past me, his superhero backpack bouncing against his small frame as he races to his favorite corner, the one with the comfy beanbag I put there just for him. Careful with the paintings, baby. I set my bag down and flip through the stack of papers on the counter, mentally cataloging each item. The exhibition I'm set to be a part of opens in 2 days, and my mind spins with everything left to do. Look, Mommy, I drew this at school today. Leo holds up a crayon masterpiece, his blue eyes sparkling with pride. Those eyes get me every time. A daily reminder of choices made and paths not taken. The same crystal blue that had once made my heart skip beats now looks up at me from my son's innocent face, full of pure joy and unconditional love. That's beautiful, sweetie. Want to hang it on your art wall? I've carved out a special space just for him, right next to my workspace. A 5-year-old needs room to create, especially one who spends his afternoons watching his mother chase her dreams with a paintbrush. Leo tapes up his drawing while I adjust the lighting on my newest piece. An abstract exploration of motherhood in shades of midnight blue and gold. My fingers trace the texture of dried paint, remembering late nights spent working after bedtime stories and goodnight kisses. Can I have my snack now? Leo tugs at my flowing skirt, leaving tiny handprints on the fabric. I don't mind. My clothes, like my life, are a canvas marked by the beautiful chaos of raising a child alone while building something of my own. Here you go, baby. I pull out his favorite crackers and juice box, watching as he settles cross-legged on the floor. He arranges the crackers in patterns before eating them, always the artist's son. This gallery might be small, but it's mine. Every painting on these walls represents a piece of our story. The late-night feedings, the first steps, the preschool drop-offs. I've poured everything into my art, transforming our daily life into splashes of color and emotion. Mommy, when I grow up, can I have a gallery too? I ruffle his curls, so like mine. You can have anything you want, Leo. The world is yours to paint. I walk over to Leo's art corner, where his latest masterpiece joins dozens of others. His small hands have captured what looks like 3 stick figures. Though, with his artistic flair, they're decorated with swirling patterns and bold colors that make them uniquely his. After he finishes his snack, he comes up running beside me, eager to join me as I gaze at his work. Tell me about your drawing, sweetheart. I kneel beside him and he points to each figure with sticky fingers. That's you, Mommy. See your curly hair? And that's me. He pauses at the 3rd figure, his finger hovering. And that's my friend from school. But I notice how he's drawn the tallest figure with bright blue crayon eyes, just like his own. My throat tightens. Even without knowing, Leo keeps drawing his father into our lives, filling that empty space with his imagination. Your hair looks just like mine. I touch the brown spiral he's drawn atop his stick figure, trying to keep my voice steady. But memories flood in uninvited. Nicholas's laugh, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. How safe I felt in his arms. We'd talked about our future, about the family we'd build together. Now here I am, watching our son create art in a corner of my gallery, and Nicholas doesn't even know he exists. Leo hums while adding more swirls to his drawing, oblivious to the way my hands shake as I smooth down his shirt. 5 years of raising him alone, of answering careful questions about why other kids have daddies, of seeing Nicholas's features emerge more clearly in Leo's face with each passing year. "Do you want to add anything else to your picture?" I ask, swallowing past the lump in my throat. "Maybe some stars." Leo reaches for a yellow crayon, his small face scrunched in concentration. "Everything's better with stars, right, Mommy?" I press a kiss to his curls, breathing in his sweet scent, letting it anchor me to the present. "That's right, baby. Everything's better with stars." The gallery lights flicker as the sun dips lower, casting longer shadows across my workspace. Leo's humming has shifted to quiet murmurs as he plays with his action figures. Lost in his own world of imagination, my hands move automatically, organizing brushes and checking canvases, but my mind drifts to places I try to avoid during daylight hours. "Spider-Man needs backup," Leo's voice carries across the room. "Where's his daddy superhero?" The question hits like a punch to the gut. These innocent moments, they're the hardest. Every time Leo mentions fathers or families, I second-guess the choices that led us here. The weight of single motherhood presses down, heavy as wet canvas. I glance at my phone. 3 missed calls from my landlord about this month's rent. Between gallery expenses and Leo's preschool, the numbers never quite add up. Nicholas's world of wealth and privilege feels galaxies away from our reality of careful budgeting and creative problem solving. "Mommy, look what Spider-Man can do." I paste on a smile, but memories surface unbidden. Nicholas's mother, Gwendolyn, her cold eyes assessing me like a blemish on her perfect world. The way she'd cornered me in that coffee shop, sliding an envelope across the table. "Name your price," she'd said. "Just disappear." I'd torn up her check and walked away, my hands shaking with rage and pride. But when I discovered I was pregnant weeks later, her words echoed in my head like a twisted lullaby. I knew exactly what Nicholas's world would do to a child, born on the wrong side of their social divide. I'd grown up watching my own mother fight those battles, seeing how each victory came at the cost of a little more of her spirit. Leo deserves more than being treated as someone's mistake. More than becoming another topic of gossip at their country club brunches. More than whispered comments and sideways glances at charity galas, where old money types would judge him before he could even speak. More than a grandmother who'd try to buy his existence away with a check that probably meant less to her than her weekly manicure budget. But God, some nights when Leo's asleep and I'm alone with my thoughts, I remember Nicholas's smile, his sweet words and gorgeous eyes, how he'd promised we'd face everything together, his hand warm and steady in mine. If he knew about Leo, if he knew he had a son who has his eyes and his laugh. No, I can't go down that road. Some doors are better left closed. "Can we have pizza tonight?" Leo tugs at my shirt, pulling me back to the present. I run my fingers through his curls, so like mine, while everything else screams Nicholas. "Sure, baby. Pizza sounds perfect. But Mommy has to finish up some work in here, and then we'll head out to grab pizza. How does that sound?" "Great. Thanks, Mommy. Have you finished your homework?" "No, not yet. Mrs. Collins says we have to color just 1 page today." "Then get to it, baby. If you need more colored pencils or crayons, just ask me. I have hundreds." While Leo works on his homework, I set up a fresh canvas near my easel. My fingers dance across various paint tubes until they find the perfect shade, a deep, rich purple that speaks of sleepless nights and quiet victories. I squeeze generous amounts onto my palette, mixing in touches of silver and midnight blue. The first stroke across canvas feels like liberation. Each movement tells our story. The weight of grocery bags balanced with a squirming toddler, the pride of Leo's first words, the exhaustion of juggling bills and dreams. The colors blend and separate, creating depths that mirror the complexities of single motherhood. My brush moves with purpose, carving out shapes that represent the spaces between what we show the world and what we feel inside. A spiral of golden light emerges from the darkness, Leo's laughter breaking through my toughest days. Movement catches my eye. A young couple lingers by the window display, their hands intertwined as they study my earlier pieces. The woman leans closer to a painting I'd done of Leo's toy dinosaurs, arranged in a dramatic battle scene. Her partner points to the price tag, nodding thoughtfully. "What do you think about that one?" The woman's voice carries through the quiet gallery. "The colors are incredible." My heart swells. These moments make every struggle worth it, watching strangers connect with pieces of our life transformed into art. Their genuine interest feeds a hope I keep tucked away, that someday my work will hang in major galleries, that Leo will see his mother's dreams take flight. I add another layer to my painting, this time with strokes of resilient red. The color bleeds into the purple, creating something new and unexpected, just like life has a way of doing. "Look, Mommy." Leo holds up his completed homework. "I used all the colors, just like you do." I wipe my hands on my apron, stealing one last glance at the couple still admiring my work. They represent countless others who might one day stand before my paintings, finding pieces of their own stories in the strokes and shadows I create.
Chapter 2. Nicholas. The Manhattan skyline stretches beyond my office windows, a view I barely notice anymore as I watch my mother's perfectly manicured finger trace along the sketches spread across my desk. The sharp tap of her nail against the paper punctuates each criticism. "This neckline, darling. It's safe." Her lips purse as she shifts another design forward. "And these silhouettes, they lack that certain boldness our brand demands." I lean back in my leather chair, jaw clenching. The designs she's dismissing took weeks of work, countless revisions, and represent exactly what our market research suggests buyers want. But Mother has always operated on instinct rather than data. "Screw the data," her expression says, as if 20 years of industry experience means nothing. "The fall collection needs to make a statement." She straightens, adjusting the Hermes scarf at her neck with that practiced elegance I've watched her perfect over decades. "You have talent, Nicholas. I've always said that, but you're holding back, playing it too damn safe like you're afraid to ruffle feathers." "The buyers love the preliminary sketches!" I gesture to the market report stacked on my desk, my voice hardening with frustration. "We're projecting numbers." She waves her hand dismissively, cutting through my argument like she's done since I was a kid presenting my report cards. "Fashion isn't about numbers. It's about vision, about daring to push boundaries." Her perfectly arched eyebrow raises, a silent challenge I've grown tired of rising to meet. The familiar pressure builds behind my temples. Every meeting with her follows this same pattern. Nothing is ever bold enough, edgy enough, perfect enough. The walls of my corner office, lined with awards and press coverage, feel like they're closing in. "What exactly would you suggest?" The words come out sharper than intended, my jaw clenching as I fight to maintain composure. "Screw this endless criticism. More drama in the evening wear. These cocktail dresses are..." She pauses, selecting her words with surgical precision. "Pedestrian. We're Evertons. We don't do pedestrian." Her lips curl around our surname like it's a crown she alone deserves to wear. I stand, moving to the window, my hands shoved deep in my tailored pants pockets. Below, the city pulses with energy, thousands of people going about their lives without the weight of a legacy pressing down on their shoulders. The freedom they have to just exist, to make choices without every decision being scrutinized, feels like a luxury I'll never know. I need to see more of you in these designs. Her voice softens, but the steel underneath remains. Your real vision, not what you think will sell. Be audacious, darling. That's what built this empire. The same empire she's wielded like a weapon since I was old enough to sketch my first design. The irony of her demanding I show more of myself while simultaneously trying to mold me into her vision isn't lost on me. It never has been. Every time I try to break free, to create something truly mine, she's there with her perfectly manicured claws, ready to reshape it into her idea of what an Everton should be. As my mother continues her critique, my mind drifts. The sharp edges of her words fade into background noise, replaced by a memory of sun-warmed skin and infectious laughter. Anna, sprawled on a blanket in Central Park, her curls catching golden light as she sketched the skyline, her hazel eyes dancing with mischief as she teased me about my fancy-ass suit while paint stained her fingers. The colors need to be bolder, more... Mother's voice fades again. I'm back in Anna's tiny studio apartment, watching her dance barefoot to jazz music, paintbrush in hand. The walls covered in her artwork, explosions of color and emotion that made my structured world feel suffocating. She taught me to see beauty in imperfection, to find freedom in breaking rules. The weight of my Cartier watch feels heavy now, unlike the simple leather bracelet Anna wove for me one lazy Sunday afternoon. So you'll remember to loosen up, she'd said, her fingers lingering on my wrist. 5 years. 5 years since she vanished from my life without a trace. The morning I went to her apartment, finding it empty except for a note saying goodbye. No explanation, no forwarding address, just gone. Nicholas? Mother's sharp tone cuts through my reverie. What are you thinking about? You seem distracted. I straighten, adjusting my tie. Nothing important. The lie tastes bitter. Mother never thought Anna was good enough. Too bohemian, too independent, too different. That artist girl, she'd called her, voice dripping with disdain. But Anna was everything. My escape, my inspiration, my chance at a life that meant something beyond the Everton name. Now I'm left with pristine sketches and profit margins, while somewhere out there Anna's probably still painting her heart onto canvas, living the authentic life I was too weak to choose. I return to my desk, sinking into the leather seat. My gaze drifts to the silver-framed photo by my computer monitor, a younger version of myself standing next to Mother at our summer house in the Hamptons, my first collection launch. Her hand rests on my shoulder, perfectly positioned like everything else in her life. Even then I wore the weight of expectations like an ill-fitting suit. Oh, before I forget... Mother's voice shifts to that particular tone she uses when she's about to meddle in my personal life. The Ashworth Gallery is hosting an exhibition in a few days in Brooklyn. Many talented artists are going to attend to showcase their work, like Charlotte's daughter, Sylvia. She'll be showcasing her work for the first time, darling. Isn't that wonderful? Not this again. I keep my eyes fixed on the trading reports, pretending to be absorbed in quarterly projections. Nicholas, are you listening? She taps her fingernails against my desk. It would mean a lot if you'd attend. Sylvia's quite talented, and she's been asking about you. I have deadlines. The words come out clipped. The fall collection dash can wait one evening. She leans forward, her Chanel number. 5 perfume threatening to suffocate me. Darling, you can't hide in this office forever. Sylvia is a lovely girl from an excellent family. Just the kind of connection. Mother. I cut her off, my patience wearing thin. It's times like these that I hate that she looks so much like me. Gray eyes to my blue is the main difference between us. That, and she has shoulder-length gray hair compared to my dark blonde. A long time ago, she carried this hue to her strands as well. I'm not interested in being set up. You haven't been interested in anyone since that artist. Her pause speaks volumes. It's time to move on. Meet someone appropriate. The word appropriate hangs between us like a garrote. I roll my eyes knowing she won't let this go. She never does. Fine. I loosen my tie slightly. I'll make an appearance. Her smile is triumphant, and I hate how easily I still cave to keep the peace. Some things never change. Mother's heels click against the hardwood as she heads for the door, each step a reminder of the control she wields over my life. The door closes behind her with a soft click that feels more like a prison gate slamming shut. Damn! I loosen my tie completely, yanking it off and tossing it onto my desk. The designs she criticized mock me from their neat arrangement. Every line, every detail crafted to please her impossible standards. And for what? So she can parade me around to eligible socialites like some prize stallion at auction? My fingers trace over the sketches, seeing Anna's influence in ways I never acknowledged before. The way certain curves flow, how negative space creates impact. She taught me to see beauty in simplicity, in letting designs breathe instead of suffocating them with unnecessary details. Sylvia Ashworth. The name tastes wrong on my tongue. Another perfectly polished society princess who'll bore me to tears with talk of summer homes and charity galas. I pull up our company's website on my laptop, staring at the outdated layout and pretentious copy. The whole thing screams old money, old ideas. We need to evolve, to connect with a younger market that values authenticity over artifice. Anna would know exactly how to make it feel more genuine, more alive. But Anna's gone. Thought hits me like a physical blow, same as it has for 5 years. No amount of success or family pressure can fill the void she left. I don't want some carefully curated relationship with someone who fits my mother's approval matrix. I want paint-stained fingers intertwined with mine, spontaneous midnight adventures, and laughter that comes from the soul. My hand hovers over my phone. I've lost count of how many times I've searched for her on social media, hoping for just a glimpse. But Anna was never one for digital footprints. She lived in the moment, creating art that existed in the real world, not behind screens. And I miss her. I miss her so much. The worst part, I doubt I'll ever get to see her again. Anna, with her beautiful dark skin and majestic curls and big hazel eyes. Anna, with her flowing dresses and paint-stained hands who liked her coffee with 2 spoons of sugar and a dash of creamer. Anna Howell is the woman who haunts my dreams, taunting me with a life I never got to live, which is something I'll regret until the end of my life.
Chapter 3. Anna. The gentle glow of dawn seeps through my threadbare curtains, painting stripes across my bed. Another day begins, but not just any day. We're getting closer to Saturday's exhibition at the Ashworth Gallery. My stomach does a little flip at the thought of my paintings being featured alongside established artists. God, this could be it. This could be my big break. I roll over, careful not to let the ancient springs squeak. Leo's small form rises and falls under his superhero blanket in the twin bed across our shared bedroom. His curls peek out from beneath the covers, so much like mine. At 5 years old, he's learning to sleep in, and I won't disturb these precious extra minutes. My bare feet touch the worn hardwood floor, and I tiptoe past his bed, navigating the maze of art supplies and action figures that make up our cozy space. The bedroom isn't much, but we've made it home. My latest canvas leans against the wall, half finished, waiting for tonight's session after Leo goes to bed. The kitchen is really just a corner of our living room, but it's enough. Morning light streams through the window above the sink, catching dust motes in its beam. I pull out eggs from the fridge, trying to close it quietly. That door has a mind of its own sometimes. Time to make magic happen, I whisper to myself, reaching for the mixing bowl. Thursday breakfast is always scrambled eggs and toast, Leo's favorite. The routine grounds me, keeps the pre-exhibition jitters at bay. My mind wanders to the paintings I've selected for Saturday, hoping they're good enough, hoping they'll sell. We could use the extra money this month. Anything helps nowadays. The butter sizzles in the pan, and I catch my reflection in the window. Hair wild from sleep, wearing my old college t-shirt that's seen better days. But there's a spark in my eyes that wasn't there a year ago. This exhibition could change everything for us. The smell of butter triggers something, a memory I thought I'd buried. 5 years ago, another kitchen, another life. The spatula trembles in my hand. I made you breakfast. Nicholas stood at his gleaming stovetop, wearing nothing but low-slung pajama pants. The muscles in his back rippled as he flipped perfect golden brown pancakes. You never cook. I wrapped my arms around his waist, breathing in his cologne. First time for everything. He turned, caught my lips in a kiss that tasted like coffee and promises. The eggs start to burn. I snap back to reality, scraping them around the pan. My throat tightens. That was the morning before everything fell apart. Before the pregnancy test, before Gwendolyn's ice-cold stare as she told me I wasn't good enough for her son. Before I ran. He has a future to think about. Gwendolyn's words cut like glass. The company, his reputation. You're not part of that future, Anna. You never were. I touched my still flat stomach, the secret growing inside me, feeling both like a miracle and a curse. I won't let you ruin his life. Name your price. Her perfectly manicured hand pushed an envelope roughly into my hands, a check with more zeros than I'd ever seen. I don't want your money. My voice shook, but I meant it. Then disappear. Before you destroy everything he's worked for. The eggs are ruined now, black bits mixed with yellow, just like my memories of Nicholas, the sweet moments tainted by how it ended. I dump the pan in the sink, turn on the cold water. Steam rises and I blink back tears. Did I make the right choice? The question haunts me some mornings when Leo's eyes, so blue, so like his father's, stare back at me. I could have fought harder, could have told Nicholas the truth. But Gwendolyn's threats weren't empty. She would have crushed my art career before it began, made sure no gallery would touch my work. I gripped the edge of the sink, forcing air into my lungs. It doesn't matter now. I made my choice. Leo and I have built a life, just the two of us. We're doing fine. The lie tastes bitter in my mouth. I start fresh with new eggs, cracking them carefully into the bowl. My hands are steadier now, but my mind isn't. 5 years, and I haven't let anyone close. Not for lack of opportunities. There was that guy at the coffee shop who kept asking me out, the charming art collector at last year's street fair. My friend Natalie has been trying to set me up with her brother for months. The eggs hit the hot pan with a satisfying sizzle. I focus on the simple motion of stirring, adding a pinch of salt, a grind of pepper. But the truth is, they all fade to gray when I remember the vivid colors of what I had with Nicholas. The way his thumb brushed against my lower lip before he leaned in for a kiss. The way he held me in his arms during the night before we drifted off to sleep. The electricity when our fingers brushed, even after months of dating. God, he ruined me for anyone else. You need to get back out there, Natalie always says. But she doesn't understand. It's not just about protecting myself anymore. It's about Leo. I can't risk bringing someone into his life who might leave. Can't bear the thought of him getting attached only to lose another father figure. The eggs are coming together now, fluffy and perfect. I add a sprinkle of cheese, watching it melt into golden swirls. Nicholas was like a storm that swept through my life, leaving everything changed in his wake. The intensity of what we had, it scared me sometimes. Maybe that's why part of me was relieved when Gwendolyn gave me an out. It was easier to run than face the magnitude of what I felt for him. But in running, I concealed my biggest secret from him. His child was growing inside my womb, and I didn't have the heart to tell him the truth. I didn't want him torn between myself and his mother, because in the end, I knew who had more power and influence between the two of us. So I ran. I turn off the heat, sliding the eggs onto 2 plates. The toast pops up, perfectly browned. Dating feels impossible now. How do you move forward when your heart is stuck in the past? How do you explain to someone new that they're competing with a ghost, with memories that refuse to fade? That your child has his father's eyes, and sometimes it hurts just to look at them? The few times I've attempted to go out with someone new have ended in disaster. My mind always wandering back to stolen kisses and promises, whispered against my skin. A soft rustling from the bedroom catches my attention. Leo emerges, his curls a wild mess atop his head, dragging his favorite stuffed dinosaur behind him. The sight of him, so innocent, so perfect, makes my chest ache. Those piercing blue eyes, exactly like Nicholas's, peer up at me with such pure love, it nearly brings me to my knees. Morning, baby. I set down the spatula, pushing away the memories threatening to surface. How about you wash that sleepy face and brush those teeth before breakfast? He rubs his eyes with tiny fists, still clinging to the last wisps of sleep. Can Rex brush his teeth too? Of course he can. I ruffle his hair as he shuffles to the bathroom, dinosaur in tow. The sound of his little feet padding across the floor fills me with a bittersweet joy. He's everything I could have wanted, even if the circumstances weren't what I'd planned. The coffee maker gurgles to life, filling our apartment with the rich aroma that signals the true start of my day. I pour Leo's orange juice into his Spider-Man cup, the one he insisted on buying with his piggy bank money. The sound of running water and Leo's off-key humming drifts from the bathroom. Such a simple moment, but it fills my chest with warmth. This is what matters. These ordinary mornings, just the two of us. We've built something real here, something solid. The gallery showing is proof that my career is finally taking off. Leo's thriving in preschool, making friends, drawing pictures that cover our fridge. We have our routines, our inside jokes, our favorite takeout places on payday. The running water stops, and Leo's bare feet pad across the floor. All clean. He grins, showing off his freshly brushed teeth, a dribble of toothpaste still on his chin. I grab a napkin and wipe it away, earning a squirmy giggle. Perfect timing, superhero. Breakfast is ready. He climbs onto his chair, immediately reaching for his juice, some splashes over the rim as he gulps it down eagerly. Can we go to the park after school? Tommy said there's a new slide. You bet. I pour my coffee, inhaling the steam, savoring that first hit of caffeine. If you eat all your eggs. I slide the plate in front of him, the scrambled eggs arranged in a smiley face, just the way he likes them. This is enough. It has to be enough. Nicholas might have his luxury penthouses and fashion empire, but we have something real, something true. I watched Leo stab at his eggs with his plastic fork, humming the theme song from his favorite cartoon. He doesn't need designer clothes or fancy toys. He needs stability, love, the certainty that comes from knowing exactly where he stands in the world. We've made it this far without Nicholas. We'll keep making it one day at a time. The life we've built may not be perfect, but it's ours, and that makes it precious.
Chapter 4. Nicholas. The waiter sets down my third espresso, and I nod in appreciation, already planning to slip him an extra tip for his attentiveness. Anything to make this godforsaken brunch more bearable. The restaurant's packed with Manhattan's elite, all pretending to give a damn about each other's lives over overpriced eggs Benedict. So like I was saying, Nicholas, my latest collection explores the duality of existence through mixed media. Sylvia leans forward, batting her eyelashes so dramatically I wonder if she's got something stuck in them. I use only the finest imported materials. The canvas alone costs more than most people's monthly rent. She adjusts her Cartier bracelet, making sure I notice it. I take a slow sip of the bitter liquid, letting it burn away my growing irritation. And what inspired this particular series? The question's purely mechanical, like everything else about this orchestrated date. Oh, you know. She waves her hand, adorned with designer rings. Life, society, the human condition. Her red lips curve into what she probably thinks is a mysterious smile. Her vague answer confirms what I've suspected since Mother arranged this little meetup. Sylvia's about as deep as a puddle when it comes to art, and her interest has nothing to do with creative expression and everything to do with my family's name and bank account. Typical. The fact that her mother is even including her in tomorrow's exhibition is laughable. That's fascinating. I check my watch. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the neo-expressionist movement? It's absolutely vital to contemporary art. She pushes her perfectly styled hair behind her ear. I mean, without it, where would we be? I hide my smirk behind my coffee cup. She hasn't answered the question, just like she's dodged every other specific inquiry about art history or technique. Speaking of contemporary art, I'm so excited to show you my pieces tomorrow at the gallery. She reaches across the table, her fingers brushing my arm. Maybe afterward we could grab dinner. I shift back, breaking the contact. Her fingers leave a chill on my skin that has nothing to do with the temperature. I've got a full schedule tomorrow. The showing will be my only stop, and even that's pushing it with everything on my plate. But surely you could... Business calls. I signal the waiter for the check, already reaching for my wallet. These setups are getting old fast. Mother may have suggested this brunch, but my time isn't as flexible as she'd like to believe. Not that she's ever given a damn about my schedule when it comes to her social engineering. Sylvia's practiced smile falters for a moment, that perfect mask slipping just enough to show her disappointment. Well, we should definitely do this again. Your mother mentioned you were often free on Sundays. Of course she did. Mother's matchmaking attempts are getting more transparent by the day. At 30, you'd think she'd trust me to handle my own damn love life without these orchestrated meet-cutes with society's eligible daughters. Nicholas. Sylvia's voice takes on that wheedling tone I've heard too many times before. We're having such a lovely time. Why rush off? I pull out several bills, leaving them on the table. The company's launching a new line next month. Deadlines wait for no one. But it's Friday! Her fingers dance across the tablecloth, inching toward mine. I withdraw my hand. Surely even CEOs need a day off. The fashion industry doesn't sleep. I stand, buttoning my jacket. Thanks for brunch. Wait. Her voice rises, drawing glances from nearby tables. Is there someone else? Your mother said you haven't dated anyone seriously in years. The question hits like a punch to the gut. Anna's face flashes through my mind. Her genuine smile, those eyes that saw right through my nonsense. I inhale sharply. It's complicated. Complicated? Sylvia's perfectly penciled eyebrows arch up. Oh, I get it. You're one of those guys who can't commit. Too busy playing the field? Her laugh turns bitter. Here, I thought you might actually be different from the other trust fund babies. You don't know a damn thing about me. My voice drops low, dangerous, or my personal life. Please, she rolls her eyes. Your reputation precedes you, Nicholas. Always at events with different women. Never settling down. Your mother warned me you might need... convincing. She reaches for my arm again. I just didn't think you'd be such a player about it. I step back, jaw clenched. This conversation's over. I'll see you around, Sylvia. The hell with being polite. I stride toward the exit, ignoring her indignant calls behind me. Mother's going to throw a fit when she hears about this, but I'm done playing her matchmaking games. I step onto Fifth Avenue, the late morning sun beating down on my shoulders. The brunch crowd spills onto the sidewalks, and I loosen my tie, needing to breathe. To escape. A young couple passes by, hands intertwined, lost in their own world. The guy whispers something in her ear, and she throws her head back laughing. Real laughter, not the practiced titter I've endured all morning. Her joy is genuine, unrestrained, nothing like the calculated giggles Sylvia used to try to win me over back there. My steps slow as I pass a storefront window. A family of 3 reflects back at me. Father crouched down, pointing out something to his toddler while the mother adjusts the stroller. The kid's got chocolate ice cream smeared across his face and his parents don't even care. They're just happy. The father scoops up his son, and the little boy squeals with delight. It's a simple moment, but it hits me like a punch to the gut. Something twists in my chest, an indescribable pain, a blossoming void. At 30, I'd always thought. I shove my hands in my pockets, forcing myself to keep walking. But the image sticks. That could have been me. Should have been me. The Everton legacy demands an heir, but not like this. Not with someone my mother handpicked to maintain her precious social standing. I want what that family has. Real love. Messy and imperfect and absolutely perfect. Another couple brushes past, the woman's pregnant belly leading the way. Her husband's hand rests protectively on her lower back, guiding her through the crowd. They can't be more than 25. Damn, I mutter, picking up my pace. These goddamn thoughts aren't helping anyone, but they crowd in anyway. Holidays spent alone in my penthouse, empty chairs at my dining table, coming home to nothing but silence and another drink. A kid's laughter pierces the air. I glance over to see a father swinging his daughter onto his shoulders. She squeals with delight, tiny hands gripping his hair. She has tiny pigtails on the top of her head, and there's a wide smile on her face. My throat tightens. I yank out my phone, pulling up my calendar. Work. That's what I need to focus on. The company. The new line. The endless meetings and deadlines that fill my days and leave no room for what? For the family I'll never have? For the love I let slip away? I jam the phone back in my pocket. These streets are too crowded, too full of everything I've lost. Everything I never knew I wanted until it was too late. The walk back to Everton Tower stretches longer than usual. Each step on Fifth Avenue's crowded sidewalk hammers home how empty my life has become. The familiar glass and steel monolith looms ahead, my prison disguised as success. Good morning, Mr. Everton. The doorman tips his hat. I manage a nod, striding through the lobby toward the executive elevator. The elevator doors slide shut. I loosen my tie, letting my head fall back against the wall. Years of running this company alongside my mother. And what do I have to show for it? A corner office, an empty penthouse, a string of meaningless dates arranged by a mother who thinks she knows what's best for me. My office door clicks shut behind me, and I sink into my chair. Family photos crowd my assistant's desk outside. Her kids' artwork, vacation snapshots, a Mother's Day card. My desk holds nothing but reports and contracts. What would you think of all this, Anna? The words escape before I can stop them. Even after all these years, I still catch myself talking to her sometimes, wondering what she'd say about the man I've become. The gallery opening tomorrow. Just another night of fake smiles and hollow conversations. Mother will be in her element, introducing me to suitable matches who care more about the Everton name than the man behind it. Women who see dollar signs instead of the scars I carry. The kind who'd rather discuss stock portfolios than dreams. But I'll go, show my face, make the rounds. Because that's what's expected of Nicholas Everton, CEO and heir to the fashion empire. I'll schmooze with artists, charm the critics, play the part of the perfect son just like I've done 1,000 times before. And then I'll come back here, to my empty office, my empty life, trying to fill the Anna-shaped hole in my heart with work and whiskey and whatever else I can find. Sometimes I wonder if she knows how much I still think about her, how every goddamn success feels hollow without her here to share it. The city stretches out below my window, millions of lives intertwining. Somewhere out there, she's living her life, without me. And I'm here, surrounded by everything money can buy, wanting the one thing it can't. My fingers press against the cool glass, tracing the skyline. Each light represents a story, a life, a dream. And somewhere in this vast sea of humanity, there's the only story that ever really mattered to me.
Chapter 5. Anna. I adjust the massive canvas against the pristine white wall, stepping back to ensure it hangs perfectly level. The abstract piece, a swirl of deep blues and golds, captures the essence of dreams and aspirations. My dreams, specifically. I've poured countless late nights into this collection, painting while Leo slept soundly in the same room. That's stunning, Anna. Marcus, the gallery curator, pauses beside me. Your work has evolved beautifully since your last showing. His experienced eye scans the piece, and I can tell he's already calculating its value, imagining potential buyers. Thank you so much. Pride swells in my chest as I survey the other pieces I've already mounted. Each one tells a story, fragments of my journey these past few years. The pain, the joy, the struggle of being a single mom while pursuing my passion. It's all there on the canvas for anyone willing to look deep enough. My phone buzzes. A text from Tabitha shows Leo grinning with chocolate ice cream smeared across his face. The sight makes me smile, even as I wish he could be here, experiencing this with me. But a gallery opening isn't exactly the place for an energetic 5-year-old, no matter how much he loves his mama's pretty pictures. Everything okay? Marcus asks, placing a hand on my shoulder. Marcus Wright has always been a good man to me, despite the fact he's often surrounded by high society clients. Perfect, just my son being his adorably messy self. Marcus nods, offering me a smile. Well, let me know if you need anything. Guests should start arriving in an hour. I move to the next piece, a smaller, more intimate painting of a child's silhouette against a window. Leo was my inspiration for this one, though he'd been fast asleep when I sketched the initial concept. The gallery space buzzes with activity as other artists arrange their work. The sound of drills echo off the high ceilings, mixing with excited chatter and the occasional curse when something doesn't align just right. I pull out my final piece from its protective wrapping. This one's different from the others. Darker, more raw, created during those long nights when memories wouldn't let me sleep. The canvas holds shades of crimson and black, with a single streak of light breaking through the darkness. This is the centerpiece? Marcus asks. Yes. I position it carefully on the feature wall. I call it Breakthrough. My hands shake slightly as I make the final adjustments. Everything has to be perfect. This exhibition could open doors I've been knocking on for years. Gallery representation, commissioned works, maybe even that studio space I've been eyeing downtown. A real chance to give Leo the life he deserves. I step back once more, taking in the complete display. My heart races with equal parts excitement and nerves. Years of work, countless sleepless nights, and endless determination have led to this moment. Anna Howell, you absolute genius. Cynthia's voice carries across the gallery as she strides toward me, her chunky silver jewelry catching the light. Her wild red hair bounces with each step, matching her vibrant personality. Hey, Cyn. I welcome her enthusiastic hug, careful not to bump the freshly mounted artwork. She pulls back, gripping my shoulders as her eyes dart between the pieces. Just look at the emotion in that one. She points to Breakthrough. The way you've captured that sliver of hope breaking through the darkness, it's powerful. You're too kind. I tuck a curl behind my ear, warmth spreading through my chest at her praise. And there you go again, being all modest. Cynthia crosses her arms. When are you going to accept that you're incredibly talented? Most artists in here walk around like they're God's gift to the art world. But you create these masterpieces and act like it's no big deal. I just pour my heart into it, that's all. I smooth my hand over my dress, a nervous habit. It's a simple thrift find that cost me $10. Maybe not the best choice for such an event, but it's what I could afford. That's exactly what I mean. She gestures at my collection. You've managed to raise an amazing kid while building this career. These pieces? They're not just paintings. They're pieces of your soul, Anna. Own that brilliance. My throat tightens at her words. Thank you, Cynthia. Really. Don't thank me. Just promise you'll stop downplaying your talent. The art world needs more authentic voices like yours. She rests a hand on my shoulder, throwing a glance behind her. Then she lets out a small huff. Speaking of God's gift to the art world, Cynthia leans in close, lowering her voice. Did you hear Sylvia Ashworth showcasing tonight? Charlotte's daughter. I adjust the lighting above one of my pieces. The one and only. Apparently, Mommy Dearest cleared an entire wall for her. Cynthia rolls her eyes so hard I worry they might get stuck. Talk about a Nepo baby. Have you seen her work? It's like she discovered paint yesterday and decided she's Picasso. Come on, Cyn. I shake my head, though my stomach tightens at the name. The Ashworths own half the galleries in the city, including the one we're standing in. Let's give her a chance. Everyone starts somewhere. Yeah, most of us start in cramped apartments painting between diaper changes, not in Daddy's converted garage with private tutors. The truth in her words stings. I think of my own journey, the countless rejections, the nights spent mixing paint colors, while Leo cooed in his pack and play beside my easel. The memory of painting with my son strapped to my chest in a baby carrier still makes my shoulders ache. At least you earned your spot here. Cynthia gestures to my collection. Unlike some people who just had it handed to them on a silver palette. I press my lips together, remembering how many doors stayed firmly shut until I built a reputation strong enough to crack them open. Money and influence open a lot of doors in this industry. That's just how it is. Doesn't make it right. No, I agree quietly. It doesn't. Good luck tonight, darling. May all your pieces find their perfect homes. Cynthia squeezes my arm before clicking away in her vintage heels, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Considering I'm done setting up my space, I decide to look around and see what other artists have on display. I wander through the gallery, gawking at anything that catches my attention. Abstract landscapes blend with hyper-realistic portraits, each piece fighting for attention in the space. The diversity of styles reminds me why I love these group shows. They're like visual conversations between different artistic voices. My steps slow as I approach Sylvia Ashworth's designated area. The space is twice the size of mine, prime real estate near the entrance. She stands in the center, designer dress catching the gallery lights, directing workers with precise gestures. No, that one needs to be higher. And make sure it's exactly level. These pieces require perfect symmetry. I study her paintings, if you can call them that. Each canvas features a single white line against a black background, or a solitary red dot floating in emptiness. The kind of work that makes people scratch their heads and wonder if they're missing something profound. Careful with that one. Sylvia's voice cuts through the air as a worker adjusts a particularly large canvas. That piece is called Existence, and it's priced at $30,000. I bite my lip, fighting back a reaction. $30,000 for a white circle on a gray background. Meanwhile, I agonized for weeks over pricing my most complex piece at $5,000. Perfect. Sylvia claps her hands together. Now, where's Marcus? I need to discuss the lighting situation. These pieces require specific illumination to achieve their full impact. The workers scatter like startled pigeons, leaving her alone in her stark white kingdom. Her art matches her personality, cold, calculated, privileged. Yet here we are, sharing the same gallery space, playing by different rules in the same game. I paste a polite smile on my face and approach Sylvia's display. These are quite striking. The minimalism really makes a statement. The words taste artificial on my tongue, but my mother always taught me to find something nice to say. Sylvia's perfectly manicured hand waves dismissively at the compliment. Thank you. It's an exploration of negative space and existential void. She barely glances my way, too focused on adjusting the angle of a frame containing a single black dot. The contrast is bold. I search for words that won't sound completely insincere. My boyfriend's coming to the opening tonight. Sylvia straightens her designer dress, though I doubt he'll understand the deeper meaning. He's more interested in numbers than art. Her nose wrinkles slightly. He's in fashion. You know how it is. I let out a small laugh, imagining some stuffed shirt version of Sylvia in a power suit, probably just as rigid and self-important. Well, sometimes it takes time to develop an appreciation for abstract work, I suppose. She checks her phone, her crimson nails clicking against the screen. Though I've tried explaining the philosophical underpinnings of my practice, and his eyes just glaze over. Poor guy, I think, holding back a smirk. Having to listen to lengthy explanations about white lines on black canvas probably isn't his idea of a fun evening. Excuse me? Sylvia says, already turning away. I need to speak with Marcus about the champagne selection for tonight. The vintage they suggested simply won't do. I watch her stride off, heels clicking against the polished floor, and can't help but wonder if her boyfriend knows what he's in for. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Nicholas. The champagne tastes like piss, but I keep sipping it anyway. Anything to avoid having to comment on the stark white canvas with a single black dot in its center that Sylvia keeps gesturing at with dramatic flourishes. The void represents our collective unconscious, Sylvia explains to a couple wearing matching beige outfits. The emptiness speaks to the human condition. I take another sip to hide my eye roll as the mediocre champagne burns down my throat. The only thing empty here is the meaning behind these pieces. I've sat through enough of these gallery openings to know genuine talent from manufactured controversy, and this isn't even trying to be the former. Sylvia flips her hair over her shoulder with practiced grace, her red lips curving into what she probably thinks is an enigmatic smile. The negative space forces us to confront our own insignificance in the universe. The beige couple nods sagely, as if she's spouting profound wisdom instead of pretentious nonsense. Christ, I can practically see their self-importance radiating off them like a force field. What do you think, Nicholas? Sylvia turns to me, batting her mascara-heavy eyelashes in that way she's been doing all evening. Her hand brushes my arm, and it takes everything in me not to step back. You've been so quiet. It's thought-provoking. I drain my glass, scanning the room for a server with more champagne. If I have to spend another hour here, I need reinforcements. I knew you'd understand the deeper meaning. She places her hand on my arm, squeezing gently. Most people just see emptiness, but you see beyond that. No, I definitely just see emptiness. And overpriced emptiness at that. The piece she's trying to sell costs more than what most people make in a month. 10,000 is really quite reasonable for such a statement piece. Sylvia continues her sales pitch to the couple. It would look stunning over a minimalist fireplace. I catch a glimpse of a server and make my escape. Let me get us fresh drinks. You're such a dear. Sylvia blows me a kiss before turning back to her potential buyers. Now let me tell you about my inspiration for this series. I weave through the crowd, dodging conversations about negative space and existential voids, the things I do to keep Mother happy. At least the champagne is free, even if it tastes like fermented disappointment. Finally free from Sylvia's orbit, I make my way through the gallery's west wing. Here, real artists display their work, pieces that actually stir something in the soul rather than just the wallet. A small alcove draws me in, bathed in soft lighting that creates intimate shadows across the walls. The collection hits me like a punch to the gut. 3 paintings, arranged in a triptych, tell a story that steals my breath. The first shows a woman, her face turned away, cradling her rounded belly. Golden light bathes her form, but darkness creeps in at the edges. The second depicts a small boy, maybe 4 or 5, reaching toward an empty chair. The third... Damn. The third painting shows the same woman, older now, sitting alone in a garden. Her eyes hold a weight I recognize. The burden of choices made and paths not taken. The artist's statement beside the pieces reads, "Moments between, a study of solitude and connection." There are many other paintings in this artist's collection, but these 3 catch my eye the most. My fingers trace the air inches from the canvas, following the curve of the woman's spine in the first painting. Something about her pose, the way she holds herself. It reminds me of Anna. The thought comes unbidden, unwanted, but impossible to shake. I turn around, seeking the artist, and my heart stops. Time freezes, then crashes forward all at once. Anna stands 20 feet away, radiant in a flowing dress that sets off her warm brown skin. Her curls cascade past her shoulders, catching the gallery lights like a halo. She's gesturing animatedly to a couple, her hands painting pictures in the air as she describes her work. "The interplay of light and shadow represents the duality in all of us," she explains, her voice carrying across the space. That voice. God, how many times have I dreamed about hearing it again? 5 years. 5 years since I last saw her walk away. Since my world imploded. She's even more beautiful now, if that's possible. There's a confidence in her stance, a glow that makes her practically vibrate with life. The couple nods enthusiastically, pointing to one of her larger pieces. Anna's face lights up with a smile that hits me like a physical blow. That smile used to be mine. My feet won't move. I'm rooted to this spot, drinking in every detail of her. The graceful curve of her neck as she tilts her head. The way her hands dance through the air when she speaks. The slight dimple in her left cheek that appears when she laughs. "We'll take it," the man says, and Anna's eyes sparkle with joy. "Thank you so much. This means the world to me." She pulls out her phone, presumably to arrange delivery details. I should walk away. Should turn around and forget I ever saw her. But I can't. Not when she's right here. Not when those paintings behind me tell a story I don't fully understand, but desperately need to. The couple moves away and Anna turns slightly, her gaze sweeping the gallery. In seconds, she'll see me. Everything will change. Again. My heart pounds as our eyes lock. Anna freezes, her phone slipping from her fingers into her purse. The air between us crackles with electricity, with 5 years of unspoken words. I move toward her, drawn by an invisible force I can't resist. "Anna." Her name falls from my lips like a prayer, rough with emotion. My hands ache to touch her, to make sure she's real and not another dream that'll fade with morning light. She doesn't back away, doesn't run. Instead, she takes a small step forward, her hazel eyes wide but steady, still holding that fierce determination I remember so well. Nicholas. The space between us vanishes. I reach for her hand, my fingers brushing against her soft skin. She lets me take it, and the contact sends sparks shooting up my arm, igniting every nerve ending. I can't believe you're here. 5 years. 5 years of emptiness, of wondering, of missing her like a lost limb. I know. Her voice is barely above a whisper, but it hits me like a punch to the gut. She glances down at our joined hands, then back up to my face. The gallery lights catch the gold flecks in her eyes, reminding me of lazy Sunday mornings when I'd count them while she slept. God, I've missed you. The words tumble out before I can stop them, raw and honest. My thumb traces circles on her palm, unable to break contact. How have you been? It's such an inadequate question for everything I want to know, everything I need to ask, but it's all I can manage while drowning in her presence. Her hand remains in mine, warm and real, and everything I've dreamed about for half a decade. The gallery lights catch the gold flecks in her eyes, reminding me of summer afternoons spent losing myself in their depths. Anna swallows hard, her throat working as she withdraws her hand from mine. I've been fine. Really good, actually. Her voice carries a practiced steadiness that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Why? The word scrapes out of my throat before I can stop it. Why did you disappear like that? One day we were planning our future, and the next... I step closer, lowering my voice. What did I do wrong, Anna? She shakes her head, those magnificent curls swaying with the motion, and my fingers itch to touch them one more time. It's too complicated to talk about now, Nicholas. Her fingers twist together in front of her, a nervous habit I remember all too well, one that used to make me want to gather her hands in mine and kiss away her anxiety. There's so much... I just can't. I nod, even as questions burn on my tongue. 5 years of wondering, of replaying every moment, trying to pinpoint where it all went wrong. Countless nights spent staring at my phone, willing it to ring with her voice on the other end. But I won't push. Not when she's finally standing in front of me again. Real and breathtaking and somehow even more beautiful than my memories. I understand. Thank you. Relief softens her features, and for a moment I catch a glimpse of the Anna I used to know. The one who'd curl up against me whenever she needed the extra warmth. Do you still live in the area? I ask, desperate to keep her talking, to maintain this fragile connection. Every second feels precious, like sand slipping through my fingers. Yeah, I do. I have a small one-bedroom apartment. It's not much, but it's enough. The way she says it, defensive yet proud, makes me wonder what she's not telling me. There's something in her voice, a weight to her words that wasn't there before. In the distance, I can hear Sylvia calling out my name. Holding back a grimace, I let go of Anna's hands and step back, giving her some distance. Can I see you again? After this? I ask. Anna perks a brow, leaning around me and noticing something behind me. Damn it. Is it Sylvia? Are you sure about that? Anna replies gently, a tentative edge to her words. Absolutely. I pull out a business card and slip it into her hand before turning away. Call me soon. Please. With that, I turn away and meet Sylvia halfway, placating her and leading her back to her space. Meanwhile, I resist the urge to turn around and meet Anna's gaze again. Otherwise, I'll just drop everything and return to her side like my heart is telling me to do.
Chapter 7. Anna. I stare at the embossed business card in my hand, running my thumb over the raised letters. Nicholas Everton, Chief Executive Officer at Everton Fashion House. My stomach twists. Of course he'd take over the family business. Exactly what his mother wanted. Across the gallery, I watch him stride back to Sylvia Ashworth's exhibit space, his broad shoulders filling out that perfectly tailored suit. She touches his arm, leaning in close to whisper something. The intimacy of the gesture makes my skin prickle. I slip the card into my pocket and return to my gallery space, but my hands shake as I adjust one of my paintings. 5 years. 5 whole years since I walked away from him, from us, from everything we could have been. Get it together, Anna, I mutter, squaring my shoulders. But the weight of his card burns in my pocket. That night replays in my head. The last time I saw him. His mother's cruel words still ring in my ears. You'll never be good enough for my son. And she was right, wasn't she? Here I am, struggling to make it as an artist, while Nicholas runs a fashion empire. I straighten another painting, but my eyes keep drifting to where he stands with Sylvia. She's exactly the type of woman Gwendolyn would approve of. Polished, prestigious, perfect, everything I'm not. Her designer dress probably costs more than my entire art collection, and the way she touches Nicholas's arm makes my stomach clench. My phone buzzes. Another picture from Tabitha, updating me about Leo's status for the evening. Our son. The secret I've kept from Nicholas for 5 years. One of the reasons I had to walk away. The photo shows Leo fast asleep, clutching his favorite dinosaur toy, his curls wild against the pillow. Those blue eyes, so like his father's, are peacefully closed. The business card feels heavier with each passing second. Having him back in my life, even briefly, threatens everything I've built, every wall I've constructed, every careful plan I've made. My fingers trace the embossed lettering of Everton Fashion House, and I swallow hard. But damn if seeing him doesn't make me feel 23 again, heart racing, palms sweating, wondering what could have been. He still commands attention like no one else, his presence filling the gallery like a force of nature. The way his jaw clenches when he's deep in thought, how his hands move when he speaks. It's all exactly as I remember, and it's all still dangerous as hell to my peace of mind. A woman in a sleek black dress approaches my display, her eyes fixed on my largest piece, an abstract interpretation of motherhood rendered in deep blues and golds. The technique here is extraordinary. She leans closer. The layering creates such depth. I explain my process, the specialized tools I use to achieve the textured effect. Her eyes light up, and within minutes, she's pulling out her phone to process payment. Another sale. My heart soars as I update my inventory list. That's the 8th piece tonight. The relief floods through me. 3 months of rent and groceries secured. Maybe I can finally replace Leo's worn-out sneakers too. Your work speaks to the soul. An older gentleman gestures to one of my smaller pieces. The raw emotion here, it's powerful. 2 more sales follow in quick succession. I'm updating prices on my website when movement catches my eye. Nicholas shifts position across the gallery, now standing by the wine bar. My fingers freeze over my phone screen. Even from here, his presence dominates the space. Focus, Anna. I force my attention back to the couple examining my remaining pieces. They're debating between 2 paintings, and I guide them through the inspiration behind each one. My hands gesture animatedly as I explain how the sunset inspired the vibrant oranges in one piece, while childhood memories of summer rain influence the other. They choose both. By the time the evening winds down, only 3 pieces remain unsold. The success should have me floating, but Nicholas's proximity keeps my nerves razor sharp. I catch myself avoiding the left side of my display space, the side closest to where he's been standing. Every time I sense movement from that direction, my stomach does an unwelcome flip. Sighing, I take a deep breath and straighten my shoulders. The sales from tonight mean stability. They mean security. They mean I can keep providing for my son without anyone's help, especially not the Evertons. I run my fingers along the edge of my display table, reminding myself that I built this career from nothing. No silver spoons, no family connections, just raw talent and determination. And tonight proves it was all worth it. I carefully wrapped the first painting in protective material, securing the corners with practiced movements. These 3 pieces might not have sold tonight, but they're still my children. Each brushstroke holds a piece of my soul. Anna, you've outdone yourself. Marcus approaches with a champagne flute in hand, his silver-streaked hair catching the gallery lights. 12 pieces sold in one evening? That's remarkable. I couldn't have done it without you. I pause my wrapping to face him. You took a chance on an unknown artist. Please. He waves his hand. I know talent when I see it. The way you capture emotion in your abstracts, it's visceral, raw. His enthusiasm makes me smile. Marcus has been more than just a curator. He's been a mentor, believing in me when most galleries wouldn't give me a second glance. Still, thank you. For everything. I touch his arm briefly. The guidance, the opportunity, it means so much to me. Marcus laughs, the sound warm and genuine. You've come so far from that nervous artist who couldn't make small talk. Now look at you, commanding the room, closing sales left and right. The hairs on my neck stand up. That familiar electricity in the air tells me Nicholas is watching. I don't need to turn around to confirm it. His presence burns into my back like a brand. Next exhibition will need a bigger space. Marcus gestures at my empty display. Your work deserves it. I risk a glance toward Nicholas. He's gripping his wine glass too tight, jaw clenched as he observes our interaction. That muscle in his cheek twitches, the same tell he had 5 years ago when something bothered him. I should finish packing these up. I return to wrapping the second painting, my movements more deliberate than necessary. Of course. Marcus squeezes my shoulder. We'll talk soon about that spring showcase I mentioned. It's clear that you can sell, so I would like you to be a part of that upcoming event if you're interested. I nod, watching him go. Trying to ignore the lingering feel of Nicholas's gaze on me, I continue packing up the rest of my paintings, guiding them out to my small car that awaits me in the parking lot. It's not as packed as it was earlier this evening, thank God. I hate post-event traffic. I carefully stack the wrapped paintings in my trunk, making sure nothing will shift during the drive home. Each piece represents hours of work, and the last thing I need is damaged art after such a successful night. After closing the trunk, I circle to the driver's side, fishing my phone from my purse. On my way home, I text Tabitha. How's my little man? Her response comes quickly. Still sleeping like an angel? Take your time. I smile at the new photo she sends. Leo sprawled across his bed, one arm dangling off the side, his favorite dinosaur t-shirt twisted around his small frame. My heart aches to get home and kiss his forehead, breathe in that sweet smell of his shampoo. God, even after a night like this, with all its complications and surprises, he's still the best thing that's ever happened to me. My anchor in the storm. Anna. My whole body freezes at that voice, that deep, commanding voice I'd know anywhere. The sound of rapid footsteps approaches from behind. I grip my car door handle, considering making a dash for it, but I'm not quick enough. Anna, wait. Nicholas jogs up, slightly out of breath. His presence fills the space between us, making the parking lot feel impossibly small. I was hoping to catch you before you left. I turn to face him, keeping my car door between us like a shield. What are you doing, Nicholas? Shouldn't you be inside with Sylvia? I heard she has a boyfriend. Sylvia? His eyebrows shoot up. You mean the woman my mother's been desperately trying to set me up with for months? He shakes his head, running a hand through his hair. I'm not interested. Never have been. That's not surprising. The words slip out before I can stop them. His mother's matchmaking attempts were legendary, even when we dated. Nicholas steps closer, his cologne hitting me with a wave of memories. Anna, seeing you tonight? His voice drops lower, rougher. I can't walk away again. I won't. My heart stutters. The intensity in those blue eyes pins me in place. What are you saying? I'm saying that after 5 years, you still... He closes his eyes for a moment, like he's gathering strength. Damn, I don't want to lose you again. Not when fate or destiny or whatever the hell this has brought you back into my life. The admission knocks the breath from my lungs. I grip the car door tighter, trying to steady myself. Of all the things I expected him to say, this wasn't one of them. The raw honesty in his voice makes my carefully constructed walls tremble. Nicholas, But what can I say? That I have our son waiting at home? That his mother's threats still haunt me? That every time I look at him, I see both everything I wanted and everything I had to run from? My God, what am I going to do about this?
Chapter 8. Nicholas. Just one date, Anna. Like the good old times. I step closer, watching her breath catch. Give me a chance to make things right between us. I don't know what went wrong the first time around, but things are different now. Her eyes dart away from mine. Nicholas, it's not that simple. Why not? My palm presses against her car window, bringing me into her space. We're not kids anymore. No one can dictate our choices now. Not even Mother, I muse to myself. You don't understand. She crosses her arms, creating a barrier between us. The same defensive posture she used to take whenever we argued back then. Then help me understand. The frustration bleeds into my voice, my control slipping. 5 years, Anna. 5 years I've thought about you. Wondered what went wrong. Every damn day. Her fingers twist around her car keys, metal jingling with her nervous energy. A lot has changed since then. The way she says it makes my gut clench, like she's holding back something massive. Not everything. I lower my voice, willing her to look at me, to see the truth in my eyes. Not how I feel about you. That's the one constant in my life. Nicholas, tell me you don't feel it too! My free hand reaches for hers, but she pulls back like I'm made of fire. Damn, that stings. This connection between us. It's still there. I know you sense it just as strongly as I do. A war of emotions plays across her features, and for a moment I see a crack in her armor. I can't just jump back into this. There were complications. The way she hesitates on that last word sets off warning bells in my head. I don't give a damn about complications. The space between us crackles with tension, making my skin feel too tight, too hot. Every cell in my body screams to close the distance between us. One date, that's all I'm asking for. Just a chance to show you how different things could be. She shakes her head, but I catch the slight tremor in her movement. Those beautiful hazel eyes dart away from mine like she can't bear to look at me. You're making this harder than it needs to be. And you're running away again. My words hit their mark. I see it in the way her shoulders stiffen, in how her fingers clench at her sides. The truth hurts us both, but I won't back down. Not this time. What are you afraid of, Anna? Because this thing between us? It's not going away just because you're trying to ignore it. Her gaze finally meets mine, filled with an intensity that catches me off guard. There's something raw and vulnerable in her expression that makes my chest ache. You have no idea what you're asking for. The way she says it, like she's carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders, only makes me more determined to break down her walls. I know exactly what I'm asking for. My voice drops low, charged with years of longing, years of missing her, of yearning for her. I'm asking for you, Anna. That's all I've ever wanted. Her lips part, eyes widening at my declaration. The parking lot around us fades away until there's nothing but this moment. The space between us where the truth finally hangs in the open air. She draws in a shaky breath, fingers loosening their death grip on her keys. "You're still so..." She trails off, shaking her head with disbelief and something else, something that looks dangerously close to hope. "Still so what?" "Direct. Intense." A ghost of a smile touches her lips. "You always did know how to throw me off balance." "Good. Maybe it'll work in my favor this time." Her expression shifts, like she's coming to a decision. "There's something I want to show you." She straightens her spine, some of that old fire returning to her eyes. "I have a gallery. My own space, where I showcase my work." My heart kicks against my ribs. "You made it happen?" "Your own gallery." "I did." "It's small and crammed, but it's mine. I rent out that space to work and display my things in. Sometimes people come in and buy paintings from me directly. I'm even starting up an online shop for my art. It's a whole thing." Pride colors her voice. "We could start there and maybe..." She tucks a curl behind her ear. "There's this pizza place around the corner." Nothing fancy, but... "Yes." The word bursts out before she can finish. "To all of it. The gallery, the pizza, whatever you want." Damn, I sound desperate, but I don't care. 5 years of regret makes a man lose his pride real quick. She laughs, actually laughs, and the sound hits me like a shot of pure sunshine. That laugh could bring me to my knees. Most people would at least ask, what time? Name it. I'll clear my schedule. And I mean it. I'd cancel every damn meeting from here to next year if it meant spending time with her. Tomorrow, around 7, I'll be there. I step back, giving her space to breathe, though every instinct screams to stay close. My fingers itch to reach for her, to make sure she won't disappear again. Just send me the address. The words come out rougher than I intend, betraying how much this means to me. Anna pulls out her phone, tapping at the screen before looking up at me with a small smile. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Oh, thank God. She didn't trash my business card. There. Now you have the address. She opens her car door, creating a barrier between us. See you tomorrow. I step back, watching as she slides into the driver's seat. Her engine purrs to life, and I track her car until it disappears around the corner of the parking lot. The spot where she stood feels emptier now, like all the air got sucked out with her departure. What do you think you're doing? The harsh voice snaps me out of my daze. I turn to find Sylvia Ashworth storming toward me from the gallery's back entrance, her face twisted with fury. She shoves at my chest with everything she's got. Are you out of your mind? After everything. Back off. I catch her wrists before she can push me again, my voice dropping to a dangerous level. The tendons in my jaw flex as I grind my teeth. What I do is none of your business. None of my... She yanks her hands free. You literally came to this event as my date, you jerk. We aren't dating, Sylvia. The words come out cold, final. My patience is wearing dangerously thin. We never were. You're just a girl my mom wanted to set me up with. That's it. Don't make it into something it wasn't. She takes a step closer, jabbing her manicured finger at my chest. So what? You're just going to chase after some random artist? I saw how you looked at her. I said back off. The command in my voice could cut steel. This conversation is over. Sylvia's mascara runs down her cheeks. Just wait until your mother hears about this. And my mother, you know she'll be livid. They both will be pissed at you. Go ahead. I shrug, sliding my hands into my pockets. Tell them whatever dramatic story you want. I don't give a damn anymore. You'll regret this. Her voice cracks. Your mother and mine have been planning our future for months. They can plan all they want. I'm done being their puppet. She lets out a choked sob and storms off toward the gallery entrance, slamming the door behind her. I lean against the car behind me, tension draining from my shoulders. The evening air feels lighter somehow, cleaner. For the first time in years, I can breathe without the weight of expectations crushing my chest. Anna's gallery address burns in my phone like a beacon of hope. Tomorrow night can't come fast enough. My fingers trace over the screen, reading her message again. It's real. She's real. And this time, I won't let anyone, not Mother, not Sylvia, not their society nonsense, come between us. The parking lot empties around me as other guests leave the gallery event, but I barely notice them. My mind races with possibilities, with the way Anna looked as she navigated through her exhibition space, with the ghost of that smile that used to drive me wild. She still moves with that quiet confidence, that magnetic energy that draws everyone's attention without even trying. 5 years of going through the motions, of empty relationships and meaningless dates arranged by Mother, all wash away in the wake of 10 minutes with Anna. She's always been the only one who made me feel alive. Every other woman paled in comparison, their practiced laughs and calculated touches making my skin crawl. But Anna, just standing near her sets my blood on fire. I pull out my phone and cancel tomorrow's meetings with a few quick texts. Nothing matters more than making things right with her. Let Mother throw her usual fit about responsibilities and appearances. I'm done letting her puppet strings control my life. Tomorrow night, I'll lay all my cards on the table. Anna deserves nothing less than my complete honesty, even if it scares me being this vulnerable with someone again. But this isn't just someone. This is Anna Howell, the woman who has always held a piece of my heart.
Chapter 9. Anna. I pace between the art pieces, adjusting frames that don't need adjusting. My fingers tremble. The clock on the wall reads 6:45 p.m. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes until he's supposed to be here, and I can't decide if I want time to speed up or stop completely. Leo zooms past me, making airplane noises with his new remote-controlled helicopter. Watch this, Mommy. It goes so high. His excitement fills the gallery, bouncing off the walls like an echo of joy. Careful, baby. Don't crash it into any paintings. My voice comes out shakier than intended. God, I sound like a nervous teenager instead of a successful artist. I won't. Leo's determined face reminds me so much of Nicholas that my chest tightens. Those same blue eyes, that focused expression, the way his little brow furrows when he concentrates. It's like looking at a miniature version of his father. I smooth down my green dress for the 100th time, wondering if I should have worn the black one instead. The success of yesterday's exhibition still feels surreal. The sales, the acclaim, the unexpected reunion. And now, Nicholas is coming here. To my gallery. After 5 years. 5 years of building my life without him. And one chance meeting has thrown everything into chaos. My hands won't stop shaking, and my stomach's doing backflips like it's trying out for the Olympics. Can I show my helicopter to your friend? Leo lands his toy with surprising precision on the front desk. Of course you can, sweetheart. I check my phone. 6:52 p.m. Just remember what we talked about. Inside voice, gentle with the toy. I know. He rolls his eyes in that adorable way only 5-year-olds can manage. You already told me like 1,000,000 times. I laugh, but it sounds hollow. My son has no idea he's about to meet his father. The thought makes my stomach flip. The bell above the door chimes. My heart stops. You're early, I whisper, though I meant to sound normal. My fingers grip the edge of the desk so hard that my knuckles ache. Nicholas fills the doorway in a beautiful charcoal suit. His blue eyes lock with mine, intense and searching, then drift to Leo, who's already running forward with his helicopter. My heart threatens to burst watching them in the same room. Look what I got. It can do flips and everything. Leo holds up his toy, beaming. He's bouncing on his toes, completely oblivious to how this moment is shattering my world. I watch Nicholas's face as he takes in our son's features for the second time. His jaw clenches. Those eyes, identical to Leo's, shine with something raw and powerful. The same eyes that used to look at me with such love now hold a storm of emotions I can't even begin to untangle. That's really cool, Nicholas says, his voice rough with barely contained emotion. Want to show me how it works? He crouches down to Leo's level, and the gesture is so natural it makes my chest ache. I can barely breathe watching them together. Leo demonstrates his helicopter skills with enthusiastic swoops and dives, while Nicholas hangs on every word. He asks questions about the controls, laughs at Leo's sound effects, matches his energy, like they've known each other forever. And then, Leo waves his arms. I crashed it into the couch, but Mommy helped me fix it. She's good at fixing things. Nicholas's voice carries a weight Leo doesn't notice. My son bounces off to retrieve his backpack, probably to show off more toys, and Nicholas rises to his full height. His gaze sweeps across the gallery walls, taking in my newest pieces. I catch myself studying his profile, the way his jaw tightens as he absorbs each painting. These are incredible, Anna. He moves closer to a vibrant abstract that sold 2 days ago. Your work has evolved. His fingers hover near the canvas like he wants to touch it, to feel the texture beneath. Thank you. I straighten a business card holder that doesn't need straightening, desperate for something to do with my hands. The space between us crackles with unspoken words. He pauses at the corner of my gallery, the space I've dedicated to Leo's artwork. Crayon masterpieces and finger paintings hang proudly alongside my professional pieces. Nicholas stares at them, his shoulders tense. I see the moment it hits him. These are the first 5 years of his son's life, captured in messy rainbows and stick figures. Every precious milestone he missed displayed right here on my wall. This one's my favorite. He points to a stick figure family Leo drew last week, mother and child holding hands under a rainbow sky. My heart clenches at the empty space beside us in the drawing, the spot where a father should be. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words. When he turns to face me, his eyes are dark with emotion. The intensity of his gaze pins me in place, and I fight the urge to look away, to shield myself from the raw pain I see there. Anna? His voice comes out rough, almost strangled. Is he mine? The question I've been dreading hits me like a physical blow. My hands grip the desk edge harder, anchoring me to the moment. The wood grain bites into my palms, and I welcome the sting. It keeps me present when everything inside me wants to run. Yes. The word falls between us like a stone in still water, creating ripples that will change everything. Nicholas nods, his expression unreadable. My stomach twists into knots as I wait for anger, accusations, anything. But his face softens into a smile that makes my heart skip. Leo bounds back to us, helicopter still whirring in his hands. Can we show it to the people outside? Nicholas glances at me, then back to Leo. Actually, I was thinking about pizza. There's this great place around the corner. The one with the spinning sign? I blurt out, surprised he remembers my casual mention from yesterday. That's the one. What do you say, buddy? Up for some pizza? Leo's eyes light up. Can we go, Mommy? Please. I grab my purse, hands trembling slightly as I fish out my keys. Let me just lock up. The evening air wraps around us as we step outside. Leo skips ahead, making his helicopter dance through the air. Nicholas walks beside me, close enough that our shoulders almost touch. The familiar scent of his cologne brings back a flood of memories I've tried so hard to suppress. I can't believe I found you again. Nicholas's voice is low, meant only for me. Both of you. My son. He says the last words with such wonder, such reverence, that tears prick at my eyes. Leo spins around, grinning. Look! It's doing a barrel roll. That's awesome! Nicholas calls out, his smile mirroring our son's. The joy radiating from both of them makes my chest tight. We walk down the sidewalk together, and for a moment, it feels like we're just a normal family heading out for dinner. Not a complicated mess of secrets and lost time. Not 5 years of separation and unspoken words. Anna. Nicholas's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I'm so happy I found you again. Finding out about Leo, it's more than I ever dreamed possible. When we reached the pizza place, Leo nearly burst at the seams with excitement. We settle into a corner booth at the pizzeria, Leo sandwiched between us. He chatters about his helicopter while coloring the kids' menu, completely at ease with Nicholas in a way that makes my chest ache. I should tell you something. I fold and unfold my napkin, struggling to meet Nicholas's eyes. Your world, it's so different from ours. Your mother made that very clear 5 years ago. Nicholas's jaw tightens. Anna, no, please. Let me finish. I watch Leo concentrate on staying in the lines of his drawing. We've built a life here. It's not fancy, but it's ours. And your mother, she'd never accept us. Not Leo, not me. Look at me. Nicholas leans forward, his voice dropping low enough that Leo won't hear. I don't give a damn what my mother thinks. Do you understand? I just found out I have a son. This amazing, brilliant little boy who's half you and half me. Nothing else matters. But your company, your life. I drop it all. His hand slides across the table, fingers brushing mine, sending sparks dancing across my skin. In a heartbeat, I'd walk away from everything to be with you both. My heart swells so much it hurts. The intensity in his deep blue eyes, the conviction in his voice, it's everything I'd dreamed of hearing 5 years ago. Everything I'd imagined during those lonely nights when Leo was a newborn, and I desperately wished Nicholas had been there to share those precious moments. Done. Leo holds up his completed coloring page, breaking the moment. His face beams with pride, those familiar blue eyes, so like his father's, sparkling with excitement. Can I put it on your fridge? Nicholas's voice comes out rough with emotion. Of course you can, buddy. I'd love that. He squeezes my fingers gently, and I notice he hasn't let go of my hand. The simple exchange sends warmth flooding through my chest. Watching them together, seeing how naturally they've fallen into this connection, makes my walls start to crumble. Maybe, just maybe, we can make this work. God knows I want to believe him, want to trust in this second chance we've been given. And why not? I want to be happy. I want to experience this with Nicholas for the second time around. My heart knows what it wants, and I'd be a fool to say no.
Chapter 10. Nicholas. The aroma of melting cheese and fresh basil fills the cozy pizzeria as I watch Leo carefully fold his slice in half, his tiny hands mimicking exactly how I showed him moments ago. Like this, his blue eyes, my eyes, sparkle up at me. Perfect form, buddy. You're a natural. My chest swells with pride at this simple moment. Every little thing he does amazes me. The way he scrunches his nose when he concentrates. How his curls bounce when he nods. The infectious giggle when sauce drips down his chin. Mommy, look! I'm eating it like Nicholas. Anna dabs his face with the napkin, her smile soft and genuine. Something in my chest tightens at the sight of her being so tender with our son. I see that, baby. Much less messy than your usual method. I used to make such a mess with pizza when I was your age. I lean in closer to Leo, catching a whiff of his shampoo. It smells like the same brand I used as a kid. Damn, it's these little coincidences that keep hitting me right in the gut. Want to know a secret? Sometimes I still do, especially with those massive New York slices they serve downtown. Leo's eyes widen, those familiar blue eyes that I see in the mirror every morning. But you're a grown-up. Even grown-ups aren't perfect. I wink at him, and he dissolves into giggles. The sound makes everything in me light up. 5 years. I missed 5 years of these precious moments. Can you teach me other stuff too? Leo asks between bites, sauce smeared at the corner of his mouth. What kind of stuff would you like to learn? I lean back, trying to appear casual while my heart threatens to burst. Every second with him feels like a gift I don't deserve, but damn if I'm not going to grab onto it with both hands. Everything! He throws his arms wide, nearly knocking over his cup of juice. Anna catches it just in time. Like how to tie shoes and catch really high balls and build tall buildings. Slow down there, Tiger. I catch Anna's eye across the table, and the warmth in her gaze makes my heart skip. We've got plenty of time for all that. Promise? The hope in his voice hits me square in the chest. This beautiful, perfect little boy is my son. My son. The word still feels surreal. Promise. I lean over and ruffle his curls, marveling at how natural this feels. Like I've been doing it his whole life instead of just meeting him days ago. Leo launches into an animated story about his adventures at preschool, complete with sound effects and dramatic hand gestures. I hang on every word, storing away each detail, trying to make up for all the stories I've missed. After we finish the last bites of pizza, I wave down our server. Check, please. Oh, I can split! Anna starts to reach for her purse. Not a chance. I pull out my wallet, sliding my black card onto the table. My treat. Anna sends me a grateful smile, mouthing thank you as we gather our things and make our way out the door after the waiter puts the charge on my card. The walk home fills with Leo's endless chatter about pizza folding techniques and his theories on why the moon follows us everywhere. Every few steps, his small hand reaches up to grab mine, then releases to skip ahead, then returns again. Each touch sends a jolt of joy through me. This is our building. Anna gestures to a red brick apartment complex. The neighborhood's decent, not luxury by any means, but well-maintained. Would it be okay if I came up? The words tumble out before I can stop them. Just for a little while? Anna hesitates for a moment, her keys jingling in her hand. Of course. Leo would love that. The elevator ride to the 4th floor is a symphony of Leo's excitement. Wait till you see my room. I have so many drawings, and my dinosaur collection, and my space rocket bed. Baby, it's already past your bedtime. Anna's voice is gentle but firm as she unlocks their door. But Mom! Nicholas hasn't seen anything yet. Leo's bottom lip quivers. Please, just 5 minutes? Tell you what. I kneel down to his level, my heart clenching at how much he wants to share his world with me. How about we save the grand tour for another time? That way we can really take our time looking at everything. You'll come back? Those blue eyes, my eyes, search my face with an intensity that makes my chest tight. Damn, I've missed so much already. Wild horses couldn't keep me away. I ruffle his curls, memorizing how soft they feel between my fingers. Plus, I need to see this space rocket bed. Sounds pretty awesome. It is. It has real lights and everything. He yawns mid-sentence, betraying his exhaustion. His little shoulders slump forward, and I have to resist the urge to pick him up myself. Come on, spaceman. Anna scoops him up, and the sight of them together, my son in his mother's arms, hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. Time for all astronauts to hit the launch pad. I linger in the small living room while Anna takes Leo to get ready for bed. The apartment is cozy, but cramped. Definitely a one-bedroom setup. Through the partially open door, I glimpse dinosaur decals on the walls and a twin bed shaped like a rocket ship next to what must be Anna's full-size bed. My chest tightens. They've been sharing this tiny space all this time, while I've been living in my penthouse downtown. Anna emerges 15 minutes later, closing the bedroom door quietly behind her. He's out like a light. Would you like some tea? I've got chamomile or green. Green would be great, thanks. I settle at the small dining table while she fills the kettle. The domesticity of watching her move around the kitchen hits me hard. This could have been my life. Should have been my life. Our life. She places 2 steaming mugs on the table and sits across from me. You're amazing with him. He's incredible, Anna. Smart. Funny. I wrap my hands around the warm mug, drawing comfort from its heat. The way his mind works, how he sees the world, it's amazing. I want to be part of his life. Really be there for him, for everything. I'd like that. Her smile is soft, genuine, making my chest tighten with longing. But Nicholas... She traces the rim of her mug, a nervous gesture I remember from years ago. If you're going to be in his life, you have to stay. No disappearing acts. It would destroy him. I'm not going anywhere. I reach across the table without hesitation, covering her hand with mine. Her skin is just as soft as I remember, and the simple touch sends electricity through my veins. I've already missed 5 years. Nothing could keep me from him now. From both of you. The company, my mother, none of it matters compared to this. Promise? I swear it. The intensity in my voice surprises even me, raw with emotion and determination. Whatever it takes, I'll move heaven and earth if I have to. You two are my priority now. Anna nods, her fingers curling slightly under mine. The dim kitchen light catches the flecks of gold in her hazel eyes. And damn if she isn't the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I know my mother. The words taste bitter on my tongue. What she did to you, to us, was unforgivable. But she doesn't control me anymore. I've spent 5 years living by her rules, and look what it cost me. I lift Anna's hand to my lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. Her breath catches, the sound sending heat coursing through my veins. My thumb traces slow circles on her skin, memorizing the delicate bones beneath. Nicholas. Her voice comes out husky, stirring something primal inside me. I want to pull her into my arms. Want to taste those full lips again, to feel her body pressed against mine like we used to. The air between us crackles with electricity, 5 years of denied passion threatening to explode. My fingers itch to tangle in those wild curls, to trace the curves I've dreamed about every night since she walked away from me. But I hold back. This isn't just about us anymore. We have Leo to consider. Moving too fast could complicate everything. Our son deserves better than 2 people who can't control themselves. So I keep my touch gentle, though it kills me. Keep stroking her soft skin while fighting every instinct screaming at me to claim her mouth with mine. To press her against the nearest wall and make up for 5 years of lost time. My control hangs by a thread. I'm not the same man who let you go. My voice comes out rough, raw with restraint. I know what matters now, and I swear to God, Anna, nothing matters more than you and Leo. I hope you're right, Anna whispers. I don't want to lose you again, Nicholas. My eyes close at the vulnerability in her voice, and I struggle to swallow past the emotion choking me. I never want to lose you again. I'll spend the rest of my life making sure that doesn't happen.
Chapter 11. Anna. I'm in my bedroom, sunlight dancing through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow on the hardwood floor. The apartment is quiet, too quiet. Leo must be at school, but I can't recall the morning rush, the hurried cereal breakfast, or the kiss goodbye. My brain is fuzzy around the edges, like an old photograph. I shake off the strange feeling, attributing it to a restless night. The bedsheets are a twisted mess around me, evidence of my tossing and turning. I'm about to swing my legs off the bed when a shadow falls across the doorway. I look up, and there he is, Nicholas. His tall frame fills the space, his blue eyes intense, locked onto mine. No words are exchanged, no greetings or explanations. This is a dream, it must be. Yet it feels so real. Nicholas? I ask, narrowing my eyes. What are you doing here? I couldn't stay away from you, Anna. He strides towards me, each step measured, confident. The mattress dips as he sits on the edge, his hand cupping my cheek. His touch is warm, firm, and my heart skips a traitorous beat. I open my mouth to speak, to ask what he's doing here, but his lips are on mine before I can form a single word. The kiss is passionate, demanding. His fingers tangle in my hair, pulling me closer. I melt into him, my body remembering his touch, his taste. It's a deep, soul-searing kiss, one that erases years of distance and heartache. I respond with equal fervor, my hands gripping his shoulders, losing myself in the moment. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. Damn it. A dream. Just a dream. I run a hand over my face, taking a deep breath to steady myself. My body is slick with sweat, my pulse still racing. I can almost feel Nicholas's hands on me, his mouth. I shake my head, dispelling the lingering sensation. The room is quiet, the only sound the soft hum of the nightlight in the corner. Leo's bed is a vague shape across the room, his small form huddled under the blankets, his breathing deep and even. He's out cold, lost in his own dreams. I sit up, swinging my legs off the bed. The cool air hits my heated skin, sending a shiver down my spine. I pad softly across the room, my feet silent on the hardwood floor. I need a glass of water, something to cool me down, to ground me in reality. The kitchen is bathed in the soft glow of the moon, casting long shadows across the counter. I grab a glass from the cabinet, filling it with water from the tap. I drink deeply, the cool liquid soothing my parched throat. Setting the glass down, I brace my hands on the counter, taking a deep breath. It was just a dream, Anna. Just a dream. But it felt so real. Nicholas's touch, his voice, I squeeze my eyes shut, pushing the thoughts away. I can't go down this road again. I can't let him consume me, not after everything that's happened. I have Leo to think about now. I have my art, my life. I don't need Nicholas Everton complicating things again. But as I stand there in the quiet of the night, I can't shake the feeling that something has shifted. That dream, it stirred something inside me, something I thought I'd buried long ago. I push off the counter, turning to head back to bed. But as I do, I catch sight of something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, a movement. I freeze, my heart leaping into my throat. But it's just the curtain, rustling in the breeze from the open window. I let out a shaky laugh, pressing a hand to my chest. I'm on edge, that's all. It's just the dream, messing with my head. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. I need to get back to bed, to put this dream behind me. One day with Nicholas and I'm obsessing about him all over again. What an amateur move. But as I climb back into bed, pulling the sheets up around me, I can't shake the feeling that forgetting Nicholas is easier said than done, especially when my body still aches for his touch. I close my eyes, but sleep evades me. My mind races with thoughts of Nicholas, of our rekindled connection, of the complications that loom ahead. Gwendolyn's face materializes in my mind, those cold gray eyes, that disapproving sneer. The same expression she wore when she caught Nicholas and me together all those years ago. "You'll never be good enough for him," her words echo in my head. I roll onto my side, watching Leo's small form rise and fall with each breath. His curls spill across his pillow, so much like mine, but those eyes, those striking blue eyes that match his father's perfectly. How will Gwendolyn react when she sees him? Will she reject him the way she rejected me? My chest tightens at the thought. Leo deserves better than that. He's innocent in all of this, pure and untouched by the prejudices of the world. The thought of him facing rejection from his own grandmother makes me physically ill. A car passes outside, its headlights sweeping across the ceiling. In the brief illumination, I catch sight of Leo's favorite stuffed dinosaur tucked under his arm. Such a sweet, precious boy. He's already asking questions about his father, innocent ones that break my heart each time. Now that Nicholas is back in the picture, those questions will only multiply. I pull my knees to my chest, trying to make myself smaller, as if I could somehow hide from the storm I know is coming. Gwendolyn Everton isn't just going to accept this situation. She'll fight, tooth and nail, to protect her precious family name. And now there's so much more at stake. It's not just about me anymore. It's about Leo. My baby stirs in his sleep, mumbling something about cookies. Despite my anxiety, a small smile tugs at my lips. He's worth it. He's worth every battle I'll have to fight, every nasty word Gwendolyn might throw my way. I just hope Nicholas feels the same way. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Nicholas. I lean back in my leather chair, studying the spring collection sketches spread across my desk. The designs are good, damn good, but something feels missing. James, my head creative director, points to one of the more avant-garde pieces, his enthusiasm evident in the way he keeps shifting his weight from foot to foot. The design team really pushed boundaries with this one. The asymmetrical cuts combined with sustainable materials could position us ahead of... The door flies open with enough force to rattle the awards on my wall. My mother strides in like she owns the place, which technically she still does, her Louboutin clicking against the hardwood floor with military precision. That familiar expression of determination is plastered across her face, the one I've grown to dread since childhood. Whatever she's here for, it won't be good. James, you need to leave, now. Her tone brooks no argument, sharp as a razor's edge. I slam my palm on the desk hard enough to make the coffee in my mug ripple. What the hell, Mother? We're in the middle of an important meeting. My jaw clenches as I stare her down, already feeling the headache forming behind my eyes. This is more important. She doesn't even look at me, keeping her steely gaze fixed on James. Out. James glances between us, clutching his portfolio. Mr. Everton, should I? No, you shouldn't. Stay right where you are. Mother, you have no right to barge in here and dismiss my employees. I have every right. I'm still majority shareholder of this company. She raises one perfectly manicured eyebrow at James. I won't ask again. For Christ's sake. I run a hand through my hair, watching helplessly as James gathers the sketches with trembling fingers. We can continue this later, Mr. Everton. My mother holds the door open, her presence commanding the room like she owns it. Which, technically, she still does. James hurries past her, and she closes the door with a decisive click. I stand, my chair scraping against the floor. You've got some nerve pulling this. I'm the CEO of this company. And I'm your mother. She smooths her designer blazer, unfazed by my anger. Now sit down. We need to talk. I've heard some rather disturbing news from Sylvia Ashworth. Mother perches on the edge of the chair opposite mine, her spine rigid, about the exhibition showing last week. My fingers tap against the desk. Of course, Sylvia would run straight to my mother. She said she'd do it, and it looks like she kept her promise. And she said you abandoned her rather abruptly during the exhibition, and then she caught you outside with another woman. Her eyes narrow, scanning my face for any reaction. Now, we both know there's only one woman who could make you abandon your responsibilities like that. The memory of Anna's face flashes through my mind. The way the gallery lights caught her profile, how her eyes widened when she saw me. I keep my expression neutral, refusing to give Mother the satisfaction. I don't have time for gossip. Don't play games with me, Nicholas. She leans forward, her voice dropping. Was it Anna Howell? The name hits like a punch to the gut. I focus on the design sketches, shuffling them into a neat pile. I have a meeting in 20 minutes. Your silence speaks volumes. Her lips press into a thin line. That girl was never good enough for you. She's certainly not good enough for this family or this company. My jaw tightens. The urge to defend Anna burns in my throat, but I swallow it down. Giving Mother any confirmation would only make things worse. If you're done interrogating me about my personal life, I have work to do. You will keep that girl out of your life. Mother's voice drips with venom, her perfectly manicured nails digging into the edge of my desk. I won't have her destroy everything we've built. Everything I've sacrificed to give you. I lean back, crossing my arms, feeling the expensive fabric of my suit pull tight across my shoulders. Or what? Excuse me? You heard me. What are you going to do? I'm not that naive boy you could manipulate anymore. The words taste like freedom on my tongue. 5 years is a long time to live with regret, and I'm done letting her puppet my life. She stands, adjusting her blazer with sharp, angry movements. I'm trying to protect you, Nicholas. That girl has a name. My voice comes out as a growl, and I rise to my full height, towering over her. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. And you can't control who I see or who I love. Those days are over. A sharp laugh escapes her throat, the sound cold and brittle like breaking glass. Love? Don't be ridiculous. You don't love that girl. It was a foolish infatuation, nothing more, just like all your other rebellious phases. I never stopped loving her. The words hang in the air between us, heavy with 5 years of truth. My chest tightens with the weight of confession. Not for a single day since you drove her away, and you knew it, didn't you? That's why you kept pushing all those society girls at me. Mother's face drains of color, her usual mask of superiority cracking. Her nails dig into the leather of my chair, leaving little half-moon indentations. You can't be serious? After everything I've done for you? Dead serious? I rise to my full height, towering over her. The power dynamic shifts, and for once, she's the one looking up at me. I've done everything you wanted. Took over the company. built it into something even bigger, played the perfect son, but I'm done letting you dictate my personal life. You can't keep using the family legacy as a weapon. Nicholas! Her voice wavers, a plea wrapped in warning. No! My fist slams against the desk, making her flinch. You don't get to decide this for me. Not anymore. And if you try to interfere with Anna again, you'll find out exactly how much control of this company I really have. She takes a step back, studying me like she's seeing a stranger. Her hand trembles against her designer purse. I won't let you throw away everything for some artist who's beneath you. That's where you're wrong. I walk to the door and wrench it open, the expensive wood creaking under my grip. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts. You don't let me do anything. I'm not asking for permission. Not now, not ever again. You'll regret this. Her heels click toward the exit, each step sharp as a dagger. When she hurts you again, get out. The words come out in a low growl that would make most people run. She pauses in the doorway, her shoulders tight, every inch the society queen who's used to getting her way. This isn't over. Yes, it is. I meet her gaze, unflinching, channeling every ounce of steel I've learned in the boardroom. And Mother, don't ever barge into my office like this again. Next time, security will escort you out. I slam the door behind her once she leaves, and I return to my desk to sink into my chair. 5 years of keeping my feelings for Anna buried, and now they're out in the open. But there's one secret I'll keep guarding, the little boy with my eyes who I've only just discovered. I lean back in my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. Leo. My son. The reality of his existence still hits me like a thunderbolt every time I think about it. Those blue eyes looking up at me with such innocent curiosity. My fingers drum against the desk as I contemplate how to handle this powder keg. Mother's reaction to just finding out about Anna again was nuclear. Finding out about Leo? That could start World War III. Damn. The word echoes in my empty office. Part of me wants to believe that a grandchild might soften her, that seeing Leo's smile could melt that ice fortress she's built around herself. But I know better. I've watched her manipulate and scheme her way through life since I was a kid. She'd probably try to use him as leverage, dangle custody threats over Anna's head. My blood boils at the thought. The pen in my hand snaps, ink staining my fingers black. The image of Mother trying to sink her claws into Leo, trying to control him like she did me. It makes me want to put my fist through the wall. Not gonna happen. I wipe the ink off with more force than necessary, scrubbing at my skin until it's raw. Not to him. Not to Anna. Not ever. I've already lost 5 years with my son. 5 years of birthdays, first steps, first words, moments I'll never get back. All because of Mother's prejudices and games. Her constant need to control every goddamn aspect of the Everton legacy has already cost me enough. The thought of her trying to take even one more moment from us ignites something primal in my chest. A fierce, protective rage that makes my jaw clench and my muscles coil tight. I may have let her control my life before, may have played the dutiful son while she manipulated everything around me, but I'll be damned if I let her anywhere near my son or the woman I love. But no, Mother doesn't get to know about Leo. Not until I'm absolutely certain I can protect them both from whatever schemes she might concoct. Some might call it paranoid, but they don't know Gwendolyn Everton like I do. They haven't spent 3 decades watching her destroy anything that doesn't fit into her perfect little world. And there's no way in hell I'm giving her the chance to do that to my family.
Chapter 13. Anna. The morning rush with Leo always leaves me breathless. Between making his lunch, getting him dressed, and listening to his endless stories about dinosaurs and superheroes, I barely have time to grab my own coffee. But seeing his excited wave as he runs into his preschool classroom makes the chaos worth it. Bye, Mommy. His curls bounce as he joins his friends at the building block station. I blow him a kiss and head to my gallery, walking the distance. That's the good thing about living in New York. I've survived long stretches of time without having to use my car. As I approach the quaint building, I'm usually filled with a deep sense of relief and happiness. But today, something's off. The deadbolt isn't fully engaged. My hand freezes on the door handle. I always double-check the locks. It's become second nature after years of running my own business. My heart pounds as I push the door open. The bell above chimes its usual welcome, but the sound sends a shiver down my spine. The security system panel shows green, no alarm triggered overnight. I step inside, my footsteps echoing through the empty space. The first thing I notice is the splash of red, violent and angry, across my newest collection. 3 canvases I'd spent months perfecting for next week's showing are destroyed. Paint drips down the carefully crafted landscapes, turning the peaceful scenes into something grotesque. "What the hell?" I whisper, feeling my bottom lip quiver. This isn't random. The strokes are deliberate, crossing through the focal points of each piece. Someone knew exactly what they were doing. No. I touched the edge of one canvas, the foreign paint still tacky. This happened recently, probably a mere hour or 2 ago. Moving through the gallery, my breath catches as I spot more destruction. But it's when I reach Leo's corner that my knees nearly give out. The special space I created just for him, where I hang his finger paintings and crayon masterpieces alongside my own work, has been ravaged. His artwork lies in shreds on the floor, torn to pieces. The construction paper rocket ship he made last week, the one he was so proud of because he did all the cutting himself, is ripped right down the middle. The family portrait he drew, just him and me, holding hands under a rainbow, is crumpled into a ball. Tears blur my vision as I kneel, gathering the pieces of Leo's art. He put his whole heart into these. Every afternoon when we come to the gallery, he runs straight to his corner to see his work displayed next to Mommy's. How am I going to explain this to him? He's going to be devastated, and just thinking about his sweet face crumpling makes my chest ache. My fingers tremble as I try to piece together one of his drawings, but it's like putting together a puzzle where half the pieces are missing. Water drops splash onto the fragments, my tears falling faster now as anger mixes with heartbreak. This is cruel. This wasn't just an attack on my work. Someone deliberately went after my son's innocent creations. They wanted to hurt us both. The thought makes my stomach turn. 5 years I've spent building this life for us, creating this safe space where Leo can grow and dream, and some monster just walked in and shattered it. I gather the torn pieces closer, as if I could somehow protect them now when it's already too late. My hands shake as I pull out my phone. I stare at Nicholas's number for a moment before hitting dial. 1 ring, 2 rings. "Anna?" His voice is alert despite the early hour. "Someone broke in." The words tumble out between shaky breaths. "They destroyed everything, Nicholas. My new collection, all the pieces I've been working on and trying to sell, and Leo's." My voice cracks. "They tore up Leo's artwork. Who does that to a child's drawings?" "What the hell?" The rage in his voice mirrors the fury building in my chest, that familiar protective edge making my heart race despite everything. "Are you okay? Are you there alone?" "Yes, I'm alone. I just found it like this when I came to open up." My voice wavers as I look around at the destruction surrounding me, at the years of work scattered across the floor like worthless trash. "I'm coming over." The command in his tone is pure Nicholas. That take-charge attitude I remember so well from our past. I clutch the phone tighter, torn between needing help and maintaining the independence I fought so hard for. The independence that's kept Leo and me safe all these years. "Wait. Nicholas? Did you tell your mother about us seeing each other again?" The line goes silent. The kind of silence that speaks volumes. the kind that makes my stomach drop and my throat tighten with memories of other times his mother came between us. Nicholas? He lets out a heavy breath. Anna? The way he says my name, soft and guilty, tells me everything I need to know. That pause tells me everything I need to know. My stomach drops as pieces start falling into place. Did she do this? My voice comes out barely above a whisper. Your mother? Did she send someone to destroy my work? Anna Dash. Just tell me the truth. I grip the phone tighter, pieces of Leo's artwork still clutched in my other hand. Nicholas exhales heavily. I want to believe she wouldn't go this far. But he pauses, and I can picture him running his hand through his hair, like he always does when he's frustrated. Damn. Yes. This is exactly the kind of thing she'd do. My legs give out, and I sink to the floor, surrounded by the wreckage of my life's work. I can't do this again, Nicholas. I can't put Leo through what she put me through. This isn't like before. I won't let her. But she's already doing it. The words burst out of me. The minute you came back into my life, she started destroying things again. My gallery, my work, Leo's artwork, his innocent little drawings that had nothing to do with any of this. I'll handle her. The steel in his voice should be reassuring, but all I can think about is how many times I heard those words 5 years ago. Like you handled her before? The question hangs between us, heavy with shared history. That was different. We didn't have Leo back then, and I didn't understand what was really at stake. I close my eyes, remembering all the nights I cried myself to sleep, all the times Gwendolyn made me feel worthless, undeserving of her son's love. Now she's targeting not just me, but my child, our child. Each memory stings like salt in an open wound, bringing back the taste of those lonely nights when I'd curl up in my empty bed, one hand on my growing belly. Maybe this was a mistake, I whisper, hating how my voice breaks. Maybe letting you back in. The words taste bitter on my tongue, but the fear of history repeating itself is too strong to ignore. Don't. The raw pain in his voice matches the ache in my chest. Don't say that. We can figure this out. But can we? The destroyed gallery around me serves as a stark reminder of what happens when I dare to dream of a future with Nicholas Everton. Is any of this worth putting Leo through? My fingers trail over a torn canvas, and I think of my son's smile, so much like his father's. The thought of seeing that smile dim because of Gwendolyn's schemes makes my stomach turn. I need to clean this up. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Don't come over. The hell I won't. You shouldn't have to deal with this alone. Nicholas, please. I press my palm against my forehead. I can handle this. Just stay at work. Anna Dash. I need space to think. My fingers trace the jagged edges of Leo's torn artwork to figure out what to do next. Let me help you. This is my mother's doing, which makes it my responsibility to... That's exactly why you need to stay away. The words scratch my throat on their way out. Your mother did this because of you. Because of us. I won't put Leo through what she put me through. Screw that. I told you, I'll handle her. Like last time? I don't know if I can believe that. The silence on his end speaks volumes. I need to go. Don't shut me out. Not again. My chest tightens at the pain in his voice. I'll see you later, Nicholas. I end the call before he can protest further, sliding the phone into my pocket with trembling fingers. The gallery feels bigger somehow, emptier, as I survey the damage. Red paint mars my canvases, turning peaceful landscapes into scenes of violence. Each destroyed piece represents hours of work, dreams shattered by someone who sees my happiness as a threat. Fresh tears spring to my eyes. Leo's artwork lies in pieces, like confetti after a storm. All his pride, his joy in creating something beautiful, scattered across the floor by hands that knew exactly how to hurt us most. The morning light streams through the windows, highlighting the thrown paint and making it gleam like fresh blood. My chest aches as I realize how much I wanted this. Wanted Nicholas back in our lives. Wanted that perfect family I dreamed of. But looking at the destruction around me, I know some dreams come at too high a price.
Chapter 14. Nicholas. I storm through the hallways of my workplace, feeling like I'm leaving a trail of flames behind me wherever I go. The usual greetings from employees fade into background noise as I make my way to the executive floor. My mother's office door stands open. The sound of tinkling china and feminine laughter drifts out, a sound that makes my jaw clench tighter. My hands curl into fists at my sides, knuckles white with barely contained rage. Nicholas. Charlotte Ashworth's painted lips curve into a predatory smile as I enter. Her perfectly manicured hand rests on the arm of the chair like she owns the damn place. We were just discussing... Get out! The command comes out as a growl, low and dangerous. The temperature in the room seems to drop significantly with my sudden entrance. Charlotte's face falls, her carefully crafted facade cracking. She looks to my mother, who sets down her porcelain teacup with deliberate grace. The soft clink against the saucer feels like a challenge. Really, Nicholas? Where are your manners? My mother's gray eyes narrow, cold as steel and twice as sharp. Charlotte is a guest, my guest. The way she emphasizes the word makes my blood boil hotter. I don't give a damn about manners right now. I plant my hands on her mahogany desk, leaning forward until I'm towering over her. The expensive wood creaks under my grip. Did you have something to do with Anna's studio being vandalized? A light laugh escapes my mother's throat. The sound scrapes against my nerves like steel wool, reminding me of every time she's dismissed something important to me. Charlotte, dear, would you give us a moment? Her tone is honey-sweet poison, the same voice she uses when she's about to destroy someone. Charlotte gathers her designer purse, the latest Everton creation that costs a fortune, shooting me a venomous look as she clicks past in her stilettos. The door closes behind her with a soft click that echoes in the tension-filled room. What an interesting accusation. My mother's fingers trace the rim of her teacup, each movement precise and calculated. And what would make you think I had anything to do with that unfortunate incident? She emphasizes unfortunate like it's a particularly distasteful word. Cut the nonsense. This has your fingerprints all over it. You've never been able to stand the idea of Anna succeeding. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts. The timing's too perfect. Right after I tell you that Anna is in my life again, this happens. Honestly, I'm impressed. You worked fast this time around to find out where her studio is. Did you send one of your goons to do the dirty work for you? Another laugh, sharper this time, like breaking glass. Oh, Nicholas. You always did have a blind spot when it came to that girl. She says, that girl, the way most people would say cockroach. My hands curl into fists against the polished wood. Answer the question, Mother. No comment. Her lips curve into that infuriating smile I've known my whole life. The one that says she's 3 steps ahead and enjoying every moment of my frustration. I straighten up, a harsh laugh escaping my throat. And Charlotte Ashworth. Really? That's your play? My fingers drum against the desk surface. The same Charlotte who's on every major art board in New York. The same one who can blacklist artists with a single phone call. I have no idea what you're implying. She's my friend. And curiously enough, you ignored her daughter in favor of this artist girl that you like so much. It's a shame, really. She takes another delicate sip of her tea, but I catch the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. You've never had an interest in the art world before. But now Charlotte's here, Having tea right after Anna's studio gets trashed. The pieces click together in my mind like a twisted puzzle. My eyes narrow at her. You're trying to kill her career before it even takes off. Another laugh, this one dripping with condescension. Nicholas, darling, do you really think I'd waste my time and connections on someone like Anna Howell? She waves her hand dismissively. I have far more important matters to attend to than concerning myself with your... What shall we call her? Your little dalliance from the past? The casual cruelty in her voice makes my stomach turn. Everything about her, from her perfectly coiffed hair to her designer outfit, suddenly feels like a carefully constructed facade hiding something ugly underneath. She was never just a dalliance. My voice comes out low and dangerous. You knew that then, and you know that now. Oh, please, she rolls her eyes. Don't be so dramatic. It's beneath you. Stay away from Anna. I lean in closer, my voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Because this time, you're not just messing with her. You're messing with something incredibly precious to me. My mother's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arches, her signature move when she's about to deliver a cutting remark. And what might that be? My son. The words come out like a thunderclap in the quiet office. Damn if it doesn't feel good to finally say it out loud. To watch her squirm. The teacup freezes halfway to her lips, suspended in midair like time itself has stopped. For the first time in my life, I watched genuine shock crack through my mother's carefully maintained mask. That perfect facade she spent decades cultivating. The china clatters against the saucer as her hand trembles, and I savor every second of her composure slipping. You're... What? Her voice comes out strangled, barely more than a whisper. I have a 5-year-old son with Anna. His name is Leo. My chest swells with pride as I think of his curly hair and infectious laugh, the way his eyes, my eyes, light up when he smiles. And he's perfect. Every inch of him, from his wild imagination to his boundless energy. This is impossible. She stands up so quickly her chair scrapes against the hardwood floor, the harsh sound echoing through the office. Her perfectly manicured hands grip the edge of her desk until her knuckles turn white. A child? Out of wedlock? With her? She spits out the last word like it's poison on her tongue. Yes, Mother. A beautiful, brilliant little boy who has Anna's creativity and my eyes. I straighten to my full height, squaring my shoulders. And if you think I'll let you anywhere near him with your poison... Do you have any idea what this will do to our reputation? Her face contorts with rage, aging her perfectly preserved features. An illegitimate child with that... Choose your next words very carefully. The threat in my voice stops her cold, and I take a menacing step forward. My fists clench at my sides, barely containing my fury. That's the mother of my child you're talking about. The woman I never stopped loving. The woman you kept from me for 5 years. This is unacceptable. Her hands shake as she grips the edge of her desk, her diamond rings catching the light. I can't allow this. Think of the board members, the shareholders. You don't have a say in this. I turn toward the door, pausing with my hand on the handle. The polished brass feels cool against my palm, grounding me before I lose my temper completely. And if anything else happens to Anna's studio, if she so much as gets a paper cut, I'll know exactly who to blame. And this time, Mother, you won't like the consequences. I'm not that naive boy you could manipulate anymore. I yank the door open, my mother's shrill voice following me into the hallway like nails on a chalkboard. Nicholas! Don't you dare walk away from me! You're destroying everything we've built. The heavy door swings shut behind me with a satisfying thud, cutting off her tirade. Charlotte Ashworth stands near a coffee table, her phone pressed to her ear. The moment she sees me, she ends her call mid-sentence, her lips pressing into a thin line. You and I need to have a chat. I close the distance between us in 3 long strides, towering over her with barely contained rage. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts. Is my mother trying to sabotage Anna Howell's career? Charlotte's perfectly lined eyes narrow, but she remains silent, taking a half step back. Her fingers tighten around her phone until her knuckles turn white, and I can see the slight tremor in her hand. She's always been loyal to my mother, maybe too loyal. Your silence speaks volumes. I step closer, towering over her. Let me make something crystal clear. If I catch even a whisper that you or my mother are interfering with Anna's career, if I find out you're using your connections to blacklist her, I let the threat hang in the air between us. She lifts her chin, defiant. Are you threatening me, Nicholas? No. I'm making you a promise. My voice drops lower, ice coating each word. You both think you're untouchable in your ivory towers, but I know where all the bodies are buried in this industry. And I won't hesitate to start digging if either of you comes after what's mine. Charlotte's face pales slightly, the only indication that my words hit their mark. Have a lovely day. And don't forget that my threats are promises, Mrs. Ashworth. I turn on my heel, leaving her standing there as I stride toward the elevator. The last thing I see before the doors close is Charlotte's hand shaking as she reaches for her phone again.
Chapter 15. Anna. I guide Leo through the gallery's front door, his small hand clutched in mine. I've been dreading this moment. My heart aches at the sight of the bare walls where his artwork used to hang, though I've managed to clean up most of the damage from this morning's break-in. Mommy, where are my drawings? Leo's bottom lip quivers as he stares at the empty space. His small fingers tighten around mine, and the innocent confusion in his expression nearly breaks me. Someone made a mistake and damaged them, baby. I kneel beside him, pulling him close. The scent of his shampoo fills my nose as I press a kiss to his curls. But you know what? We can make even better ones together. His eyes light up. Really? Right now. Of course. I lead him to my workspace in the back of the gallery, where I've already set up fresh paper, markers, and paint. The familiar smell of art supplies helps calm my nerves. See? I got your favorite colors ready. Leo climbs onto the tall stool, grabbing a blue marker with the enthusiasm only a 5-year-old can muster. I want to draw a spaceship. That's perfect. I pull up my own chair beside him, picking up a brush. My heart swells watching his face scrunch in concentration. And maybe we can make it special by adding some of Mommy's paint splatters around it? Like stars? He's already sketching, his tongue poking out in concentration. Exactly like stars. I watch him work, my chest swelling with pride as his small hands create bold strokes across the paper. The bad person who broke our art was mean, Leo mumbles, switching to a red marker. Sometimes people do mean things. I dip my brush in silver paint. But we're stronger than that, aren't we? We can always make more beautiful things. Leo nods vigorously, reaching for the yellow marker. Can we make lots and lots? As many as you want, baby. I help him add glittering dots around his spacecraft, turning his simple drawing into something magical. Your art belongs here, right next to Mommy's. No one can take that away from us. Together, we fill the afternoon with color and creativity, his laughter echoing through the gallery as we create new pieces to replace what was lost. Each drawing becomes a small victory, a defiant statement that we won't be broken. The gallery's bell chimes. I glance up from Leo's latest masterpiece to find Nicholas standing in the doorway, a bouquet of vibrant wildflowers in his hands. My breath catches at the sight of him. He looks devastatingly handsome. Keep drawing, baby. I squeeze Leo's shoulder and walk toward Nicholas. My heart hammers against my ribs with each step. These are for you. He extends the flowers, his blue eyes intense, burning with an emotion I'm afraid to name. Anna, can we talk? Privately? I lead him to my small office near the front, keeping Leo in my peripheral vision through the glass walls. The familiar scent of Nicholas's cologne fills the confined space, bringing back memories of stolen kisses and whispered promises. I grip the flowers tighter, using them as an anchor against the tide of feelings threatening to overwhelm me. I need to tell you something. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so achingly familiar it makes my chest hurt. I confronted my mother about what happened here. You what? My fingers tighten around the flower stems, nearly crushing them. The delicate petals tremble with my hands. She had no right. With the way she's treated you. His jaw clenches, the muscle ticking beneath his skin. I told her to stay the hell away from you in the gallery. We got into it pretty bad. She tried pulling her usual manipulative tactic, but I wasn't having it. Nicholas, you didn't have to. Yes, I did. He steps closer, his presence overwhelming in the small room. The warmth radiating from his body makes it hard to breathe, and I catch myself swaying toward him like a magnet finding true north. No one messes with you. Not even my mother. I won't let her hurt you again. Heat spreads across my skin at the possessive edge in his voice. I can't believe you stood up to Gwendolyn. For me? I should have done it years ago. His fingers brush my arm, leaving a trail of electricity in their wake. His touch is tentative, like he's afraid I'll pull away. Listen, I want to take you to dinner tomorrow night. A proper date. Let me make up for lost time. Please, Anna, give me a chance to show you I'm not that weak kid anymore, who let his mother call all the shots. My heart pounds against my ribs. Nicholas, please, just dinner. I know a great place downtown. His eyes lock with mine. Give me a chance to show you I'm not the same man who let you go. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. I can call Leo's babysitter, see if she's free tomorrow evening. Nicholas's face lights up with a smile that makes my knees weak. He lifts my hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss against my skin. You won't regret it, Anna. I promise. His voice has dropped an octave, taking on that deep, rich tone that used to drive me crazy back when we were together. The touch of his lips sends electricity through my body, and I have to force myself to breathe normally. My hand tingles where his mouth just was, and I resist the urge to press my fingers to the spot, to hold on to that sensation. Before I can respond, small knuckles rap against the office door. Mommy? I've finished my spaceship. Leo's voice carries through the glass, full of that boundless enthusiasm that only a 5-year-old can muster. Nicholas drops my hand and turns toward the door, opening it and kneeling down so that he's level with Leo. Hey there, buddy. A spaceship? That sounds awesome. The way he speaks to our son, gentle but not condescending, makes my heart flutter. Leo pushes the door wider, clutching his artwork. His eyes light up at Nicholas's attention, and he bounces on the balls of his feet with excitement. Want to see? It has laser guns and everything. He thrusts the paper forward, nearly hitting Nicholas in the nose with his masterpiece. Laser guns? Now that's what I call a proper spaceship. Nicholas crouches down to Leo's level, and my heart clenches at how similar they look. The same blue eyes, the same way their eyebrows scrunch when they're focusing on something. Leo points to his drawing proudly. See. The red things are the lasers, and these are the alien bad guys getting zapped. This is incredible. Nicholas points to the silver dots surrounding the spacecraft. And are these stars? Mommy helped with those. Leo beams. She says everything's better with sparkles. Your mom's a smart lady. Nicholas ruffles Leo's curls, and I have to blink back tears at how natural they look together. My beautiful boy has no idea he's showing his artwork to his father. Can I make you one? Leo bounces on his toes, practically vibrating with excitement. I can draw you fighting aliens too. I'll make you super strong with muscles and everything. I'd be honored, Captain Leo. Nicholas stands, shooting me a warm glance that makes my stomach flutter. If that's okay with your mom? Of course. My voice comes out shakier than I intended. Memories of another time Nicholas looked at me that way, threatening to surface. Why don't you go draw with Nicholas? Leo grabs Nicholas's hand without hesitation, tugging him toward the workspace I'd set up in the corner. Come on. I have all the best colors. Mom got me these special markers that smell like fruit. I lean against my desk, watching Nicholas and Leo huddle over fresh paper. Leo's small hands wave animatedly as he explains his artistic vision to Nicholas, who nods with genuine interest at every detail. The sight of them together, sharing something so precious to Leo, makes my heart ache. Nicholas catches my eye again, and there's something in his expression that tells me he feels the connection too. Leo draws his alien on the fresh piece of paper. Nicholas stares down at the sketch, then hums. The alien needs more teeth. Nicholas picks up a marker. Like this, see? He draws jagged lines, making Leo giggle. That's scary. Do more. My chest tightens as Nicholas adds dramatic details to Leo's drawing, their heads bent together, their hair nearly touching. The same profile, the same concentrated expression. I take Leo's original spaceship drawing and walk to his corner of the gallery. The bare walls mock me, but as I pin up his artwork, something shifts inside me. This single piece of paper represents more than just crayon marks and silver paint. It's defiance, resilience, love. Mommy, look what Nicholas drew. Leo's voice carries across the gallery. He made the alien eat a whole planet. I turn to find Leo practically climbing onto Nicholas's lap to reach a green marker. Nicholas steadies him with natural ease, one strong hand wrapped protectively around Leo's waist, while the other helps guide the marker. The sight of them together, so natural, so right, makes me swoon where I'm standing. I always knew Nicholas would be a good father. That's quite the monster you two created. I walk back to them, running my fingers through Leo's curls. We're making lots more. Leo grabs another sheet of paper, nearly knocking over the marker cup in his excitement. Nicholas says every good artist needs a whole collection. Does he now? I catch Nicholas's eye and the intensity of his gaze steals my breath. There's something raw and hungry in the way he looks at me, like he's trying to memorize every detail of this moment. The same way he used to look at me years ago, before everything fell apart. Your boy's got talent, Anna. Nicholas helps Leo uncap a purple marker. Must run in the family. The warmth in his voice, the gentle way he guides Leo's hand across the paper. It fills that empty space in my heart I've carried for so long. Soon Leo's corner will overflow with new creations, better than before. And maybe, just maybe, something else is being rebuilt here too.
Chapter 16. Nicholas. I pull up to the curb outside Anna's apartment complex, my eyes immediately drawn to her. She's waving goodbye to Leo and his babysitter, the late afternoon sun catching the soft waves of her hair. The sight of her in that baby blue dress stops my breath. The fabric hugs every curve, making my fingers itch to trace them. Killing the engine, I step out of the car. Anna! I beckon her over with a slight tilt of my head, standing tall beside my Aston Martin. The way she affects me hasn't changed one bit in all these years. Her heels click against the pavement as she approaches, a hint of shyness in her steps that only makes me want her more. That gentle sway of her hips is driving me crazy. I don't give her time to overthink. The moment she's within reach, I slide my hand to the small of her back and pull her close, feeling the silky fabric beneath my fingers. You look incredible. My voice comes out rough as I take in how perfectly the dress frames her body. My thumb traces small circles where it rests against her back, and I catch the slight hitch in her breath. Blue was always your color, but damn, this dress. Her lips part to respond, but I capture them with mine instead. She melts against me, her hand sliding up my chest as I deepen the kiss. The sweet scent of her perfume fills my senses, and I have to force myself to remember we're still outside her building. I break away just enough to murmur against her mouth. You're just trying to kill me with this outfit, aren't you? Anna's laugh ripples through the air, her head shaking as she steps back. And you're a terrible tease, Nicholas Everton. I guide her to the passenger side, opening the door with a flourish. The scent of her perfume lingers as she slides into the leather seat, and I drink in the sight of those long legs before closing the door. She's going to be the death of me tonight. The drive to Bellisimo's takes us through the heart of the city. I catch her watching the lights reflect off the sleek dashboard, her fingers tracing the leather trim. Every few seconds, my eyes drift to her, taking in the way that dress hugs her curves, the same curves I used to know by heart. I've never been here before, she says as we pull up to the restaurant's entrance. The valet rushes forward to open her door before I can get there. Then you're in for a treat. I hand the keys to the valet, giving him a stern look that says hands off my car and my date, before escorting her inside, my hand finding its place on her lower back again. The maitre d' recognizes me immediately, straightening his spine as we approach. Being an Everton has its perks, and tonight I plan to use every single one of them to show Anna exactly what she's been missing. Mr. Everton, your usual table is ready. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over the dining room. White tablecloths, fine china, and the gentle notes of a piano create the perfect atmosphere. I watch Anna take it all in, her eyes wide as we're led to a private corner with a view of the hidden garden just outside the restaurant. This wine list is extensive. She opens the leather-bound menu, but I already know what we need. Trust me. I signal the sommelier. We'll start with the 82 Brunello. I turn to Anna. And I hope you don't mind if I order a few appetizers to start. The chef here makes a burrata that'll change your life. The sommelier returns with our wine, and I approve it with a nod after tasting. Anna's eyes light up as she takes her first sip. This is incredible. Wait until you try the food. I lean forward, ordering the burrata, along with the carpaccio and grilled octopus. The owner sources everything directly from Italy. Even the olive oil is from his family's estate in Tuscany. The burrata arrives, nestled among heirloom tomatoes, and drizzled with that legendary olive oil. Anna's eyes widen as she takes her first bite, and I can't help but grin. Oh my God! She closes her eyes, savoring the moment. This is life-changing? I was going to say illegal. Food this good should be. That playful spark in her eyes hits me right in the chest. 5 years have passed, but her wit is just as sharp, just as captivating as ever. She spears another tomato, and I find myself entranced by the way her lips curve around her fork. Remember that time we tried making our own mozzarella? I ask. You mean when you almost burned down my kitchen? She laughs, the sound warming me better than any wine could. The smoke alarm went off and my neighbors thought the building was on fire. Hey, I maintain that pot was defective. The pot was fine. Your attention span was the problem. She takes another sip of wine. You got distracted trying to kiss you. I finish her sentence and our eyes lock across the table. Worth it. The carpaccio comes next, paper-thin slices of beef arranged like rose petals. Anna's hand brushes mine as we both reach for the same piece, and that simple touch sends electricity through my veins. Still fighting me for the best bites, I see. Some things never change. She steals the piece right from under my fingers, a mischievous glint in her eye. Watching her enjoy the food, seeing that genuine pleasure on her face, it's like time never passed. She still throws her head back when she really laughs, still gestures with her hands when she gets excited about something. The way she tucks her hair behind her ear when she's about to say something clever hasn't changed either. You know what this reminds me of? She points to the octopus with her fork. That seafood place in the village. The one with the horrible paintings but amazing food. Giuseppe's, where you convinced me calamari wasn't just rubber bands and marinara sauce. Her laughter fills our corner of the restaurant, and I swear it's the best sound I've heard in 5 years. So, how's the fashion empire treating you? Anna swirls her wine, those hazel eyes fixed on mine. I saw your latest collection in Vogue. The sustainable fabrics line was genius. It's been intense. Taking over as CEO meant shaking things up, pushing the company in new directions. I leaned back, loosening my tie. The old guard wasn't happy about the eco-friendly pivot, but the numbers don't lie. We've doubled our market share. Always the rebel, even in a suit. She smiles, and memories of our late-night conversations about changing the world flood back. Though I never pictured you fighting board meetings instead of the system. Speaking of fighting the system, your art's everywhere these days. Those murals downtown are stunning. Her eyes light up. Actually, I have news. The Morrison Gallery wants to feature my work next month. They're giving me the main exhibition space. Anna, that's huge. My chest swells with pride. The Morrison's one of the most prestigious. I know. She practically bounces in her seat. Leo's already planning what to wear to the opening. He says he needs a bow tie to match his mama's dress. The mention of our son makes my heart skip. And how's he doing at preschool? Thriving. His teacher says he's the class artist, though he spends more time organizing the other kids into elaborate pretend games than actually painting. She laughs. Yesterday he turned the whole playground into a space station. Had everyone playing different roles. Even assigned the shy kids special missions. Born leader. I can't hide my grin. Wonder where he gets that from. Oh, I don't know. She arches an eyebrow. Could be the same place he got those blue eyes and that stubborn streak. The way she talks about Leo, her face glowing with pride and love, it makes me ache for all the moments I missed. But there's joy, too, knowing our son is growing into someone remarkable. I signal for the check, savoring these last moments of our dinner as Anna finishes her tiramisu. The way her eyes close with each bite reminds me of countless dates we shared years ago. Some primal part of me stirs watching her enjoy herself so thoroughly. Let me get half. She reaches for her purse, but I lay my hand over hers, savoring the softness of her skin beneath my palm. Not a chance. I slide my card to the waiter without looking at the bill. This was my invitation. Money's never been an issue, and I'd rather die if I let her pay for anything while she's with me. Her protests die on her lips as I stand and offer my hand. She takes it and I help her up, pulling her close against me. The warmth of her body sends electricity through my veins. Her subtle perfume fills my senses, bringing back a rush of memories I've tried to suppress for years. We walk toward the exit, my arm wrapped possessively around her waist. She fits perfectly against my side, like she never left, like these 5 years apart never happened. The maitre d' bids us goodnight with a slight bow, and I feel a surge of pride having her on my arm. Let everyone see us together. Let them know she's with me. The night air hits us as we step outside, and Anna shivers slightly. I pull her tighter against me, sharing my warmth as we wait for the valet. Her head rests against my shoulder, and everything feels right in my world again. This is how it should have been all along. Anna by my side, our bodies in sync, that familiar spark between us stronger than ever. The soft scent of her perfume mingles with the night air. Standing here with her tucked against me, I can't remember why I ever let her mother come between us. This woman belongs with me, has always belonged with me, and I'll be damned if anything or anyone tries to take her from me ever again.
Chapter 17. Anna. Nicholas walks me up to my apartment, each step echoing through the quiet hallway. I fumble with my keys, nerves dancing beneath my skin. I unlock the door and head inside, and Nicholas comes in close behind, shutting the door gently behind us. I need to go pick up Leo soon. I know, Nicholas murmurs, his voice low and husky. He's close. Too close. I can feel his breath on my neck, warm and inviting. I turn to face him, my back pressing against the cool wood of the front door. His eyes are dark, pupils dilated, reflecting the dim hallway light. He leans in, and my heart pounds in my chest, a traitor to my attempt at composure. His lips meet mine, soft yet demanding. I melt into him, my body remembering his touch even after all these years. His hands, strong and confident, cup my face, fingers tangling in my curls. He deepens the kiss, his tongue exploring, claiming. I let out a soft moan, losing myself in the sensation. His hands wander, tracing the curve of my neck, the line of my shoulders, the dip of my waist. He's mapping my body, reacquainting himself with every inch. He breaks the kiss, only to trail his lips down my jaw, my neck, his stubble scraping gently against my sensitive skin. I gasp, my hands clinging to his broad shoulders for support. His hands find the hem of my dress, slipping it up slightly to expose more and more of my thighs. His touch is electric, sending jolts of desire coursing through me. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. I pull back slightly, looking up at him with a playful smirk. Now, how about helping me clean up this mess? I gesture to our clothes scattered across the floor. Nicholas laughs, a hearty sound that fills the room. Of course, he says, pressing a quick kiss to my forehead before releasing me. We start gathering our clothes, tossing each other playful glances as we dress. He picks up my bra, dangling it from his finger with a teasing grin. I snatch it from him, rolling my eyes but unable to hide my smile. You know, I never thought I'd be doing this again, I say, stepping into my panties and pulling them up. Nicholas pauses, his pants halfway up his legs. Doing what? He asks, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. This? I gesture between us. Cleaning up after, you know. He chuckles, pulling his pants up the rest of the way and buttoning them. Yeah, well, neither did I. But I can't say I'm complaining. I smile, slipping my dress over my head and letting it fall into place. Nicholas walks over to me, his hands finding my waist. He pulls me close, his eyes locked onto mine. Anna, he starts, but I press a finger to his lips, silencing him. Shh, I say softly. Let's just enjoy this moment, okay? He nods, capturing my finger and kissing the tip gently. Okay? He agrees, his voice soft. We finish straightening up the room, our movements synchronized, our laughter filling the air. It feels natural, comfortable, like no time has passed. And for a moment, I allow myself to forget about the past, about the hurt, and just enjoy being with him again. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixaVonRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake Southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Nicholas. The elevator doors open to the executive floor of Everton Fashion House, and I stride down the hallway toward my mother's office. Through the glass walls, I spot my mother's perfectly coiffed silver hair. She's not alone. Charlotte Ashworth's distinctive laugh carries through the door, along with the murmur of other voices I recognize from countless gallery openings and art shows. My hand freezes on the door handle. What is Charlotte doing here again? She's been showing up way too often lately, and I don't buy her nonsense excuses for a second. I push into the office, and the conversation drops like a guillotine. Mother sits behind her massive desk, looking every inch the fashion empress she is, while Charlotte and two other prominent critics, Paul Matthews and Diana Chen, if I remember correctly, perch on the leather chairs facing her like faithful subjects at court. Nicholas, darling. Mother's smile doesn't reach her eyes. That practiced look of hers speaks volumes about how much she hates being interrupted. We were just finishing up. Charlotte. I keep my voice level, but there's no mistaking the edge in it. Unusual to see you here again. You don't work here, must I remind you? The "so get out" remains unspoken, but hangs in the air between us. Charlotte adjusts her oversized glasses, a nervous tell I've noticed over the years. Gwendolyn and I were discussing some promising new artists. There's quite a buzz about several upcoming shows. Her voice has that artificial sweetness that sets my teeth on edge. How fascinating. I lean against the doorframe, crossing my arms. Any artist in particular? Oh, you know how it is. Mother waves her hand. So many trying to make their mark. Some simply aren't ready for the spotlight. The way she emphasizes ready makes my jaw clench. These vultures aren't here by accident. Mother's orchestrating something, and I'd bet my inheritance it has to do with Anna's upcoming gallery exhibition that she just secured. I should get going. Charlotte stands, gathering her designer bag with a practiced flourish. Always a pleasure, Gwendolyn, Nicholas. She gives me a measured nod that sets off warning bells. The critics file out soon afterwards, their hushed whispers trailing behind them like smoke. Once they close the door, I'm left alone with her in the suffocating quiet of her office. She busies herself with papers on her desk, methodically arranging them into neat stacks, avoiding my gaze like she always does when she's scheming. Since when do you host art critics in your office? I keep my voice level, though anger simmers beneath the surface. I have many interests outside of fashion, dear, you know that. Her perfectly manicured fingers tap against the mahogany desk. Cut the crap, Mother. What are you planning? The words come out sharp, hardened by years of seeing through her manipulations. She looks up, eyes sharp as cut glass. Language, Nicholas. I'm simply maintaining my social connections, nothing more. But the slight curl of her lip tells me everything I need to know. She's lying through her perfect teeth. I drop into one of the vacated chairs, pinching the bridge of my nose. Anyway, let's talk about the spring line. You've been dodging my calls about the changes I proposed. There's nothing to discuss. She shuffles papers with practiced precision, each movement calculated like a chess master's opening play. The board agreed with my vision. The board? I lean forward, my jaw clenching so hard I can feel a muscle twitch. You mean you convinced them to side with you, without even letting me present my case? That's real, professional. Did you even show them the market research? Watch your tone. Her eyes narrow to dangerous slits, reminding me of a cobra preparing to strike. The Everton brand stands for elegance and tradition. Your suggestions would alienate our core demographic. We've built our reputation on luxury, not experimentation. Good Lord, it's as if you're new to this business, Nicholas. Our core demographic is dying out, Mother. We need to evolve. The sustainable fabrics and modern cuts I proposed would attract younger buyers without compromising quality. I slammed my hand on the desk, making her precious fountain pen roll. Every major fashion house is moving in this direction. We can't keep pretending it's still 1985. She scoffs, waving her hand as if shooing away an annoying fly. Sustainable? Please. It's a trend that will fade faster than last season's pastels. I won't let you destroy decades of brand equity on a whim. It's the future. My fist connects with her desk. We're talking about a 30% projected increase in revenue. The numbers don't lie. Numbers aren't everything. She stands, smoothing her blazer. This company was built on reputation. Your father. Don't. The word comes out like a growl. Don't use him to justify your resistance to change. He believed in innovation. He believed in preserving what works. Her voice rises. These eco-friendly materials you're proposing? They'll destroy our profit margins? And those streetwear-inspired pieces? She shudders. We're Everton Fashion House, not some downtown boutique. That downtown aesthetic is exactly what's driving the market right now. Christ, Mother, when was the last time you actually looked at what people are wearing? What they're buying? I know exactly what our customers want. Her lips press into a thin line. And they don't want whatever rebellious phase you're going through. Rebellious phase? I bark out a laugh. I'm trying to save this company from becoming irrelevant while you're clinging to outdated ideas like they're your last Hermes scarf. We will never be irrelevant, darling, Mother replies, a smile warping itself on her face. My influence will never fade. We have championed a style of fashion that matches the likes of Coco Chanel, of Yves Saint Laurent. I scrunch my nose. You're so caught up in your ivory tower that you can't even see how elitist you sound. I push up from the chair, pacing the length of her office. This isn't about preserving tradition. It's about your desperate need to keep everything exactly as it was 30 years ago, including the classist nonsense that comes with it. Mind your language. Mother's nostrils flare. This classist nonsense, as you so eloquently put it, has kept us at the forefront of fashion for decades. No, it's kept us catering to the same aging demographic while alienating everyone else. You turn your nose up at anything that doesn't fit your narrow worldview of what fashion should be. My narrow worldview? She lets out a sharp, crystalline laugh that bounces off the glass walls. Darling, I'm iconic in this industry for a reason. My vision, my understanding of what truly matters in fashion, that's what built this empire. Your vision is outdated, and yours will destroy everything we've built. She stands, planting both hands on her desk. If I stand back and let people like you run wild with your progressive ideas, you'll dilute everything that makes high fashion special. What's next? Shopping mall kiosks? The condescension in her voice makes my blood boil. I slam my palm against the wall, the sound echoing through the office. For Christ's sake, Mother, listen to yourself. People like you? I'm your son, not some street vendor trying to hawk knockoffs. Then start acting like my son and show some respect for what we've built. You seem to forget one crucial detail, Mother. My voice drops low, deadly calm, the same tone I use when closing million-dollar deals. I'm the CEO now, not you, and I will be reviewing these proposals with the board myself. She recoils like I've slapped her, those steel-gray eyes widening with shock. Her nails dig into the polished mahogany of her desk. You wouldn't dare go behind my back. It's not going behind your back when I'm doing my job. I straighten my jacket, squaring my shoulders. The fabric pulls tight across my back, a reminder of the weight of responsibility I now carry. The board will hear both sides, and they'll make their decision based on facts, not your outdated opinions. This company needs to evolve, whether you like it or not. Nicholas. Her voice wavers, a crack in her usually impenetrable armor. This discussion is over. I turn on my heel and stride out of her office, letting the door slam behind me with enough force to rattle the awards hanging on her wall. Let her sit there and stew. I don't give a damn if she's hurt by what I've done. The walk down the hallway feels longer than usual, each step echoing against the marble floors. My shoulders stay rigid until I round the corner. Then I let out a heavy breath, loosening my tie. Every conversation with her ends the same way lately, me walking away while the divide between us grows wider. There used to be a time when we could at least pretend to understand each other, but those days are long gone. Now it's just an endless power struggle with her desperately clinging to control she no longer has. I pause by the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring out at the skyline. The space between my mother and me has become a canyon, expanding with each battle over the company's direction. Every time I think we've hit rock bottom in our relationship, she proves me wrong. My reflection in the glass looks tired, worn down. This constant fighting is exhausting, but I won't back down. Not when the future of Everton Fashion House is at stake, and not when my mother is the reason why I lost Anna the first time around.
Chapter 19. Anna. The smell of acrylic paint fills my studio as I add finishing touches to my latest piece. Cynthia works beside me, her brushstrokes precise and deliberate on her canvas, as she hums the latest pop songs and jams to the songs in her earbuds. These colors are everything. Cynthia steps back from her work, pulling out the earbuds. The way you blend them, pure magic. I've been trying to figure out how you get that depth for weeks. You're not so bad yourself. I dip my brush in water, swirling it clean. The blue pigment clouds the jar like smoke underwater. That piece you did last week? It already sold. Mrs. Henriquez couldn't stop gushing about it. No way. She sets down her palette, splattering tiny dots of purple on her already paint-stained apron. I need a break to process this excellence. Mind if I check my phone? I wave her off, focusing on the subtle gradient in my painting's background. My brush moves in small, careful strokes, each one a meditation. The peaceful quiet lasts only moments before Cynthia gasps. Anna. Oh, God. The tremor in her voice makes my hand freeze mid-stroke. My brush hovers over the canvas, a drop of paint threatening to fall. Something in her voice makes my stomach drop. The studio suddenly feels too quiet, too still. What's wrong? You need to see this. Her hands shake as she holds out her phone. The bright screen glows accusingly in the afternoon light, filtering through the studio windows. The headline hits like a physical blow. Rising artist Anna Howell, style over substance. Below it, another. The Emperor's New Canvas, a critical look at contemporary art's latest disappointment. My fingers feel numb as I take the phone from her. My throat tightens as I scroll through the articles. Words jump out at me. Derivative, shallow, lacking depth, writing trends. These aren't random bloggers. They're from respected critics whose opinions shape careers. Critics I've followed for years, whose words I'd highlighted in art school, whose approval I dreamed of earning. Each sentence feels like another nail in the coffin of everything I've worked for. This can't be happening. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. I have an upcoming exhibition. What is going on? These people are blind. Cynthia grabs my shoulders. Your work speaks to people, real people, not some stuck-up critics who wouldn't know authentic art if it bit them in the... But their words matter. The phone screen blurs as tears threaten. Collectors read these reviews. Galleries read them. Everything I've worked for. I sink onto my paint-splattered stool, legs too weak to hold me. The metal creaks under my weight as my mind races through the implications. These reviews could tank everything. My upcoming shows, my contracts, my ability to provide for Leo. Something's not adding up. Cynthia paces the length of my workspace, her boots leaving scuff marks on the concrete floor. Last week, Martin from Art Forum was practically writing you love letters about your exhibition at Ashworth. Called it a breakthrough in contemporary expression, or some fancy stuff like that. Maybe they just changed their minds. I press my palms against my eyes until spots dance behind my lids. Maybe they finally saw through me. Cynthia's hand slams down on my work table, making my brushes rattle. You don't go from breakthrough artist to shallow trend chaser overnight. Not without what? Without someone pulling strings. She grabs her phone back, fingers flying across the screen. Look at the publication dates. All these hit pieces dropped within hours of each other. That's not coincidence. That's coordination. My stomach churns as I watch her scroll through the timestamps. She's right. The articles appeared like dominoes falling, one after another, each more devastating than the last. But who would? The words die in my throat, and the pit in my stomach suddenly widens. Sylvia Ashworth. The gallery owner's daughter? Cynthia's eyebrows shoot up. What's she got against you? Nicholas? My fingers drum against the table as memories flood back. Her mother Charlotte was pushing them to be together. But he... Hold up. Cynthia drops onto the stool next to me. Nicholas Everton? As in Fashion Empire Nicholas? That's who Sylvia was after? Their mothers are old friends. They wanted a merger of dynasties or some nonsense. The pieces clicked together like a terrible puzzle. But Nicholas never gave her the time of day. And now her mother owns the gallery where you're supposed to have your big break. Cynthia lets out a low whistle. Damn, girl. Talk about rich people drama. It makes sense. My hand clenches around my paintbrush until my knuckles ache. Charlotte Ashworth has connections with every major critic in the city. One phone call from her. My stomach churns at the thought of how easily she could destroy everything I've worked for. And suddenly, you're yesterday's news. Cynthia's face hardens, her dark eyes flashing with anger. That's some mean girl stuff right there? All because Nicholas wasn't interested in her daughter? I guess so. It's petty, but it's exactly what these people are capable of. I've seen firsthand how the elite circles operate, how they can build you up or tear you down on a whim. The memory of Gwendolyn's cold dismissal still stings after all these years. Well, screw them. Cynthia stands, determination radiating from every inch of her frame. Her hands plant firmly on her hips as she towers over me. We're not letting them win. Your art speaks for itself, Anna. We just need to make sure people hear it over all this noise. The fierce loyalty in her voice makes my throat tight with emotion. At least I'm not fighting this battle alone. Still, I let out a deep sigh. I stare at my unfinished painting, the colors suddenly looking flat and lifeless under the harsh studio lights. How do you even fight something like this? These critics, their word is practically law in the art world. You fight smart. Cynthia's fingers tap rapidly on her phone screen. I know people. Influential voices in the indie art scene. Remember Mario from Art Renowned? His podcast reaches hundreds of thousands. And Samia Reed's blog? She's got more real engagement than half these stuffy critics combined. But would they even? They live for this kind of drama. She looks up, a fierce glint in her eye. The minute they catch wind that Charlotte Ashworth is orchestrating hit pieces over some personal vendetta, they'll be all over it. These independent voices hate how the old guard manipulates the scene. You really think they'd help? A tiny spark of hope flickers in my chest. After everything that's happened, it feels dangerous to let myself believe there might be a way out of this mess. Are you kidding? Samia's been championing emerging artists for years. And Mario? Cynthia laughs. He dedicated 3 episodes to exposing gallery politics last month. Once they smell something fishy about these synchronized takedowns, They'll have your back. Plus, they both owe me favors. I don't know what to say. My voice catches, and I have to swallow hard against the lump in my throat. After feeling like I'm drowning, this lifeline means everything. The thought of someone actually fighting in my corner makes my eyes sting. Thank you, Cynthia. Just, thank you. Hey, she squeezes my shoulder, her perfectly manicured nails catching the light. That's what friends are for. Nobody messes with my girl and gets away with it, not even the almighty Charlotte Ashworth. I manage a smile, small but genuine. Maybe all isn't lost after all. God knows I've weathered worse storms than this. I think of Gwendolyn, of all those years raising Leo alone. If I could survive that, I can survive anything. The colors before me, resting patiently on my canvas, are blurring as my mind drifts to Nicholas. Everything seemed perfect. Reconnecting with him, watching him bond with Leo, feeling those old sparks ignite. But now, what if this is just the beginning? My voice wavers. Getting involved with Nicholas again, it's putting a target on my back. These people, they have so much power. They could destroy everything I've worked for with a single phone call. We're seeing it happen right before our eyes. Don't you dare! Cynthia's sharp tone cuts through my spiral. Are you really going to let some trust fund brats dictate your happiness? Girl, you've got more talent in your pinky finger than those vultures have in their whole bodies. It's not that simple. I set my brush down, paint dripping onto the newspaper below. My hands are trembling, and I clench them into fists. This is my career, Cynthia. My livelihood. Leo depends on me. One wrong move and these commissions could disappear overnight. And Nicholas? What about him? She crosses her arms, her bangles jingling with the movement. If he's half the man you say he is, he'll have your back through this storm. A real man stands by his woman when people try to tear her down. And honey, from what I've heard, that man would move mountains for you. Her words hit home. Nicholas has changed from the guy who let his mother control him. At least, that's what I'd like to believe. He says he never wants to let me go again. So there's definitely bite behind that bark. Right? I hear you. I straighten my spine. Nicholas isn't the same person who gave in to pressure before. When he found out about Leo, he didn't hesitate to claim him, to fight for us. Exactly. Cynthia nods firmly. Nicholas is a good man, Anna, and I have pretty good intuition. If he were a jerk clinging onto his mommy's skirts, I would have called him out already. But he's not like that. God, I hope so. I run my fingers through my hair, leaving streaks of blue paint without caring. Because this fight's just starting, and I can't lose everything I've built. Not when Leo's future depends on it.
Chapter 20. Nicholas. I stare at my phone for the 100th time today, my fingers drumming against the desk in an erratic rhythm. No response from Anna, not a single text since this morning, and the silence is driving me crazy. Each minute that passes feels like an hour, and I can't focus on anything else. Everything okay? I glance up to find my assistant hovering in the doorway with a stack of papers, her expression carefully neutral. Fine. Just set those on the desk. My tone comes out sharper than intended, but I'm too wound up to care. She places them down and exits without another word. Smart woman. She's been around long enough to read my moods and know when to make herself scarce. I tap out another message to Anna. Hope you and Leo are having a good day. Let me know you're okay. The words feel inadequate, but I'm trying not to come across as the possessive bastard I'm becoming. 5 years without her, and now every minute without contact sets my teeth on edge. The message shows as delivered, but remains unread. My chest tightens as scenarios race through my mind. Leo could be sick. There could have been an accident. Or maybe she's having second thoughts about us. The last thought hits harder than the others, making my jaw clench until it aches. I force my attention back to the quarterly projections on my screen, but the numbers blur together into a meaningless mess. The profit margins that usually command my full focus might as well be written in ancient Greek. 5 minutes pass before I check my phone again, the screen mockingly empty. God damn it! I run a hand through my hair, messing it up further. This isn't like her. Even when she's busy with her art, she usually sends quick replies. She knows what radio silence does to me, especially now that I've found them again. The thought of losing either of them makes my blood run cold. Anna, starting to worry here. Call me when you can. I hit send, then immediately want to follow up with another message. But I can't. Won't. I'm already walking a fine line between concerned and controlling, and the last thing I want is to push her away by being too demanding. The projections need my approval by end of day, but I can't focus. I pull up Leo's preschool number, finger hovering over the call button, but that might seem stalkerish, overprotective. The last thing I want is to push her away by being too intense. My phone finally buzzes. I snatch it up, but it's just an email for marketing about next season's campaign. Like I give a damn about color palettes right now. Mr. Everton, your 2 o'clock is here. My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom, grating on my already frayed nerves. Reschedule it. I bark the words, probably harsher than necessary, but I can't bring myself to care. Sir, it's the Milan team. They flew in specifically for this meeting. I said reschedule. Or better yet, have them meet with my creative director instead. I'm not available for the rest of the day. My tone leaves no room for argument. I check the time again. It's been 8 hours since Anna's last message. 8 hours of silence. The knot in my stomach tightens. I loosen my tie with shaking fingers and lean back in my leather chair, staring at our last text exchange from this morning. Her cheerful good morning, with that sunshine emoji she loves using, the one that always makes me smile despite myself. My reply asking about their plans for the day, trying to keep things casual while fighting the urge to ask a million questions about Leo. Then nothing. Just this maddening silence that's making me lose my goddamn mind. The logical part of my brain says she's probably just caught up in her work. But after losing her once before, logic takes a back seat to the gnawing worry in my gut. The door swings open without warning, and I nearly knock over my coffee as Sylvia Ashworth saunters into my office like she owns the place. Everything about her irks me nowadays, and it's probably my own mother's fault. Nicholas, there you are! I've been dying to see you. Her voice drips with manufactured sweetness as she approaches my desk. The heavy cloud of her designer perfume hits me like a slap to the face. I stand up, my hands flat on the desk, fighting the urge to call security. What the hell do you think you're doing here, Sylvia? Can't a girl stop by to catch up? She perches herself on the edge of my desk, crossing her legs. The move might work on other men, but it just makes my stomach turn. All I can think about is how Anna would never pull this kind of manipulative tactic. Not without an appointment. And definitely not by barging into my private office. My voice comes out as a low growl. I've dealt with enough entitled socialites in my life to know exactly what game she's playing, and I'm not in the mood for it. She waves a manicured hand dismissively, her red nails catching the light. Oh, please. Your mother let me in. Said you'd be happy to see a familiar face. She gives me what I'm sure she thinks is a seductive smile, but it just makes my jaw clench harder. Of course she did. My mother's matchmaking schemes are getting more desperate by the day. Get out. The words come out as a growl, deep and threatening. My patience is already shot to hell, and it's not even noon. I don't care if my mother handed you the keys to the building. You don't walk into my office unannounced. My hand tightens on my desk until my knuckles turn white. But Nicholas, she tries to soften her voice, playing the innocent act I've seen 100 times before. Now, I hit the intercom with more force than necessary. Security to my office, and someone find out who let Ms. Sylvia Ashworth through without clearance. I'm going to have to completely overhaul the front desk protocols after this. Sylvia's perfectly painted smile falters, her mask of confidence cracking. You're being ridiculous. I just wanted to talk to you. She uncrosses and recrosses her legs like some cheap femme fatale move. About what? I bark out, already knowing exactly where this conversation is headed. Your mother said you're a single man and that you intend to marry soon. Is that true? She leans forward, giving me a view I definitely don't want. Have you finally gotten rid of that other girl? What? Did she bore you that quickly? Watch your mouth about Anna, I whisper, narrowing my eyes at her. She's the love of my life, and I won't have someone like you disrespecting her. Sylvia leans back, a smirk playing across her red lips. Oh, Nicholas, you're so naive. It doesn't matter what you want. The little artist of yours won't be around much longer anyway. Ice floods my veins. What are you talking about? Your mother and mine have been quite busy. She examines her nails with casual indifference. They've got some fascinating stories ready to leak about your precious Anna, the kind that can destroy an emerging artist's career before it begins. My hands curl into fists at my sides. Explain. Now, multiple sources claiming her work is plagiarized, questions about her ethics, rumors about her using her connection to you to gain gallery spots. She waves her hand dismissively. You know how the art world works. Reputation is everything. And with our mother's connections to every major gallery and critic in the city, she trails off, letting the threat hang in the air. The rage building in my chest threatens to explode. My mother's manipulations have reached a new low, and she's dragged this entitled brat into it. The muscles in my jaw clench so tight they ache. You think I'll let that happen? Let it! Sylvia laughs, the sound grating against my ears like nails on a chalkboard. She leans back in her chair, radiating smug satisfaction. It's already in motion. Face it, Nicholas. Someone like her doesn't belong in our world. Your mother's just speeding up the inevitable. I slam my hand on the desk with enough force to send papers flying, making her jump and lose that self-satisfied smirk. Get out of my office before security comes here and drags you out. My voice comes out as a dangerous growl, promising consequences if she pushes me further. You can't protect her forever. Sylvia stands, smoothing her designer skirt with manicured fingers. The articles have already started dropping. I'd start preparing for damage control if I were you. She struts toward the door like she's won something. My vision goes red, and I grip the edge of my desk to keep from throwing something. The thought of these vultures trying to destroy Anna's career, everything she's worked so damn hard for, it makes me want to tear this whole building down. No way am I letting them get away with this. I glance at my phone again, the screen still mockingly empty. My stomach churns as the implications of Sylvia's words sink in. What if Anna's already seen the articles? What if she thinks I'm behind this somehow? The thought hits me like a punch to the gut. No wonder she hasn't responded all day. Screw this. I grab my jacket off the back of my chair and storm out of the office, ignoring my assistant's protests about the afternoon meetings. None of that matters right now. I need to find Anna, need to look her in the eyes and make her understand I had nothing to do with this nonsense. In the elevator, I pull up her address on my phone. She's probably at her studio. It's where she goes when she needs to think, to process, to work. The thought of her there, alone, dealing with this mess, makes my hands shake with rage and worry. The dread in my gut morphs into something darker. If Anna thinks I betrayed her trust again, if she believes I'm anything like my manipulative mother, I can't lose her. Not again. Not like this. I need to find her. Need to make this right before everything we've rebuilt comes crashing down around us.
Chapter 21. Anna. Steam rises from the pot as I stir the macaroni. the familiar motions doing little to settle my nerves. The kitchen counter holds my phone face down. I can't bear to look at another notification, another headline questioning my artistic integrity. "Mommy, look!" I made the dinosaur blue because he's sad, but then I gave him a yellow friend to cheer him up. Leo holds up his homework, his curls bouncing as he waves the paper. "That's beautiful, baby." My voice catches and I clear my throat. The yellow really makes it pop. I try to match his enthusiasm, but the weight in my chest makes it difficult. I focus on measuring the cheese powder, milk, and butter, comfort food measurements I know by heart. The articles flash through my mind. Rising artist Anna Howell. Derivative work or outright plagiarism. Questions arise about authenticity in Howell's latest exhibition. Each word feels like a knife twisting deeper, undermining years of hard work and sacrifice. Leo's crayon scratches against paper at the kitchen table. "Can I have extra cheese on top?" The innocent request grounds me, pulls me back from the edge of spiraling thoughts. His little feet swing beneath his chair, creating a steady rhythm against the kitchen air. Of course. The words stick in my throat. Only Gwendolyn would know exactly where to hit to hurt me most. My art, my livelihood, my passion. The timing's too perfect, right when my career's finally gaining traction. Right when Nicholas entered my life again. You're making the sad face again. Leo abandons his coloring and wraps his small arms around my legs. Want me to tell you a joke? What does a cloud wear under its raincoat? I wipe my hands on a dish towel, crouching to his level. What does it wear? Thunderwear. His giggles fill our small kitchen, and I pull him close, breathing in the scent of crayons and kid shampoo. That's a good one. I kiss his forehead, grateful he can't see the tears I blink away. Why don't you finish coloring while I get our bowls ready? He nods and returns to his masterpiece, humming under his breath. I portion out the mac and cheese, adding extra shredded cheddar to his bowl, just the way he likes it. My phone buzzes again on the counter, but I ignore it. Right now, this kitchen, this moment with my son, it's all that matters. I glance at my phone again, Nicholas's name lighting up the screen for what feels like the 100th time today. My finger hovers over the green button before I let it drop to voicemail. Again. "Done," Leo announces, holding up his completed dinosaur masterpiece. It's perfect. I tape it to our growing gallery on the refrigerator, right next to last week's space rocket drawing. Time to eat, sweetheart. We sit at our small kitchen table, and I watch Leo dig into his mac and cheese with gusto. My own bowl sits untouched, my stomach in knots. Another text notification makes my phone buzz against the surface. This time, I chance a peek at the message that comes through. "I need to talk to you. Please, Anna." The message preview disappears, joining dozens of others I've left unread. Each one feels like a punch to the gut. Nicholas isn't to blame for his mother's vindictive campaign against me, but he's part of her world. A world where someone like Gwendolyn can destroy careers with a few well-placed words. Where connections matter more than talent. Leo slurps up his meal, and cheese sauce dots his chin. I reach over with a napkin, cleaning his face while my mind races. Maybe if I just disappeared from Nicholas's radar, Gwendolyn would back off. Let the headlines die down. Stop the whispers that threaten everything I've built. My chest tightens at the thought. Walking away from Nicholas once nearly broke me. Doing it again, now that I've seen the way he looks at Leo, the way his eyes light up when he talks about making up for lost time. "Mommy, you're not eating." Leo points his fork at my bowl, concern creasing his small forehead. "Just thinking, baby." I force a smile and take a bite, tasting nothing. The phone buzzes again. I flip it face down, but it doesn't silence the voice in my head reminding me that every ignored call, every unanswered text, is another brick in a wall I'm not sure I have the strength to build. "What are you thinking about?" Leo asks, reaching for his juice cup and taking a hearty gulp. Then he returns to his bowl. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. I watch Leo scrape his bowl clean, gathering my courage. My heart pounds against my ribs as I realize it's time. He deserves to know. "Leo, remember how you asked me about daddies last week?" He nods, licking cheese sauce off his spoon. "That's right." I take a deep breath. "And you know Nicholas? The man who's been visiting us?" Leo's eyes light up. "He taught me how to throw a ball really high, and he makes funny faces when you're not looking." A laugh escapes me despite my nerves. "Well, sweetheart, Nicholas is actually your daddy." His spoon clatters against the bowl. "Really? Really? We used to be in love a long time ago, before you were born. But things got complicated, and we had to be apart for a while." I reach across the table, taking his small hand in mine. "But now he's back, and he wants to be your daddy more than anything in the world." Leo's face scrunches up in thought. "Is that why he looks at you like Prince Charming? Looks at Cinderella?" I smile wide. "What do you mean?" "Like this." He demonstrates an exaggerated, dreamy expression that makes me laugh. Then his eyes go wide. "Mommy, are you in love with Daddy again?" The question catches me off guard, spoken with such innocent curiosity. Leo watches me, waiting, while my heart does somersaults in my chest. "I'll always love your daddy," I whisper, squeezing Leo's hand. "He's a part of you, and you're the most important thing in my world." Leo's bottom lip trembles. "But why did he have to go away?" "Will there be times where he has to go away?" "There might be times when—" The words catch in my throat as tears well up in his blue eyes. Nicholas's eyes. Those same piercing blue eyes that haunted my dreams for years, now looking at me with such raw pain. "No." Leo jumps from his chair and throws himself into my lap, wrapping his arms around my neck. "Please don't make him go away. I want my daddy. Everyone else has one." His voice cracks on the last word, and I feel my own eyes stinging. My heart shatters into a million pieces. I hold him close, feeling his small body shake with sobs. His fingers clutch at my shirt desperately, like he's afraid I'll disappear too. "I prayed for a daddy every night." He hiccups against my shoulder, his tears soaking through the fabric. "And now he's here, and he plays with me and colors with me and—" Another sob cuts him off. His whole body trembles, and I rock him gently, wishing I could take away his pain, wishing I could explain how complicated adult relationships can be, wishing I hadn't let my own fear keep Nicholas away entirely. I rock him gently, my own tears falling into his curls. The weight of my choices crashes down. On one side, there's Gwendolyn with her power to destroy everything I've built. On the other, my son's happiness, his chance at having the father he's always dreamed of. "Please, Mommy." Leo pulls back, his wet face serious. "I'll be extra good. I'll clean my room every day. Just don't make Daddy leave." I brush the tears from his cheeks, my chest tight with pain. How do I explain that sometimes protecting the ones we love means making impossible choices? That Gwendolyn's vendetta could strip away our stability, our home, my ability to provide for him. But looking into those pleading eyes, I see the cost of my fear. 5 years of birthday wishes for a father. 5 years of watching other kids with their dads at the park. 5 years of leaving that space in his heart empty. "I love you so much," I whisper, pulling him close again. His small fingers grip my shirt like he's afraid I'll disappear too. "And I promise I'll try, baby." The words feel heavy on my tongue as I stroke Leo's hair. His sobs quiet to hiccups, but his grip on my shirt doesn't loosen. "Nicholas, your daddy, wants to be here for you. Promise?" Leo's voice comes out muffled against my shoulder. Cross my heart. I trace an X over my chest, and he mirrors the gesture with a shaky hand. He settles back in my lap, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Can we call him right now? My stomach drops. The phone sits accusingly on the table, filled with those unanswered messages. It's almost bedtime, sweetheart. How about we get you cleaned up first? Leo nods, but his bottom lip still quivers. I help him down from my lap and watch him trudge toward the bathroom, his shoulders slumped. The sight makes my chest ache. I gather our bowls, letting the water run hot over my hands as I wash them. The steam fogs up the window above the sink, and I catch my reflection, fractured, uncertain. Nicholas deserves to be in Leo's life. Our son deserves his father. But Gwendolyn's influence stretches far, her connections deep. One word from her could blacklist me from every gallery in the city. The sound of Leo brushing his teeth drifts down the hallway. Such a simple, normal moment. But for how long? If I let Nicholas back in completely, give him the family he wants, would his mother retaliate? Take away my ability to provide for Leo? Force us to leave everything we've built here? I dry my hands, gripping the counter until my knuckles turn white. The weight of the decision presses down on my shoulders. Love isn't always enough. I learned that lesson 5 years ago. But looking at the dinosaur drawing on the fridge, seeing the joy in Leo's eyes when he talks about Nicholas, God, I'm terrified. Terrified of making the wrong choice. Terrified of losing everything. Terrified of trusting again.
Chapter 22. Nicholas. The late morning sun warms my face as I wait outside Anna's modest apartment complex. My heart races with anticipation. Anna finally got back to me and agreed to meet me for a weekend visit. I've been waiting anxiously for this day to arrive. The door swings open and Leo bursts out, his curls bouncing with each excited step. Dad! You came. His small body barrels toward me with the force of a tiny linebacker. The word hits me like a thunderbolt. Dad! My throat tightens as warmth spreads through my chest, and for a moment I can barely breathe. 5 years of missed moments flash through my mind in an instant. I catch Anna's eye, and she gives a small shrug and smile, looking damn beautiful as always in that flowing yellow sundress. Hey, buddy. I scoop him up, drinking in his infectious grin. Those eyes so much like mine. Jesus. It's like looking in a mirror from 25 years ago. My hands tremble slightly as I hold him. What have you got there? It's my new rocket ship. He waves a sleek toy spacecraft, nearly smacking me in the nose with his enthusiasm. Can we make it fly? Of course we can. I set him down and he darts ahead on the sidewalk, making whooshing sounds. My chest swells with pride watching him zoom around, already owning every inch of space around him like a true Everton. Anna falls in step beside me, close enough that her flowery scent fills my senses. Sorry about the dad thing. He just started saying it more since I told him the truth. I can talk to him if... Don't! I love it. My voice comes out rougher than intended. She wraps her arms around herself, her expression darkening. Your mother's been busy. What do you mean? 3 more art critics published scathing reviews of my work this week. Same talking points, same timing. Her jaw clenches. Called my pieces derivative and amateur. One even suggested I'm riding on your family name since we've gotten back together. Damn. I run a hand through my hair. I'll handle it. I don't need you to fight my battles, Nicholas. This isn't just your battle. She's using our connection to hurt you professionally. I watch Leo zooming his spaceship through the air. I won't let her destroy your career like she tried to destroy us. Dad! Watch this! Leo calls out, spinning in circles with his rocket held high. The joy in his voice cuts through the tension. I catch Anna's slight smile. Despite everything, we both know what matters most. Then, Anna's fingers twist the hem of her sundress. I think there's something else we need to discuss. She glances at Leo, making sure he's out of earshot as he continues his space mission. Your mother, she's not just going after my work. She's been reaching out to galleries, telling them I'm unstable, that my work is juvenile and not worth showing to the world. My jaw clenches. Of course she is. Gwendolyn Everton never does anything halfway when she wants to destroy someone. How bad? Well, remember the Morrison Gallery? They pulled my upcoming exhibition, and another deal fell through this morning. Anna's voice stays steady, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands. I've worked years to build these relationships, Nicholas. Years. And she's burning them all down with a few phone calls. I won't let her. You don't understand. This isn't just about me anymore. She gestures toward Leo, who's now pretending his rocket crashed into an alien planet. That's our son's future she's messing with. My income, my ability to provide for him. The rage builds in my chest, hot and familiar. Like a volcano ready to erupt, threatening to consume everything in its path. I step closer, keeping my voice low so Leo won't hear. Listen to me. She won't touch your career. I promise you that her attacks stop now. My hands clench into fists at my sides, already planning my next move. How can you be so sure? Because I know my mother. And I know exactly how to handle her. I brush my thumb across her cheek, wiping away a tear she probably didn't even realize had fallen. The softness of her skin reminds me of all those nights we shared, before everything went to hell. Trust me on this, Anna. Please. The words come out rough, almost like a growl. She searches my face for a long moment, those hazel eyes of hers trying to read the darkness she sees there. Finally, she nods slowly. Okay. But Nicholas, don't do anything that'll make things worse. If she only knew what I was capable of when it came to protecting the people I love. The lengths I'd go to, the strings I'd pull, the threats I'd make. All of it justified when it comes to keeping her and Leo safe. But that's one part of me Anna doesn't need to see. Not yet. She's already been through enough without witnessing the ruthless side of being an Everton. Let's not... Anna waves her hand dismissively. I don't want to focus on your mother's cruelties right now. I'll figure out how to handle this my own way. I nod, respecting her wishes even as plans form in my mind. Whatever you want. But I'm already thinking of calling my lawyer, making sure every possible angle is covered. No one's going to hurt them. Not my mother. Not anyone. Leo runs back to us, his spaceship making a wobbly landing. Can we go to the park? Please. He tugs on both our hands, creating a bridge between Anna and me. The simple gesture makes my chest tighten. This is what I've missed all these years without even knowing it. What do you think, Mom? I catch her eye, loving how the sunlight plays across her face. She looks exactly like she did 5 years ago. Same fierce spirit, same breathtaking beauty. I think that's a perfect idea. Anna squeezes Leo's hand. Lead the way, Captain. Leo beams up at us. This is the best day ever. Having both of you here makes me so happy. His innocent joy pierces straight through to my heart. Damn if I'm not going to do everything in my power to make sure he has many more days just like this one. My son deserves nothing less. Me too, buddy. My voice comes out thick with emotion. I clear my throat. Race you to that tree. He takes off running, his laughter trailing behind him. Anna follows at a slower pace, giving me a moment alone. I pull out my phone and quickly type out an email to the board secretary. Emergency board meeting. Monday, 9 a.m. sharp. Attendance mandatory. RE leadership restructuring. I hit send, knowing this will send ripples through the company. Good. It's time to remind everyone, especially my mother, who really holds the power at Everton Fashion House. Leo's voice carries across the grass. Dad! Come on! I pocketed my phone and jogged to catch up with my family. My family. The thought hits me again, making my chest tight with a feeling I can't quite name. We reached the small neighborhood park, its well-worn playground equipment gleaming under the sun. Leo races ahead to the swings, his rocket ship still clutched tight in one hand. "Push me! Push me!" He scrambles onto the black rubber seat, legs kicking with excitement. I position myself behind him, giving gentle pushes that send him soaring through the air. His delighted squeals fill the space around us. Anna perches on the swing next to him, her feet dragging lazy patterns in the wood chips below. "Higher, Dad!" I want to touch the clouds. My chest constricts at the pure joy in his voice. This is what I've been missing, what my mother stole from all of us. 5 years of moments like this, gone forever because of her prejudices and manipulation. Watch this. Leo lets go of the chains, spreading his arms wide like wings. My heart stops for a split second before I realize he's perfectly balanced, completely fearless. This kid's going to give me a heart attack before I turn 35, just like his father. Anna's voice carries a hint of warmth I haven't heard in years. Always testing limits. Her eyes dance with amusement, and for a moment, I see the same spark that drew me to her all those years ago. I catch her eye, memories flooding back of our own reckless adventures. Midnight swims, rooftop stargazing, stolen kisses behind the art gallery. Seems like he got the best of both of us. And damn if that isn't the truth. He's got her creativity and my daring streak. Leo jumps off at the height of his swing, landing with the grace of a cat. My hands instinctively reach out, but he doesn't need the help. Mom! Dad, let's play spaceship! He waves his toy rocket, the red paint chipped from countless adventures. I'm the captain, and you're my crew. Anna rises from her swing, brushing off her dress. The fabric clings to her curves in a way that makes my mouth go dry. Lead the way, Captain Leo. She throws me a look that says, you better play along. And hell if I can resist either of them right now. We spend the next hour following his elaborate mission directives, dodging imaginary asteroids and fighting space pirates. Every time Leo grabs my hand or calls me Dad, it feels like another piece of my heart clicks into place. Watching Anna chase him around the playground, her curls wild in the breeze and laughter lighting up her face, I know with absolute certainty that I'll burn down every bridge my mother tries to build between us. The Everton Empire, the social connections, the family name, none of it matters compared to these moments with my son and the woman I never stopped loving. Let my mother try her worst. She has no idea what I'm willing to sacrifice to keep this family together.
Chapter 23. Anna. I watch Leo's tiny fingers smear purple paint across his canvas, his tongue poking out in concentration. My own brushstrokes slow as I admire his creative process. He's claimed the corner of my studio as his personal art space, filling it with drawings, paintings, and craft projects that showcase his boundless imagination. Mommy, look. It's a dragon eating ice cream. Leo points to the abstract swirls of color that somehow make perfect sense in his 5-year-old mind. That's beautiful, baby. I love how you mix the colors. My chest swells with pride, but my phone buzzes again. Another notification from an art blog. I ignore it, refusing to let their words poison this moment. Can we hang it next to yours? Leo wipes his hands on his already paint-stained apron. Of course. I set down my brush, forcing myself to step away from the canvas I've been working on. The piece is dark, emotional, a reflection of the storm brewing around me. Ever since Gwendolyn and Charlotte started their smear campaign, galleries have been ignoring my messages to show off my work. Critics who once praised my work now question my authenticity. You're making sad colors again. Leo abandons his painting and wraps his arms around my legs, leaving purple handprints on my jeans. His warmth seeps through the denim, grounding me in the present moment. Sometimes artists need to use all the colors. even the sad ones. I run my fingers through his curls, amazed at how perceptive he is. Those striking blue eyes, so like his father's, stare up at me with understanding far beyond his years. Then I'll make happy ones for you. He scampers back to his corner, pulling out a fresh sheet of paper and reaching for the brightest yellows and oranges in his paint set. His little tongue pokes out in concentration as he squeezes the tubes with more force than necessary. My phone buzzes again. This time, it's an email, another gallery backing out. The words blur as tears threaten, but I blink them away. I won't let them win. I won't let Gwendolyn's spite destroy what I've built. 5 years of hard work, of proving myself in the art world while raising my son alone. I refuse to let her take that from me too. Look, Mommy. The sun is dancing. Leo holds up his new creation, beaming with pride. His smile is infectious, pure light cutting through the darkness. I tape his painting to the wall, right next to my works in progress. His colorful pieces create a stark contrast against my recent darker themed collections, like stars piercing through storm clouds. Suddenly, a sharp knock cuts through our peaceful afternoon. Leo freezes mid-brushstroke, paint dripping onto his paper. His little hand trembles, and I know he senses my tension. He's always been intuitive that way. Stay here, baby. Keep working on your masterpiece. I squeeze his shoulder and head to the door, my footsteps echoing across the hardwood floor. Each step feels heavier than the last, like my body knows something my mind hasn't caught up to yet. The moment I open it, the air turns to ice. Gwendolyn Everton stands in my doorway, her designer sunglasses perched on her nose despite being indoors. Her gray cashmere sweater mocks me with its wealth. The Cartier watch on her wrist catches the light, a reminder of the money she loves to flaunt. Well? Her gaze sweeps across my studio, lingering on the paint-splattered drop cloths and the mismatched furniture. This is quaint, though I suppose lackluster would be a more accurate description. She steps inside without waiting for an invitation, the click of her Louboutins against my floor like tiny daggers to my pride. My fingers tighten on the doorknob. What are you doing here? Can a woman appreciate local art? Her lips curl into something between a smile and a sneer. Though I use the term art loosely in this case. Get out. My voice shakes, but I plant my feet firmly. You've done enough damage. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. She removes her sunglasses, tucking them into her Hermes bag. I have something to say to you, and you're going to listen. Mommy? Leo's small voice carries from around the corner. Can I have more yellow paint? Gwendolyn's eyes narrow at his voice, and something shifts in her expression. Something that makes my protective instincts flare. I step in front of her, blocking her view of my son, her grandson. Whatever you have to say it quickly and leave. I cross my arms, fighting to keep my voice steady. You've already convinced half the galleries in town to blacklist me. What more do you want? Gwendolyn reaches into her designer bag, pulling out a thick cream envelope. The paper catches the light, highlighting the Everton Fashion House watermark. My stomach drops. I've seen that stationery before, 5 years ago, when she first tried to buy me off. I know you're seeing Nicholas again. She extends the envelope toward me. And I know about the boy. Those eyes, they're unmistakable. Ice spreads through my veins. My hands clench into fists at my sides. You have no right. I have every right. The Everton name means something in this city. She waves the envelope. This check will give you a fresh start somewhere else. Far away from here. From Nicholas. Her lips curl. You should have taken the money 5 years ago when I first offered. But here's your chance to correct that unfortunate decision. Are you serious right now? I snatch the envelope from her hand and rip it in half, then quarters. The pieces flutter to the floor between us. You think you can just walk in here and try to buy me off again? Try to separate my son from his father? Don't be dramatic. It's a generous offer, more than someone like you deserves. She glances at the torn paper with disdain. Think about what's best for everyone involved. What's best? My voice rises. What's best is for you to leave. Now. And don't come back. You're making a mistake. She steps closer, her perfume choking me. Nicholas has responsibilities, a legacy to uphold. He doesn't need complications from his past derailing his future. Get out. I point to the door, my arm shaking. I'm not taking your money. I'm not leaving. And I'm done letting you dictate my life or my son's. Gwendolyn's long nails tap against her designer bag. You leave me no choice. By the time I'm done, not a single gallery in this city will touch your work. Her voice drops to a whisper. You'll be living out of your car, unable to provide for that precious little boy. You're threatening me? My hands shake, but I lift my chin. In front of your own grandson? Oh, please, spare me the dramatics. I tried to be nice. She gestures at the torn check on the floor. I offered you a clean break, a fresh start. But you're like a cockroach, refusing to die no matter how many times I try to stamp you out. The truth will come out eventually. I step closer, matching her whisper. Every cruel thing you've done, every lie you've told to the press, it'll all come to light. And then what will your precious social circle think of you? Her laugh echoes through my studio, sharp and cold. Highly unlikely. Who would believe you over me? I'm Gwendolyn Everton. You're just some struggling artist who got knocked up by my son. Movement catches my eye. Leo stands in his art corner, paint still dripping from his hands. Gwendolyn's gaze locks onto him, and something flickers across her face. Recognition, maybe even longing. Those blue eyes, so like Nicholas's, stare back at her with innocent curiosity. The moment stretches, heavy with unspoken words. Then Gwendolyn turns on her heel, the click of her designer's shoes exiting my art studio at long last. My shoulders slump once she shuts the door behind her, leaving us in silence. Leo tugs on my paint-stained jeans, his little fingers leaving colorful smears. Who was that lady, Mommy? I kneel down to his level, taking his small hands in mine. Purple and yellow paint mix between our palms, creating tiny swirls that match the churning in my stomach. She wasn't a nice woman, baby. Just someone who won't be coming to our art studio again. My voice stays steady, though my heart races at the memory of her cruel words. His brow furrows, those blue eyes, Nicholas's eyes, searching my face with an intensity that makes my chest ache. She looked mad, like my teacher when Tommy knocked over the block tower at school. Yeah, she was pretty mad. I wipe a smudge of paint from his cheek, letting my touch linger on his soft skin. The sun streaming through the studio windows catches the gold flecks in his curls. But we don't need to worry about her anymore. Leo shifts his weight from foot to foot, a telltale sign he's building up to something. His fingers twist in the hem of his paint-splattered t-shirt as he works up his courage. When am I going to see Daddy again? The question hits me like a punch to the gut, and for a moment I can't breathe. The question hits like a punch to the gut. I take a deep breath, buying time to steady my voice. I'm not sure, sweetheart. But he promised to take me to the park more, like how we did yesterday. His bottom lip trembles. He said we'd feed the ducks. I know he did. I run my fingers through his curls. Hey, what do you say we work on another masterpiece? I bet you could paint those ducks right now. His face brightens at the suggestion. Can I use the sparkly paint? Of course you can. I guide him back to his corner, grateful for his ability to bounce back so quickly. Show me how the ducks dance. He grabs his brushes, already lost in his own creative world, the heavy moment forgotten. I wish I could forget as easily.
Chapter 24. Nicholas. I slam through the double doors of the conference room. The board members straighten in their leather chairs, papers shuffling as 12 pairs of eyes lock onto me. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I plant my hands on the polished mahogany table, scanning the faces of our most trusted advisors and executives. I'll cut straight to it. We need to remove Gwendolyn Everton from her position at Everton Fashion House. Gasps ripple through the room. Harrison Thomas, our CFO, drops his Mont Blanc pen. This isn't a decision I've made lightly. My knuckles whiten against the wood. But the evidence speaks for itself. In the past 6 months alone, she's redirected company funds into personal ventures, overridden board-approved decisions, and damaged relationships with our most valuable partners. Nicholas. Patricia Chavez leans forward, her glasses catching the fluorescent light. You're talking about removing your mother, the face of Everton Fashion House for 3 decades. I'm talking about saving this company. I tap the stack of folders in front of me. Page through these reports. She's been systematically undermining our new sustainable fashion initiative to maintain her relationships with manufacturers known for unethical practices. Remember how we secured Wally Yeager for our spring line? He dropped out because my mother refused to adapt to their modernization requests. John Weber, our longest-serving board member, flips through the documentation. His eyebrows climb higher with each page, his weathered fingers trembling slightly. These numbers don't lie. But the PR nightmare will be nothing compared to what happens if we let her continue. I straighten, squaring my shoulders and planting my hands firmly on the polished mahogany table. She's not the same woman who built this empire. Her decisions are erratic, self-serving. She's turning Everton Fashion House into her personal playground, while our market share drops quarter after quarter. We've lost 3 major influencer contracts this month alone because of her refusal to adapt. The room falls silent as the board members exchange glances, the weight of what I'm proposing settling over them like a heavy cloak. The tick of the wall clock seems deafening in the tension-filled boardroom. Sweat beads on more than one forehead. I know what I'm asking. But as CEO, I have to put the company first. And right now, Gwendolyn Everton is our biggest liability. I clench my jaw, ignoring the twist in my gut. My mother's time at Everton Fashion House needs to end before she destroys everything we've built. I take a deep breath, my fingers drumming against the leather portfolio in front of me. And that's not all. Gwendolyn has been conducting a targeted smear campaign against Anna Howell, a local artist who's gaining recognition in the community. My mother, along with Charlotte Ashworth, has been spreading vicious lies about her character, her work ethic, and her personal life. We're talking calculated character assassination. My blood boils just thinking about it. They've been calling galleries, spreading rumors to potential clients, even trying to sabotage her upcoming exhibition. John Weber shifts uncomfortably. That's a serious accusation, Nicholas. I have proof. I slide another folder across the table. Emails, text messages, recorded conversations from multiple sources. Anna Howell has grounds for a massive defamation lawsuit, and when, not if, she files, Everton Fashion House will be dragged through the mud if we're still associated with Gwendolyn. Why would your mother target this artist? Harrison asks. I grip the edge of the table. Personal vendetta. But her reasons don't matter. What matters is that she's using company resources, company connections, and the Everton name to wage this war. We need to cut ties now, before the scandal breaks. The timing would work in our favor, Patricia notes, studying the evidence. If we remove her now, we can distance ourselves from her actions before any legal proceedings begin. Exactly. We can frame it as a standard leadership transition, cite creative differences, whatever spin works best, but she needs to go. Today. I straighten my tie, my resolve hardening. I won't let her poison another person's life or drag this company down with her outdated prejudices and personal vendettas. The boardroom erupts into overlapping conversations. I stand back, letting them process this bombshell while maintaining my commanding presence at the head of the table. The sustainable initiative alone represents 30% of our projected growth, Harrison points out, tapping his tablet. If we lose that, our Q4 numbers will tank. Patricia nods. And these partnership terminations? The Yeager situation cost us millions in potential revenue. But she's Gwendolyn Everton, John interjects, spreading his hands. Her connections in the industry run deep. The old guard still respects her. The old guard is dying out, I counter. Fashion's changing. Sustainability, inclusivity, digital presence. These aren't trends. They're the future. And she's fighting every step of that future. What about her shareholding position? Harrison asks. She maintains her shares but loses operational control. The bylaws are clear on this. I push another document forward. We have grounds for immediate removal based on Article 7, Section 3, breach of fiduciary duty. The discussion continues for another 20 minutes. I watch as the tide turns, person by person. When Patricia raises her hand for the vote, it's unanimous. Motion carries, the board secretary announces, her fingers flying over her laptop. The board hereby removes Gwendolyn Everton from all operational positions within Everton Fashion House, effective immediately. I don't waste time. My phone's already in hand, typing out the pre-arranged message to head of security. Security team is moving now. They'll escort her out and supervise the clearing of her office. I look each board member in the eye. Thank you for making the right choice. Difficult as it is, this is what's best for the company. The secretary's typing pauses. Do you want to be present for her removal, Mr. Everton? I do. Bidding farewell to my board members and thanking them for coming together on such short notice, I stride out into the hallway. The click of expensive shoes and hushed whispers fade as the board members disperse. My mother's office sits at the end of the executive floor, its double doors thrown wide open. The security team is already in position. Marquez holds my mother back while Lopez and Rodriguez methodically pack her personal items into bankers' boxes. Get your hands off me! My mother's voice pierces through the corridor. I'll have your job for this. All of your jobs! I round the corner, loosening my tie. That won't be possible, Mother. You don't have that authority anymore. She whips around, her perfectly coiffed hair coming undone. Nicholas? What is the meaning of this? The board voted unanimously. You've been removed from all operational positions within Everton Fashion House. You can't do this to me. I built this company. And now you're destroying it. I nod to Rodriguez as he carefully wraps her crystal awards. Your personal vendetta against Anna was the final straw. Her face contorts. That gold-digging... Don't. My voice cuts like steel. You're trespassing on private property. These men will escort you out. Your personal items will be delivered to your home. I'm calling the police. She fumbles for her phone. Go ahead. They'll tell you the same thing. The board's decision is legally binding. I step closer, lowering my voice. Did you really think I wouldn't do something about what you've been doing to Anna? The smear campaign? The sabotage? Everything I did was to protect you. No. Everything you did was to protect your own prejudices. I gesture to Marquez. Please escort Mrs. Everton out. If she resists, we'll have no choice but to involve law enforcement. You'll regret this, she spits, yanking her arm from Marquez's grip. I'm your mother. And I'm CEO. You taught me to put business first, remember? I turn away, unable to watch, as security leads her toward the elevator. Her protests echo through the hallway, growing fainter with each step. My mother's heels dig into the ground as she tries to resist Marquez's escort. I gave you everything. Everything. And this is how you repay me? Her hands claw at the air like she's drowning. Save the performance. I stride alongside them toward the elevator, jaw clenched so tight it hurts. You gave me everything except the freedom to be happy, to love who I choose. You controlled every aspect of my life. She jerks to a halt, yanking against Marquez's grip. That woman is beneath you. Anna is worth 10 of you. The words slice through the air between us, sharp as a blade. My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. And my son? The grandson you tried to keep from me? They're my priority now, not you, not this company's reputation, not your precious social standing. Nicholas, please. You will never hurt them again. I step closer, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I've already filed restraining orders. Try to contact Anna or Leo. Try to sabotage her career again, and I'll bury you in so many lawsuits you won't be able to show your face in Manhattan. She straightens her spine, chin lifting in that imperious way I've seen 1,000 times before. Then you're no longer my son. Fine by me. A weight lifts from my shoulders, years of expectations and manipulation falling away like chains I've carried since childhood. I'd rather be Leo's father than your puppet. The words taste like victory on my tongue. The elevator doors slide open with a soft chime. Marquez, ever the dutiful security chief, guides her inside with practiced efficiency, but she turns for one last shot, her face a mask of cold fury. You're throwing away your legacy. I smile, feeling lighter than I have in years, like I could float right off the polished marble floor. No, Mother. I'm building a new one. One with bedtime stories and finger paintings and Leo's infectious laughter. One with Anna's fierce love and creative spirit. The doors close on her shocked expression, cutting off whatever barbed response she had ready. For the first time in my life, I feel truly free. No more society parties. No more arranged dates with vapid socialites. No more letting her pull my strings. Just the family I choose. The family I love.
Chapter 25. Anna. I adjust the fabric of my flowing maxi dress, smoothing out non-existent wrinkles as I settle into the vintage armchair in my small art gallery. Molly Jason sits across from me, her laptop balanced on her knees. She has this disarming smile that puts me at ease, despite the knots in my stomach. Her professional demeanor reminds me of every gallery owner I've ever pitched to, but there's something different about her. Something genuine. Thank you for meeting with me, Anna. Your friend Cynthia spoke highly of your work. Molly glances around the studio, her eyes lingering on my centerpiece, a large abstract that took me 3 months to complete. I can see why. These pieces are stunning. I appreciate you taking the time. My fingers trace the wooden armrest, following the familiar grooves that have become almost meditative during my long hours in the gallery. These past few weeks have been challenging. Let's address that. That's why I'm here. Molly leans forward. The art community has been buzzing with rumors about you. Some are saying your work is derivative, that you've copied other artists. What's your response to these accusations? I straighten my spine. My art comes from my experiences, my truth. Each piece tells a story that's uniquely mine. Can you elaborate on your creative process? I pour everything into my work, the joy, the pain, the struggle. I gesture to the large canvas behind me, swirls of deep blues and purples dancing across its surface. This piece, for example, explores the complexity of motherhood, the isolation, the overwhelming love, the constant push and pull between giving yourself to another person while trying to maintain your own identity. Molly's fingers hover over her keyboard. These critical pieces, they've been increasing. The timing seems suspicious. My throat tightens. Because it is. This is a coordinated smear campaign, and I'm done letting it affect me or my work. My fists clench into balls in my lap. Every accusation is false. My art has always been original, personal. Why do you think you're being targeted now? I open my eyes to gaze at her. It's no coincidence these attacks started after news broke about Nicholas Everton and me. The words taste bitter on my tongue. Some people aren't happy about our rekindled relationship, or that he's Leo's father. Nicholas Everton? Of Everton Fashion House? Molly's typing speeds up. Yes. And we're not taking this lying down anymore. My voice grows stronger with each word. Nicholas and I are pursuing legal action against these false claims. We have proof of the orchestrated nature of these attacks, and we know the true identities of the people involved. That's quite the development. Her fingers dance across the keyboard. How has this affected your work? It hasn't. Won't. I cross my arms, drawing strength from my own conviction. The truth is on my side. Every brushstroke, every piece I create comes from my experiences, my soul. No one can take that away from me. My art speaks for itself, and it always has. Molly nods, still typing. And Nicholas Everton is supporting you through this? We're standing together. United. The word feels powerful, right? I straighten my spine, feeling Nicholas's unwavering support, even if he's not here with me right now. These accusations aren't just attacking my art anymore. They're attacking my family, my integrity. That's where I draw the line. My voice carries steel now, matching the determination in my heart. Anyone who thinks they can tear us down doesn't know what they're up against. Molly's smile shifts, taking on a curious edge. If you could speak directly to these art critics who were paid to write hit pieces about you, what would you say? I lean back in my chair, letting out a deep breath. The question hits close to home, stirring up so much of my frustration and anger. You know what? At first I wanted to scream at them, demand to know how they sleep at night. But now, my fingers drum against the armrest. I just feel sorry for them. They've perpetuated this cycle of bullying and harassment. All for what? A paycheck? They're part of a system that tears down artists instead of lifting them up. That's quite diplomatic of you. It's not diplomacy. It's reality. I meet her gaze, my jaw set with determination. Every word I speak carries the weight of countless restless nights spent agonizing over their cruel words. But they'll have their day in court soon enough. We're filing lawsuits against every single one of them. Molly's eyebrows shoot up, her pen hovering over her notepad. That's bold. Taking on multiple critics at once? Necessary is what it is. I gesture to the paintings surrounding us in my studio, my hand sweeping across the vivid colors and bold strokes that have defined my career. These pieces represent years of my life, my journey. Each one tells a story that's uniquely mine. I won't let anyone try to rewrite that story with lies. These aren't just paintings. They're pieces of my soul laid bare on canvas. The legal costs alone must be worth every penny to protect my reputation and my work. My voice carries the weight of conviction. These weren't honest critiques or different interpretations of my art. They were calculated attacks, and we have the paper trail to prove it. But this isn't just about me anymore. What happens when they target someone who's just starting out? Someone who can't afford legal representation or doesn't have connections in the industry? Molly's fingers still against her keyboard. I've been lucky. Nicholas's resources and support have given me the ability to fight back. But most artists, my hand clenches into a fist. They'd be destroyed by something like this. Their career's over before they even begin. What do you plan to do about it? We're setting up a foundation. The words flow easily now, fueled by recent late-night discussions with Nicholas. It'll provide legal support to artists facing similar situations. No more watching talented people get crushed by coordinated attacks just because they can't afford to defend themselves. That's incredible. Molly's eyes light up, taking your experience and turning it into something positive. These critics thought they could silence me. Instead, I gesture to the paintings surrounding us. They've given me a new purpose. Every artist deserves the chance to share their vision without fear of manufactured controversy. It takes courage to stand up like this. Molly closes her laptop, her expression sincere. Many would have backed down, taken the easier path. The easier path isn't always the right one. My fingers trace the edge of my chair. If sharing my story helps protect even one artist from going through this nightmare, then every moment of stress and uncertainty will have been worth it. You're very brave, Anna. Molly's voice carries genuine admiration. Taking on the establishment like this, using your platform to protect others, it's remarkable. I rise from my chair as Molly gathers her belongings, extending my hand to meet hers in a firm handshake. Thank you for giving me this platform to share my story. My smile reaches my eyes, genuine gratitude flowing through me. Are you kidding? Thanks, Cynthia, for bringing this to my attention. Molly tucks her laptop into her leather messenger bag. When she pitched the idea of an exclusive interview, I jumped at the chance. Your work speaks volumes, and the art world needs to hear your side of things. Cynthia's been an incredible friend through all this. I adjust the silver bangle on my wrist. Not everyone stuck around when the criticism started. Well, you'll be pleased to know I'm planning to tease this interview across all my social channels before the full piece drops. She pulls out her phone, already typing. My followers are going to eat this up. Nothing like a good redemption story to set the record straight. You think it'll help? The question slips out before I can stop it, betraying the vulnerability I've tried so hard to mask. Help! Anna, this interview is going to force those critics to face their lies head on. Molly's eyes sparkle with determination. I wouldn't be surprised if we see retractions and apologies rolling in by the end of the week. I nod, allowing myself to imagine the possibility. After months of defending my work, of fighting against a tide of false accusations, the thought of vindication sends a flutter of hope through my chest. That would be nice. The words come out soft, measured. I've learned not to count on anything when it comes to critics and their pride. Molly waves goodbye, and the door chimes as she exits. My shoulders drop, releasing tension I didn't realize I was carrying. A quick glance at my phone shows it's already 2:45 p.m. Time to pick up Leo from preschool. I gather my things, sliding my phone into my oversized leather bag and checking that my keys are where they belong. The late afternoon sun streams through the gallery windows, catching the vibrant colors of my paintings. For the first time in weeks, I look at them without that gnawing doubt in my stomach. Let Gwendolyn try her worst. Her paid critics, her whispered rumors, her attempts to discredit my work. None of it matters anymore. The truth is coming out, and she can't stop it. I lock up the gallery, my heels clicking against the sidewalk as I head to my car. The spring air carries the scent of blooming jasmine, and I take a deep breath, letting it fill my lungs. My steps feel lighter, my head higher. Leo's going to want to hear all about my interview. He always knows when something good happens. That boy has a sixth sense for reading my moods. I can already picture his face lighting up when I tell him about standing up to the mean people who said bad things about Mommy's art. The drive to his preschool takes mere minutes. But my mind wanders to Nicholas, wondering if he's heard about the interview yet. He's been my rock through this whole ordeal, refusing to let his mother's schemes tear us apart again. This time, we're fighting back together. A smile spreads across my face as I pull into the preschool parking lot. Gwendolyn's power over me is finally breaking. She can't hurt me anymore. Not my art, not my relationship with Nicholas, and certainly not my beautiful life with Leo. Oh honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 26. Nicholas. The cameras flash like strobe lights as I step up to the podium outside Everton Tower. A sea of reporters crowd the steps, microphones thrust forward, hungry for answers. The crisp air bites through my suit jacket, but I maintain my composure. This needs to be done. Thank you all for coming today. I'll be brief and direct about the recent events at Everton Fashion House. My voice carries across the crowd through the speakers. Over the past months, my mother, Gwendolyn Everton, has attempted to seize control of the company through various underhanded means. Questions erupt from the crowd. I raise my hand for silence. She manipulated board members, falsified documents, and engaged in corporate espionage. But what's most egregious is her targeted campaign of slander against innocent individuals connected to our company. The crowd murmurs. A reporter in front raises her hand. Can you elaborate on these allegations? My mother specifically targeted an up-and-coming artist, spreading malicious lies about her work ethic and character. She attempted to blacklist this talented artist from every major art gallery in New York. My jaw clenches. This behavior is unacceptable and goes against everything Everton Fashion House stands for. Is this about Anna Howell? Another reporter shouts. Yes. The word comes out harder than intended. Ms. Howell is an exceptional artist whose work speaks for itself. The board's decision to remove my mother from her position was unanimous, based on documented evidence of her actions. What about your mother's claims that you're unfit to lead? My mother's accusations come from a place of desperation. The numbers speak for themselves. Under my leadership, Everton Fashion House has seen its most profitable quarter in 5 years. We're expanding our sustainable fashion line and investing in emerging designers. I grip the podium edges. This company was built on innovation and inclusivity, not outdated prejudices and power plays. A younger reporter pushes forward. Will legal action be taken? We're exploring all options. The board has already filed injunctions against my mother's attempts to interfere with company operations. But let me be clear, this press conference isn't about revenge. It's about setting the record straight and ensuring that talented individuals like Ms. Howell aren't harmed by baseless accusations. The barrage of questions continues, voices blending into a chaotic symphony of demands for more details. Camera flashes assault my vision, but I maintain my composure, keeping my shoulders squared and jaw set. Mr. Everton, are you saying you'll be pursuing legal action against your own mother? I take a deep breath, my fingers tightening imperceptibly on the podium. We're exploring all legal options. This isn't a decision made lightly, but the integrity of our company and the well-being of our employees come first. A reporter with a skeptical look steps forward, his pen poised like a weapon. But isn't this harsh? She's your mother after all. The implication stings, but I don't waver. My mother's face flashes through my mind, along with everything she's done, everyone she's hurt. Family or not, no one is above accountability. Her actions have hurt many people and jeopardized the future of Everton Fashion House. I lean forward slightly, meeting the reporter's gaze. And I'll be damned if I let anyone, including my mother, destroy what we've built here. Do you feel any guilt for doing this to her? Another reporter asks, voice tinged with accusation. Guilt? I meet his gaze head on. I feel responsibility. Responsibility to my employees, our partners, and the artists we've pledged to support. Guilt should be reserved for those who abuse their power and betray the trust placed in them. The crowd quiets, the weight of my words settling over them like a heavy fog. Another reporter breaks the silence. Do you think your mother will retaliate? I expect she might, I say, shrugging. But her attempts will be met with firm resistance. The board stands united in this decision. We're committed to protecting the company's values and ensuring it remains a place where talent and hard work are recognized. An older reporter chimes in from the back of the crowd, his weathered face creased with curiosity. Do you think she did this out of hatred or desperation? Both, I answer without hesitation, my jaw clenching. Hatred born from outdated prejudices and desperation to maintain control at any cost. My mother's actions were calculated, designed to hurt people who didn't fit into her narrow worldview. Is there any part of you that understands her actions? Someone asks from the sea of faces. Understand? Maybe, I admit, running a hand through my hair. But understanding doesn't mean condoning or accepting it. My mother let her hate get to her head, compromising everything we've worked for. She crossed lines that can't be uncrossed, broke trust that can't be repaired. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as they scribble notes and exchange glances. The tension outside of Everton Tower is thick enough to cut with a knife, but I stand my ground, shoulders back, chin up. A younger woman near the front raises her hand tentatively, her press badge catching the light. Mr. Everton, what message do you hope to send with today's press conference? Her voice carries a hint of sympathy, but I don't need it. What I need is for everyone to understand exactly where I stand. The message is simple, I say firmly. No one is untouchable when it comes to justice and integrity, not even family. And to those who have been wronged by my mother's actions, know that we see you, we value you, and we will fight for what's right. Silence falls again as my words sink in, the gravity of the situation evident on their faces. Thank you, I conclude before stepping away from the podium, leaving the reporters buzzing with renewed energy as they dissect every word I've said. As I walk away into the lobby of Everton Tower, I can only hope that this public stand will start mending what's been broken, both within the company and in my own fractured relationships. Through the revolving doors, I spot them immediately. Anna stands near the marble reception desk, her yellow sundress a bright spot against the stark lobby. Next to her, Leo bounces on his toes, his curls wild from running his hands through them, a habit he got from me. The moment Leo sees me, his face lights up like a firework. Daddy! He breaks free from Anna's grasp and sprints across the polished floor, his sneakers squeaking against the marble. The sound echoes through the lobby, drawing curious glances from the security guards. I scoop him up in my arms, breathing in the scent of his shampoo as he wraps his little arms around my neck. Hey, buddy. My voice comes out rough with emotion. Holding him feels right, like a missing piece clicking into place. Anna approaches slowly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The yellow sundress flows around her curves, reminding me of summer days and missed opportunities. That was incredible what you did out there, standing up to her like that. I shift Leo to one arm and pull Anna close with the other, needing both of them near me. She fits perfectly against me, like she always has, like she never left. Her curls tickle my chin as she presses her face into my chest, and I can feel her heart racing against mine. Thank you, she whispers, her voice muffled against my suit jacket. "For defending me like that. You didn't have to." "Yes, I did." I tilt her chin up, meeting those beautiful hazel eyes that have haunted my dreams for years. I should have done it years ago. No one messes with my family. My jaw clenches as I think about everything my mother put her through. And that's what we are. Family. All of us. "Did you fight the bad guys, Daddy?" Leo asks, playing with my tie. "Something like that, champ." I kiss his forehead. "Sometimes fighting means standing up and telling the truth." Anna's hand finds mine, squeezing tight. "Still, going against your mother publicly like that." "I meant every word. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you both. Always." I pulled him closer, savoring the weight of my son in my arms and the warmth of Anna pressed against me. "You're everything to me, both of you." I cup Anna's face in my free hand, my thumb tracing her cheekbone. Her eyes flutter closed as I lean down, capturing her lips with mine. The kiss is soft, tender, everything I've been missing for 5 years. She tastes like coffee and mint, and I could lose myself in this moment forever. Leo squirms between us. "You kissing?" We break apart laughing. Anna's smile is radiant. "I want to take you out properly," I murmur, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. "Dinner at that little Italian place you used to love in the village. Just us." "I'd like that." She leans into my touch. "I'll let Tabitha know with a few days in advance." Leo perks up in my arms. "But I'm hungry now. Can we get pizza, please?" He draws out the last word, giving me those puppy dog eyes that are impossible to resist. "The one with the really good breadsticks." I glance at my Rolex, then I think about the stack of paperwork waiting on my desk upstairs. Screw it. I've spent enough time putting work before family. You know what? Pizza sounds perfect right now. I set Leo down, keeping hold of his hand. "What do you say, Anna? Ready for some mediocre wine and the best breadsticks in Manhattan? Shouldn't you be getting back to work?" But her smile tells me she already knows my answer. The company can survive without me for one afternoon. I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her close. I've got more important things to focus on. "Pizza! Pizza!" Leo jumps up and down, tugging on both our hands as he leads us out of the lobby.
Chapter 27. Anna. The warm glow of candlelight dances across Nicholas's face as we sit at our corner table at Bella Nota. The familiar scent of garlic and fresh herbs takes me back 5 years, to when we first discovered this hidden gem in the village. My fingers trace the stem of my wine glass while I watch him interact with Marco, the owner who still remembers us. "Mr. Everton, what an honor to have you back." Marco's hands move animatedly as he speaks. "And with the lovely Miss Howell, no less. Just like old times, yes?" Nicholas's commanding presence fills the intimate space. His tailored navy suit accentuates his broad shoulders, and the way he carries himself draws appreciative glances from other diners. That familiar flutter returns to my stomach as I notice a group of women at the bar, trying to catch his attention. "We'll have the usual, Marco." Nicholas's deep voice carries across the restaurant, commanding attention without even trying. "And make sure that 82 Brunello is properly decanted this time." His tone brooks no argument, reminding me of how he always gets exactly what he wants. I check my phone, seeing a text from Tabitha, with a photo of Leo fast asleep clutching his favorite stuffed dragon. His wild curls are spread across the pillow, and he's got that peaceful expression that makes my heart melt every time. A smile tugs at my lips as I study his little face. "Everything okay?" Nicholas leans forward, his blue eyes capturing mine. Those same eyes that I see every day in our son's face, that still have the power to make my breath catch. "Perfect. Leo's already knocked out." I slip the phone back into my purse, trying to ignore how my skin tingles under his intense gaze. Tabitha's a godsend. Speaking of godsends, Nicholas reaches across the table, his fingers intertwining with mine. The warmth of his touch sends electricity shooting up my arm. You look stunning tonight. His thumb traces lazy circles on my palm, and I fight the urge to pull away, knowing I should but not wanting to break this connection. The black dress I chose suddenly feels worth every penny as his gaze travels over me. I sit up straighter, pride swelling in my chest at being here with him. The Nicholas Everton, not just the successful businessman everyone sees, but the man who still looks at me like I'm the only woman in the room. Marco returns with our wine, and Nicholas swirls his glass with practiced elegance. Other patrons pause their conversations to watch him taste and approve the vintage. Even in something as simple as wine tasting, he commands attention without trying. To new beginnings, Nicholas raises his glass, those striking blue eyes never leaving mine. I clink my glass with his and sip on the drink, just as the waiter brings in the first of our appetizers. I savor each bite of the antipasto Nicholas ordered. Paper-thin prosciutto draped over ripe figs, buffalo mozzarella that melts on my tongue. His fingers brush mine as he offers me a taste from his fork, sending sparks through my body. Try this. He holds out a morsel of perfectly seared scallop. Marco's outdone himself tonight. I part my lips, accepting the bite. The buttery seafood practically dissolves in my mouth, and I can't hold back a small moan of pleasure. Nicholas's eyes darken at the sound. The parade of dishes continues. Handmade pasta, tossed in black truffle. Tender veal saltimbocca. Grilled Mediterranean sea bass. Each plate is a masterpiece, but I'm more aware of Nicholas's presence with every passing moment. His knee presses against mine under the table. His fingers trail along my wrist as he reaches for the breadbasket. Remember the first time we came here? His voice drops lower, private. His thumb strokes the sensitive skin of my inner wrist. You ordered the tiramisu and got chocolate on your lip. Heat floods across my whole body at the memory of how he'd kissed it away, right there in the restaurant. Now his fingers trace up my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. The waiter appears with our next course, and Nicholas finally releases my hand. But his eyes never leave me as I sample the risotto, creamy and perfectly al dente. His intense focus makes every bite feel intimate, charged. Beautiful, he murmurs, and I know he's not talking about the food. His foot hooks around my ankle under the table, maintaining contact even as we eat. I take another sip of the exceptional wine, trying to steady my racing pulse. But Nicholas's casual touches throughout dinner are anything but casual. A brush of fingers here, his hand on my knee there. Each contact builds the electricity between us until the air feels thick with unspoken tension. Nearing the end of our meal, the waiter presents a stunning chocolate soufflé, still steaming from the oven. Dark chocolate sauce cascades down the sides, pooling around fresh raspberries and a delicate sprig of mint. I remembered your weakness for chocolate. Nicholas's voice carries that hint of satisfaction as he watches me take my first bite. The dessert melts on my tongue, rich, decadent, pure bliss. Nicholas leans forward with his spoon, stealing a bite from my side of the soufflé. His eyes lock with mine as he savors it. Still the best dessert in Manhattan. He offers me another spoonful from his side. The gesture feels intimate, charged with meaning. When the check arrives, Nicholas doesn't even glance at it, before sliding his black card into the leather folder. His hand finds the small of my back as we stand, guiding me through the restaurant. The weight of his touch burns through the thin fabric of my dress. Near the entrance, the waiter hurries over to return his card before we exit the restaurant. Outside, the night air carries a slight chill. Nicholas's driver holds the car door open, but Nicholas pauses before I can slide in. He steps closer, his breath warm against my ear. "Let me take you to my penthouse for a while." His fingers trace down my arm. "Just for an hour or two." I hesitate, thinking of Leo sleeping at home. I should get back. "I'll make sure you get home safe." His lips brush my earlobe. "I promise." My skin tingles where he touched. The wine, the intimate dinner, his closeness. It all swirls in my head. I find myself nodding before I can overthink it. "Okay." The word comes out barely above a whisper. "Just for a little while?" Nicholas's smile is triumphant as he helps me into the waiting car. As I settle into my seat, he sends me a smile that sends a pulsing heat straight down between my legs. The sleek black car glides through Manhattan's streets, each turn bringing us closer to Nicholas's building. His hand rests on my knee, thumb stroking small circles that send shivers up my spine. The city lights blur past the tinted windows as we head toward the Upper East Side. Here we are. Nicholas's voice breaks through my thoughts as the car pulls up to a towering glass building that pierces the night sky. The structure is even more impressive up close. All sleek lines and modern architecture that screams old money and power. A doorman in an impeccable uniform rushes to open the car door, his white gloves pristine even at this late hour. "Good evening, Mr. Everton." He gives a slight bow of his head, the gesture so practiced it seems automatic. Nicholas guides me through a marble lobby with soaring ceilings and crystal chandeliers. My heels click against the polished floor as we head to a private elevator, the sound echoing in the vast space. Everything gleams with wealth, from the fresh flowers arranged in massive urns to the abstract art pieces that probably cost more than I make in a year. "Your own elevator?" I raise an eyebrow, trying to mask how impressed I am. "Perks of the penthouse." His hand finds the small of my back as we ascend, his touch burning through the thin fabric of my dress. The warmth of his palm sends electricity racing along my spine, and I have to fight to keep my breathing steady. The elevator opens directly into his apartment, and my breath catches. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase a glittering panorama of Manhattan. The space is massive, all clean lines and modern luxury. A floating staircase curves up to a second level, its glass steps illuminated from within. "This is..." I trail off, taking in the custom furniture, the original artwork adorning the walls. A massive Rothko commands attention above a limestone fireplace, its bold colors shifting and swirling in the dim light. "Different from my old place?" Nicholas's lips curve into a knowing smile. His reflection in the window catches my eye, and for a moment, I'm thrown back in time. I think back to his previous apartment. Nice, but nothing like this monument to wealth and power. That place had been comfortable, lived in. This is a statement. My fingers trail along a sleek kitchen counter topped with exotic blue marble. Everything speaks of money. Serious money. From the Italian leather sofa to the hand-blown glass chandelier, every detail screams success. The view alone must cost a fortune. I walk toward the windows, drawn to the twinkling cityscape below. The city stretches out beneath us like a blanket of stars, and I can make out Central Park, a dark rectangle carved into the glittering grid of streets. I've done well these past few years. Nicholas steps behind me, his chest brushing my back. The heat of him seeps through my dress, making it hard to focus on the view. But something's been missing. His words tickle my ear, and I fight the urge to lean back into him, to let myself get lost in his presence like I used to. His breath tickles my neck, and I close my eyes, fighting the urge to lean back against him. The whole apartment radiates his presence, masculine, powerful, completely in control, just like Nicholas himself.
Chapter 28. Nicholas. I step up behind Anna, the city lights casting a warm glow on her skin as she gazes out at the Manhattan skyline from my penthouse window. Her curves are silhouetted against the night, a vision that stirs something deep within me. I can't hold back any longer. Leaning in, I press my lips softly against her neck, feeling the soft hum of her heartbeat. Her breath hitches, a soft gasp escaping her lips as I trail kisses up and down her neck. My hands explore her body, tracing the curves that have haunted my dreams for years. She shivers against me, her body responding to my touch. I can feel her melting into me, her warmth seeping into my own skin. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at BWWM.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I prop myself up on one elbow, looking down at her. Her hazel eyes meet mine, soft and content. I can't help but smile, brushing a stray curl away from her face. "Anna," I start, my voice a low rumble. "I want you to move in here with me." "You and Leo?" Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, her fingers trail along my jawline, her touch gentle, yet firm. "Move in here," she echoes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," I say, my thumb tracing circles on her shoulder. "I want us to be a family. A real family. I want to wake up next to you every morning and have breakfast with Leo. I want to help him with his homework and tuck him in at night. I want to be a part of your lives, Anna." She smiles, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Leo will be so happy," she says, her voice choked with emotion. "He's been asking to see you more. This will mean the world to him." I lean down, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. "And what about you, Anna? Will this make you happy?" She nods, her fingers still tracing patterns on my skin. "Yes, Nicholas. This will make me happy. I've missed you. Missed us. I want this too." Her words send a wave of warmth through me. I pull her closer, our bodies fitting together perfectly. "Then it's settled," I say, my voice filled with determination. "You and Leo will move in here and we'll be a family." Anna smiles, her eyes reflecting the city lights outside. "A family," she repeats, her voice filled with hope and happiness. And in that moment, I know that I'll do everything in my power to make her and Leo happy, to give them the life they deserve.
Chapter 29. Anna. The crisp autumn breeze rustles through Central Park's trees, scattering red and gold leaves across our picnic blanket. I brush them away while Leo chases after a particularly large maple leaf, his dinosaur toy clutched tight in his small fist. "Mama, look!" T-Rex caught the leaf. Leo pounces on it, making his toy chomp down dramatically. His whole face lights up with that infectious smile that melts my heart every time. He stomps around, making growling noises that sound more cute than scary. Nicholas stretches out beside me on the blanket, his long legs crossed at the ankles. The way he watches Leo, with such open adoration, still catches me off guard sometimes. It's moments like these when I see the father I always hoped he'd be, even during those lonely nights when I thought we'd never have this. These sandwiches are incredible. Nicholas takes another bite of his turkey club, letting out a satisfied groan. Living with you has ruined takeout for me. You mean you don't miss your sad bachelor meals? I unpack more containers from our basket, pulling out the homemade potato salad I'd prepared this morning. "Leo, baby, come eat something." Leo bounces over, flopping down between us with enough force to make the blanket jump. His curls are wild from running around, and there's a leaf stuck in them that I automatically reach to remove. Can T-Rex have a sandwich too? He's really hungry from catching all those leaves. T-Rex prefers meat. Nicholas leans in close, but I heard he loves these apple slices. Leo giggles, making his dinosaur munch dramatically on a piece of fruit. The sound of his laughter mingles with the rustle of leaves and distant chatter of other park-goers. The penthouse view is nothing compared to this. Nicholas gestures at the canopy of autumn colors above us. You just like that Leo has space to run around without breaking your fancy vases. Those vases were hideous anyway. My mother's horrific decorating choices, not mine. Leo jumps up again, spotting a squirrel nearby. Look! Can I chase it? Stay where we can see you. I call after him as he scampers off, making roaring sounds. Nicholas's hand finds mine on the blanket. He's so different now. Happier. The move was good for him. For all of us. I squeeze his fingers, watching Leo pretend to stalk the squirrel through falling leaves. Our little boy's joy is infectious. His excitement over simple pleasures, like park picnics and wildlife spotting, fills my heart. The sun casts long shadows through the trees, painting everything in warm amber light. Leo's curls catch the glow as he runs back to us, cheeks flushed from play. Daddy, push me on the swings? He tugs at Nicholas's sleeve, the word daddy still new and precious on his tongue. Only if you finish those apple slices first, buddy. Nicholas points to Leo's barely touched plate. Growing boys need their food to get strong. Leo's bottom lip juts out. But I want to go now. The swings aren't going anywhere. Nicholas's voice stays firm but gentle. Show me how fast you can eat those apples. I watch in amazement as Leo plops down and starts munching away. Just like that. No arguments, no bargaining. Something I've struggled with for years. The same little boy who'd throw a fit when I tried to get him to eat his vegetables now demolishes his food because Nicholas asked. See? All done. Leo holds up his empty plate, apple juice dripping down his chin. Good job, champion. Nicholas wipes Leo's face with a napkin. Now we can hit those swings. They walk hand in hand toward the playground, Leo skipping every few steps to keep up with Nicholas's long strides. My chest tightens with emotion watching them together. After everything we've been through, the lies, the separation, Gwendolyn's manipulation, here we are. A real family. Nicholas glances back at me over his shoulder, throwing me that crooked smile that still makes my heart skip. He's chosen us. Walked away from his mother's toxic influence, her attempts to control his life. Last I heard, she's been making scenes at charity galas, bad-mouthing me to anyone who'll listen. But her words can't touch us anymore ever since Molly's expose came out in my favor. That article just about saved my career. Emails from art galleries started up soon after the article's release. Leo's excited squeals echo across the park as Nicholas pushes him higher and higher on the swings. Look, Mama, I'm flying. I wave back, soaking in their joy. This is what matters. Not Gwendolyn's spite, not the whispers in social circles, not the empire she thought she could use to keep us apart. Just us. Our little family, finally whole. Nicholas returns to the blanket, settling in close beside me. His arm wraps around my waist, pulling me against his solid chest. We watch Leo chase after a group of kids playing tag, his dinosaur held high as he runs. He's really come out of his shell. Nicholas's thumb traces circles on my hip. Remember how shy he was that first day at the park? Now, we can't get him to stop talking to strangers. I lean into Nicholas's warmth. Though I suppose that's your influence. Never met someone you couldn't charm. Nicholas shifts, turning to face me. His blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Speaking of everything that happened, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. Oh? My voice comes out higher than intended, betraying the sudden flutter in my stomach. These past weeks with you and Leo, they've been the happiest of my life. His hand finds mine, fingers intertwining, his thumb brushing over my knuckles in that way that always makes me melt. And I know we've talked about forever, but I want to make it official. My heart pounds against my ribs as Nicholas reaches into his jacket pocket. He pulls out a small velvet box, and suddenly I can't breathe. Time seems to slow down, and all I can focus on is the way his strong hands cradle that tiny box, like it contains all his hopes and dreams. Anna Howell. His voice is rough with emotion, deeper than usual. Will you marry me? The box opens to reveal a stunning emerald-cut diamond ring, catching the late afternoon sunlight. Tears blur my vision as I stare at it, then back at Nicholas's hopeful face. After everything we've been through, after all the years apart, this moment feels surreal. Yes. The word comes out as a whisper, thick with emotion. God, yes. Nicholas slides the ring onto my finger with slightly shaking hands, his usual confidence giving way to raw vulnerability. When he looks up, his eyes are suspiciously bright. I love you, both of you, so damn much. I can barely see through my tears as he pulls me into his arms, his solid warmth anchoring me to this perfect moment. In the distance, I can still hear Leo's laughter mixing with the sounds of children playing, and my heart feels like it might burst. We love you too. Tears spill down my cheeks as I pull him into a kiss. I hold my hand up, watching the emerald-cut diamond catch the sunlight. The ring fits perfectly, like it was made for my finger. Trust Nicholas to know exactly what I'd love, elegant yet understated, classic but with a modern twist, just like us. This must have cost. Don't. Nicholas presses a kiss to my temple. You deserve everything. Both of you do. I've missed too many years of spoiling you. We don't need spoiling. Let me be the judge of that. His fingers trace patterns on my arm. I promise you, Anna, as long as I'm breathing, you and Leo will want for nothing. Nicholas's voice drops lower, and soon it'll all be official. Mrs. Everton. The name sends a shiver down my spine. I lean back against his chest, watching Leo chase a little girl with pigtails across the playground. He's laughing so hard he can barely run straight, his dinosaur forgotten on the grass beside the slide. Look at him. Nicholas' chest rumbles against my back. So carefree, so pure. He has no idea what today means. I twist the ring on my finger, still getting used to its weight. Should we tell him now? Let him play a little longer. He looks too happy to interrupt. Leo stops to help a smaller boy up after he trips, patting his back with such gentle concern that my heart swells. Such a sweet soul, despite everything life's thrown at him, despite not having a father for so long. You've raised an incredible kid. Nicholas's arms tighten around me. I see more of you in him every day. That kindness, that spirit. He has your eyes. Your smile too. I turn to face him. And now, he'll have your name.
Chapter 30. Nicholas. And now you may kiss the bride. I cup Anna's face in my hands, drinking in the sight of her radiant smile before pressing my lips to hers. The silk of her wedding dress brushes against my fingers as I pull her closer. Her mouth is soft, tender, everything I've dreamed of for the past few years. Cheers and applause erupt through the church. When we break apart, I catch Leo bouncing on his toes next to us, his little bow tie slightly crooked. My son. The word still fills me with wonder, sending a surge of fierce protectiveness through my chest. All this time I'd missed, but we have the rest of our lives ahead of us now. Ready to get out of here? I whisper against Anna's ear, breathing in the sweet jasmine scent of her perfume. She nods, tears glistening in her hazel eyes. More than ready. Her voice trembles with emotion, and I squeeze her hand tighter. I scoop Leo up with one arm, keeping my other hand firmly locked with Anna's. Together, we make our way down the aisle of the historic Manhattan church. Rose petals rain down around us as our guests line the path. The stained glass windows cast rainbow patterns across Anna's white dress, making her glow like some kind of angel. My angel, finally. Did I do good as ring bearer, Dad? Leo's blue eyes shine with pride. He wraps his little arms around my neck. Damn if that doesn't make my heart clench. Perfect, buddy. Couldn't have done this without you. I press a quick kiss to his forehead, savoring this moment with both my son and my new wife. My family. Finally complete. Anna squeezes my hand and I catch the emotion in her expression. 5 years of missed moments, but we're making up for lost time. Every day since I discovered Leo's existence has been about building the family. We should have been all along. The massive wooden doors swing open, revealing the beautiful afternoon. Camera flashes pop as we emerge onto the church steps. I pull both Anna and Leo closer, unable to stop grinning like an idiot. My wife. My son. Finally, officially, irrevocably mine. Love you, Anna murmurs, just for me, her eyes sparkling with a warmth that makes my chest tight. I press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the sweet scent of her perfume. Love you more. Damn, I'll never get tired of saying those words to her. Love you most, Leo chimes in, throwing his little arms up with dramatic flair, making us both laugh. My son's got perfect timing, just like his mother. We wave to our guests, and I've never felt more complete, more whole. The world can throw whatever it wants at us. We're facing it together from here on out. No more misunderstandings, no more separations. Just us. The driver holds the door as we slide into the sleek black limo. Leo bounces onto the leather seat, immediately pressing his face against the tinted window to watch the crowd outside. His energy is unstoppable, even after the long ceremony. Look at all the people waving! He waves back frantically, his enthusiasm infectious. His small hand smacks against the window with each excited gesture. Daddy, Mommy, they're throwing flowers! Can we throw some back? I help Anna settle beside me, careful not to wrinkle her dress. Her fingers intertwine with mine as she leans into my shoulder. The privacy partition slides up, giving us a moment alone as a family. Time for a toast? I reach for the champagne chilling in the ice bucket, already imagining the sweet taste of celebration on my tongue. The bottle gleams against the ice, begging to mark this perfect moment. Anna bites her lip, a mischievous glint in her eyes that makes my heart skip. Actually, I'll have to pass on the champagne. Her fingers fidget with the lace on her dress. What? But it's our wedding day. My brow furrows as I study her face, searching for any sign of illness. Christ, if she's not feeling well. You feeling okay? She takes my hand, her touch gentle but deliberate, and places it on her stomach. The silk of her dress is warm beneath my palm. I'm feeling wonderful. Just can't drink for the next 7 months or so. The realization hits me like a thunderbolt. My heart damn near stops. Damn. You're pregnant! Her smile could light up the whole city. She squeezes my hand tighter, keeping it pressed against her belly where our child is growing. Language, Daddy! Leo scolds, momentarily distracted from the window. He wags his little finger at me in perfect imitation of his teacher's disapproving gesture. I pull Anna closer, crushing her against my chest, breathing in the sweet vanilla scent of her hair. My hands tremble with excitement. When did you find out? Last week. I wanted to surprise you today. She nestles into me, fitting perfectly against my body like she always has. Hey, buddy! I call to Leo, who's practically vibrating with curiosity now. How do you feel about being a big brother? His eyes go wide as saucers and he gasps. Like Maria at school? She has a baby sister. He scrambles across the seat to us, nearly tripping over his own feet in his excitement. I'm gonna be the best big brother ever. Can I teach the baby how to color? And play trucks? You sure will. I ruffle his curls, my chest so full it might burst. Another baby. A sibling for Leo. Christ, I never thought I'd get this lucky. Not just once, but twice. My family. My whole damn world right here. Anna laughs as I pepper her face with kisses, showering her with all the love I can't contain. Nicholas! You'll mess up my makeup. Don't care. You've made me the happiest man alive. Again. I capture her lips with mine, tasting her smile. 5 years ago, I thought I'd lost everything. Now I've got it all. And then some. Speaking of babies. Anna's voice softens. Leo was such a difficult pregnancy. The morning sickness lasted forever, and working 2 jobs while carrying him. She trails off, pain flickering across her features. My jaw clenches. The thought of her struggling alone, working herself to exhaustion while carrying my child. It twists like a knife in my gut. I had no idea that this was going on. I would have never let it happen if I had. That's not happening this time. I pull her closer, protective instinct surging through me. You're getting the royal treatment. Full-time massage therapist, personal chef, whatever you need. Nicholas. She rolls her eyes but can't hide her smile. I don't need all that. Not up for debate. I brush my thumb across her cheek. You won't have to lift a finger unless you want to. I've got connections with the best prenatal specialists in Manhattan. That's way too much spoiling. She shakes her head but leans into my touch. Spoiling? This is basic necessity. I kiss her temple. You're carrying precious cargo. Our baby deserves a stress-free environment, which means Mama gets pampered. Leo perks up from his spot by the window. Can I help take care of Mommy too? Of course you can, buddy. My chest swells with pride at his eagerness. You'll be my deputy in Operation Pamper, Mommy. Anna laughs, the sound pure music. You two are impossible. She rests her head against my shoulder. But I suppose some pampering wouldn't be terrible. That's my girl. I wrap my arm tighter around her shoulders. This time around, she'll want for nothing. I'll make damn sure of it. And I'm gonna teach the baby how to build the biggest block towers. Leo's hands shoot up, demonstrating the imaginary height. And how to do somersaults. Parker showed me at recess yesterday. He tumbles forward on the leather seat, nearly knocking over the champagne bucket. I catch him before he crashes into the opposite door. Easy there, champ. Maybe save the acrobatics for the playground. Sorry. He rights himself, bouncing on his knees. But Dad, do you think the baby will like my dinosaur collection? I can share T-Rex. He's my favorite, but babies need the best stuff, right? Anna's shoulders shake with laughter as she watches our son's enthusiasm spiral. Her hand finds mine, squeezing gently. That's really sweet of you, buddy. I ruffle his curls. You're already nailing this big brother thing. Really? His blue eyes light up. I promise to be super careful with the baby, like when we hold the class hamster. You have to be extra gentle and support their whole body. He cradles his arms, mimicking how he'd hold an infant. Look at you, already a pro. Pride swells in my chest. You're gonna be the best big brother any kid could ask for. The absolute best. He nods vigorously, and I can sing all the bedtime songs I know. The baby will love The Wheels on the Bus. That's the best one. Can I sing it now? Please? Anna wipes tears of joy from her eyes. How about we save the concert for when we get to the reception? Okay, but I know lots of other songs too. And I can teach the baby how to draw dogs. I'm really good at those now. And cats, and trees. I pull him into a bear hug, his endless energy and pure joy infectious. This kid of mine, he's got the biggest heart I've ever seen. And with Anna, we'll continue making beautiful kids with hearts of gold for a long time to come.